A Voyage to the Northwest Side of America. The Journals of James Colnett, 1786-1789. Part 1. Departure and 1787 season. Preparations and departure from London. September 1786. Having been recommended to a company of merchants trading to the NW side of America, at the beginning of July 1786, I received a letter from their secretary offering me the command of a cutter to perform a voyage to King George's or Nootka Sound, as soon as I could obtain leave of absence from his MS Pegasus, of which ship I had been first lieutenant for 3 years. I waited on the governor of the company, and after some little conversation, the first plan was altered, and he determined on chartering a ship and purchasing a smack to accompany her. At the beginning of August, a ship was chosen, and a smack purchased. Some doubts arose from the age of the ship, being 36 years old, about her ability to make a passage around Cape Horn. She was regularly surveyed by carpenters and pronounced fit for the purpose. The command of the ship was given to me, and she was to be called the Prince of Wales. Burden 171 tons pierced for 14 guns, half frigate built, and to carry 35 hands, officers included. The smack was to be commanded by Chas. Duncan, a master in the Royal Navy, and to be called the Princess Royal. Burden 65 tons to carry 4 2-pounders and 15 hands in all. The ship was hauled into gundock in the River Thames, a false keel put on, bends and waterways caulked, and some little alterations made. By the 13th, she was out of dock. The smack also was caulked, sheathed, etc., and off the slip much at the same time. We both began to fit out with every expedition, but one unforeseen business or another prevented our leaving the river until the 23rd of September. On the 27th, we anchored in the Downs, the wind being to the westward. Captain Duncan thought he could tide it down channel to Spithead, at which place I was to take Mr. John Etches on board as supercargo. I desired Captain Duncan to lose no time, and I would follow him as soon as the wind would permit. The next morning, we had a light air of wind from the SSE, weighed, and came to sail. Before midnight, the wind flew round to the westward, blowing strong. By daylight, it increased to a gale, war, carrying all the sail we could bear for the Downs. At 8 o'clock, we saw Folkestone. At noon on the 29th, abreast the S. Foreland, it now blowing a hurricane from the NNW, which obliged us to bring up where we were, which we accomplished with both bowers, as the first anchor we let go had no effect. In this short cruise, 2 of the mizzen shrouds gave way, most of the running ropes broke, and the ship strained greatly and made much water in her upper works and sides. From the water's edge upwards, scarcely a seam but the oakum had worked out. In the evening, it moderated. On heaving the anchors up to get further into the Downs, we found a fluke of the best bower anchor sprung. On October the 1st, weather appearing settled, we weighed and came to sail. Winds variable. On the 3rd, we got to Spithead, ran down to Cowes and anchored, and got the caulkers to work. New rigged the mizzenmast, paid the people advance and river pay, and everything complete and ready for sailing by the 14th. Captain Marshall rendered me many services while I lay here and also prior to this, in interesting himself to get me this employ, and his readiness to serve me at all times has laid me under numberless obligations to him. Captain Marshall's son, a lieutenant in the Navy, was to accompany me part of the way, but not with his father's consent. To be landed with 15 men, stores, etc., at New Year's Harbour, Staten Land, to carry on a sea lion fishery. The articles for this so lumbered us that the cabin, stateroom and steerage were so full of provisions and stores that we had scarce room to get into our beds, nor was there room left in any part of the ship for the smallest article to be taken on board. The smack arrived at Spithead a few hours before the ship. She had met with no material accident during the gale we suffered so much in. She lay at anchor in Dover Roads on the 2nd of October. We saw her off Brighthelmstone. On October the 16th, we weighed with a light air of wind at WSW and variable to turn down to Yarmouth. The smack dropped down the day before. Soon after, under way, the wind got round to the northward and eastward, made a signal to the smack to join company, made sail, and ran through the Needles. The wind continued to blow fresh from the eastward. On the 17th of October, at 6 in the morning, the Lizard bore NW by N, 4 leagues. This we took for our departure, it being very cloudy, saw no more of the land. Latitude in at noon, by account 49°39. The wind blew from the southward and eastward till the 23rd, then became variable. On the 31st we made land, which was taken for Madeira, at which place I had intended to stop. The Princess Royal's going much worse than the ship, I thought it would be gaining time by ordering Captain Duncan to proceed to St. Jago and to join him there. We parted company this evening. During the night it fell little wind and variable. In the morning we found we had run too far to the southward to fetch Madeira, as the wind was. Having no observation the day before and hazy weather, had mistaken the deserters for it, which occasioned this error. We continued plying to windward till November the 3rd, and had reached so far to windward as Porto Santo, but the wind blowing constant from the northward and westward, I saw no prospect of reaching Funchal Bay. At noon, bore up for St. Jago. On November the 5th, we made Palma, the wind being scant for going the north side of it. I passed between it and Ferro. During the night, we had very squally and unsettled weather, but early in the morning on the 6th, the breeze blew steady and fresh from the northward. Spoke a ship last from Madeira bound to the West Indies, came out of Funchal Roads the morning we made the isle, so I lost no time beating out of there. Our consort was becalmed off Tenerife for 2 days. On November the 12th, in the morning, dark, cloudy weather, we made the island of Boa Vista. At midnight, we made the Isle of Mayo, and on the 13th at noon, we anchored in Porto Praia Bay on the SE end of the island of St. Jago. From the Canaries to Boa Vista, we had the winds from north to east, and among the Cape Verde Isles at NE, dark squally weather and blowing very strong. Immediately after anchoring, Captain Duncan came on board and informed me he had arrived but a few hours before me. In the afternoon, we waited on the governor in company with Mr. Etches, supercargo, Captain Duncan and Mr. Marshall to obtain leave to water. We were received by the captain of the fort at the entrance of the town, and by him conducted to the governor's, who treated us with every mark of politeness and attention. Indeed, his whole actions and behaviour seemed to be worthy of a better situation than the island of St. Jago could afford him. The governor, through Mr. Marshall, who was the only person he could converse with, they both understanding the French language well, gave us pressing invitations to make his house and table our home while we remained here. In the evening, on our way to the ship, we called on the captain of the fort and paid him a guinea the port fee, after which he introduced us to the merchant who was to supply us with beef, etc. My ill state of health would not admit of my accepting the governor's friendly offer except once, but some of our gentlemen dined with him every day for the 4 days we remained here, during which time we new rigged the topmast, the rigging having given way on the passage, completed the water, took on board 3 bullocks and 8 sheep, stocking ourselves also with everything we could get of service to us and room to stow. On the 18th we weighed and came to sail, leaving letters with the governor to be forwarded to my owners. The smack was detained some little time after us, occasioned by their sailmaker, a Portuguese, leaving the boat and claiming the protection of the governor. The mate endeavoured to persuade him to return, but all his rhetoric was of no use. At the same time, apprehensive of being detained on shore as threatened until the man's things were sent to him, he came off. On the way, called alongside a small schooner belonging to the isle and prevailed on the master, an Englishman, to go the voyage. Before losing sight of the bay, saw a snow under Portuguese colours standing in. The packet was daily expected, which I suppose was the vessel. We left the Cape de Verdes with a fresh NE trade and pleasant weather, which accompanied us till November 22nd. Latitude at noon was 5°50 N, longitude 24°40 W. There was much lightning and at times heavy rain, with variable winds from SE by E to ESE and S, bringing on the SE trade. On the 23rd, 24th and 27th, there were flying showers. On the 1st of December, we crossed the equator. A great part of the afternoon was spent in performing the old and ridiculous ceremony of ducking, etc. Longitude 30°22 W. On December 4th, at 6 p.m, we saw the island of Fernando de Noronha, bearing SW by W, 12 leagues away. Latitude at the preceding noon was 3°17, longitude 30°22 W. This placed the ship to the westward of our reckoning. Most navigators crossing the equator to the westward have found an error the same way, which is caused by a current. On the 6th, there were flying showers with thunder and lightning, and we caught 6 barrels of rain. On the 7th, there was much lightning. On the 8th, latitude was 9 degrees 30s, longitude 34 degrees 2W. In the evening, 2 birds called noddies flew on board and were taken. It is said these birds never fly far from land. I had every reason to believe land was not far distant and expected to fall in with it hourly. If our reckoning was right, or land was so far to the eastward as laid down on most charts, our distance from the shore could not be more than blank. Besides the situation our reckoning placed the ship in, the daily difference we found several days in our observations and latitude by account since leaving Fernando de Noronha left little doubt that the prevailing current had set the ship farther to the westward than we had allowed for. I should not have been so far to leeward, but was obliged to keep from the wind on first falling in with the SE trade to enable the smack to keep company, as she proved a very bad sailor, scarcely able to keep way with me under single-reefed topsails and foresail. On December 11th, there were flying showers. On the 12th, latitude was 13 deg 37s, longitude 34 deg 30 DW, and we saw large flocks of birds. The winds today became variable and blew from the eastward. On the 16th, there was rain. On the 18th, much lightning and very variable winds. Latitude at noon was 25 degrees 23 S, longitude 38 degrees 31 W. On the 19th, we saw several whales, many porpoises, and birds. On the 21st, latitude was 28 to 52 EZ, longitude 42 degrees 16 W. There were flying showers, variable winds, and then winds round to the westward where it fixed. On the 22nd, there was drizzling rain. On the 23rd, flying showers. On the 24th, much lightning and thunder with rain. We saw many birds. On the 27th, we saw albatrosses, boobies, Cape hens, shearwaters, grey petrels, and pintada birds. Latitude at noon was 35 degrees 16s, longitude 44 degrees 1 W. From the time of leaving England, we had not had 24 hours calm, and the weather in general was not to be complained of, but it now became very unsettled. Hazy, squally, blowing, and calm alternately, with many birds accompanying us. On January 2nd, 1787, latitude was 45 degrees 7s, longitude 45 degrees 31 W. We saw a piece of rockweed and a Port Egmont hen, a bird named after a port in the Falkland Isles, where they are found in great plenty. It is very remarkable and spoken of by most who have navigated those seas. It is about the size of a large fowl, with short wings and tail, dusky black colour, and when flying it has a stripe under each wing in a circular form of lighter feathers than the rest. Its bill is incurvated, and it is web-footed, and said not to go far from land. On January 3rd, we saw a large shoal of whales. The sky this afternoon portended thunder and lightning, with a very strong sulphurous smell in the air, which affected some on board in a very strange manner. On the 4th, there was very heavy thunder and lightning, accompanied by rain and heavy squalls of wind. For these 2 days past, we saw much seaweed and many birds. On the 7th, we tried for soundings, which continued every 4 hours. On the 9th, 10th, and 11th, the weather was moderate and inclinable to calm. The boat was hoisted out, and many birds were shot, but they all proved disagreeable to eat. On the 9th, we saw 3 birds not unlike in make or shape the gull frequenting the inland parts of England, but in colour like the Port Egmont hen. On the 11th, we saw 3 seals. On the 12th, many whales and seals, and a bird resembling a sandlark flew several times around the ship. Latitude at noon was 46 degrees 36, longitude 61 degrees 18 W. On the 14th, per log, at 6 p.m, the smack ahead struck soundings in 68 fathoms, fine brown sand with black specks. Latitude was 47 degrees 25, longitude 62 degrees 17 in W, deduced from noon. I intended making Cape Blanco, which the wind was very favourable for, but at 1 in the morning it shifted to the SW and blew in very heavy squalls with hail, bringing us under a very low sail. From first striking soundings, the lead was kept going every 2 hours till 4 in the morning, with depth of water from 68 to 80 fathoms, much the same bottom. By noon, the gale had driven us to the southward and eastward. Soundings found no bottom with a 140-fathom line. On January 15th at 6 p.m. per log, we saw a sail in the WSW. The sea this evening was covered with a greater number of luminous particles than I ever saw before. By 8 o'clock it moderated but was very changeable. hail, rain, squalls of wind, and calms in intervals. On January 19th, the Princess Royal struck soundings in 60 fathoms. At 4 p.m, soundings were 92 fathoms. Small black stones, pieces of coral, yellow gravel, and a few transparent stones. Latitude at the preceding noon was 49°45', longitude 63°38', with winds variable from SW to S and moderate breezes. Soundings from 90 to 92 fathoms were much the same bottom, the deepest the coarsest. At 6 a.m, we saw the west end of the Falkland Isles bearing SE, 7 leagues distant. At noon, soundings were 90 fathoms, much the same ground. Latitude was 50°41, longitude 64°Z. With the west end of the Falkland Isles ESE, 10 or 11 leagues away. The west end of the Falkland Isles is laid down in longitude, which makes our reckoning blank. This error I am not at all surprised at, where such constant and irregular currents are to be met with, as is known to be all along the south part of America, which we often found by the great difference in our observations and log. The nearer to Straits Le Maire and Cape Horn, the more so. From the Falkland Isles, we shaped a course for Cape St. Vincent on the coast of Terra del Fuego. On the 20th, 21st, and 22nd, soundings ranged from 90 fathoms to 125, with fine grey sand and black specks. Winds variable from west to south. Birds and seals were innumerable, and great beds of seaweed were seen. On the 23rd at 8 p.m. per log, our soundings changed to 55 fathoms. We had a fresh breeze of wind since our last departure, but it now fell, with little wind at SWBW. At midnight, thick, hazy weather, and the soundings decreased to 80 fathoms. As my distance could not be far from the land, with such weather, I did not think it safe to stand farther inshore. So, we shortened sail and stood off and on, keeping the lead constantly going. At 5 a.m, sounding 47 fathoms, still thick and hazy. At 7 o'clock, it cleared a little, made sail, and at 5:30 saw Cape St. Vincent bearing SPY W, 7 or 8 leagues. We bore upwind at WNW and steered ENE for Staten Land. At noon, Cape Diego SWBS, Cape St. Anthony SE 12E. On January 24th, at 2 p.m. per log, saw New Year's Isles. The weather was still very hazy. We kept the land close on board until a current from the northward and eastward brought me so near the shore that we were obliged to haul close on a wind. It still pressed the ship much to leeward, making it doubtful whether we would need to attempt a passage through between the isles. But on getting to the eastward, the current coming around Cape St. John forced its way between the isles, carrying us so far to windward that we came around the eastmost isle with studding sail set. On the north side of the eastmost of the New Year's Isles and off the east point, the sea was heavy, much confused, and broke all around as if on breakers or foul ground. Had I not seen this before, and known it was caused by the meeting of the currents, I would have been greatly alarmed. I have seen the tides in the Bay of Fundy, North America, where they are known to be very great, but I think this far exceeds them. The current was setting from the eastward and southward, and so strong that though it blew a fresh breeze and we carried every sail we could, we made little or no way against it. But on passing the point of the isle, found the water as smooth as a mill pond. This sudden change naturally led me to look back. All appeared in the line from Cape St. John to the isle as one continuous reef of rocks. Without the isle, from the masthead, the same direction the current set in, showed as if all entrance to where we were was impracticable. We came to anchor at 7:30, nearly where Captain Cook anchored with the Resolution. We had observed the shore as we came in to be covered with seals, sea lions, and birds. Soon after anchoring, the boat was hoisted out, and the supercargo, Mr. Marshall, and one of the mates landed. They found every part of the shore alive, killed several of the animals and birds, some of which were brought on board and eaten. We had out-carried the smack, and towards evening, as it fell little wind and the tide was strong against her, at 10 o'clock she was obliged to anchor without the isle, and unfortunately lost the anchor, but got within the isles in the night. At daylight, the smack weighed and turned into New Year's Harbour. I thought to save time by sending the boat in to pitch on a place to land the officers, men, and stores for the fishery. The supercargo and commanding officer of the fishery went ashore also. I hove the log when the tide seemed to run at the strongest and took 3 knots and a half off the reel, On seeing the boat come out of the harbour, we weighed anchor, wind at SW, variable and squally. By 10 a.m. on January 24th, we fetched the eastern point of the harbour, but as the tide was spent and beginning to make to the eastward in the offing, with winds and weather very unsettled, blowing so fresh at times that it was difficult to carry double-reefed topsails, we were driven between 2 and 3 leagues to the eastward. But as the tide began making to the westward, at 4, we beat up by dark and got to anchor with the west point of the harbour and the isles in the harbour's mouth in 35 fathoms sandy bottom. While beating between New Year's Isles and the main, the lead was kept going. Where we lay at anchor was 18 fathoms, gravelly bottom. 2/3 over to the main, soundings were much the same depth and kind from there to the main, 40, 45 and 50 fathoms, coarse ground. But within a mile of the shore, 35, 25 and 17 fathoms, more often fine sand than coarse. The latter soundings were close alongside the shore. In coming around the west point of the harbour, we saw an abundance of seals and sea lions. At a quarter of a mile within the point is a small bay with a sandy beach full of seaweed. We passed over the outer edge of it and sounded 17 fathoms. The ship, being light and working badly with variable winds and unsettled weather, made me determined to warp through the western channel within the Isles. On January 25th, all the forenoon it blew fresh in squalls with snow at times and frequent showers of hail. At 2 in the afternoon, it moderated. We carried out anchors, weighed the bower, and began to warp. By 6, it blew so fresh that we were obliged to anchor. We came to in 28 fathoms, sandy bottom. During the night, it fell less wind. On the 26th, at 4 in the morning, we weighed anchor, and by noon got to anchor at the head of the cove in 6 fathoms, sandy bottom, and steadied the ship with a stream cable and hawser to the shore. Through the morning, there were frequent squalls of rain and hail. In the mouth of the harbour are 4 isles, 3 of them full of trees and shrubs, one of them barren. The western and southernmost is the largest and most fertile. On the southernmost is a narrow point running out to the westward, which makes the channel very narrow, measuring about a cable's length, in which are 2 rocks dry at low water spring tides. But between them, you have 5 and 6 fathoms, the deepest water close to the main. From where we weighed, the depth of water was from 30 to 40 and 45 fathoms. Close to the bar, which is very narrow, 17 and 18 fathoms on both the north and south sides of it. In the middle of the harbour it was 50 fathoms, which decreases regularly as you approach either shore. The cove bears from the channel we came through south 3/4 of a mile. The mouth of the cove is a cable's width and half a mile in depth, the head trenching a little way to the northward and eastward, just sufficient to shut in the entrance. The eastern channel into New Year's Harbour is much the safest and best. The only inconvenience, if obliged to anchor, is the depth of water, having seldom less on the eastern shore near the mouth of the harbour than 40 and 50 fathoms. This may be remedied by keeping the western shore on board and anchoring under any of the isles in 20 and 30 fathoms. On Sunday the 28th, being a holiday, I went to the head of the harbour in the boat, accompanied by Captain Duncan and the surgeon, intending to walk to the top of a hill to look for a port that seemed to have an inlet a little to the westward of this. The second mate set out with the longboat at the same time on an expedition to the New Year's Isles for birds and seals. It rained so hard and blew strong from the WNW that they were obliged to return. We landed at the head of the harbour, killed a forlorn seal that the dog found in a hole of a rock, lit a fire under the bank, and set out on our journey. In travelling through the wood, we found several beaten paths and fresh dung of an animal supposed to be otters. I believe there are many here. On the smack's first anchoring, one came and sat on the cable, and many were seen in the cove afterward, with their noise heard in the bush every night. The more we advanced up the hill, the better the walking. Long before reaching the top, which is not above 1/4 of a mile, we found good travelling in several places through a kind of rushes like those in marsh grounds in England. Had it been dry weather, it would have been pleasant for this part. Going through the woods, we shot a hawk, and 1 or 2 small birds were seen. On reaching the top of the hill, we got sight of the harbour. It had not the least favourable appearance, the entrance about half a mile, and in the fairway between the 2 points, some rocks on which the sea broke and seaweed extending from side to side. The entrance bore north and south from the body of the second isle of the New Year's Isles from the eastward. The harbour trenches away to the southeast but is not very deep. There's a small bight on the west side sheltered by a small isle laying blank of the middle of it. At the head of the harbour, over an isthmus of 3/4 of a mile, is a lagoon of fresh water, which I named Etche's Lagoon from the supercargo who first saw it from one of the hills near where the ship lay. We saw only one brood of ducks in this water. The bad weather made it impossible to make remarks more than what memory afforded. We returned down the hill nearly the same track we went up, dressed part of the seal, and by dark got on board. On January 31st, ships and smacks boats went to the New Year's Isles and fetched seals, sea lions, and some blubber from others they killed to make oil for the ships and smacks sea stores. They also brought a great number of penguins, which abound on the isles. By Saturday, the 10th of February, having landed all the stores and people for the factory, put on board of Captain Duncan the greatest part of the stores and trade I had in for him, completed my wood and water. I meant to sail the next morning, but at daylight a hurricane blew, so I remained until the weather broke up. Sunday noon, the 11th, the wind fell, so I weighed and warped out of the cove and came to sail with a light breeze from the southward. But the wind dying away, I anchored in 20 fathoms of fine sand about half a mile from the shore off the northeast side of the southernmost isle, with the west point of the harbour west, the east point north, and the body of the easternmost of the New Year's Isles northwest. Monday the 12th, at 4 o'clock in the morning, we weighed with a breeze from the southwest, and by 4 o'clock in the afternoon, Cape St. John bore west by north, 6 or 7 leagues, the sea covered with seals and sea lions from the time of getting underway until sunset. The head of the harbour is in many respects preferable to the cove. It abounds full as well with wood and water, for which you cannot go amiss. There is also a greater quantity of birch and partridge berries on the top of the hills, which are the lowest and broadest. A run for people in the cove was impossible, being surrounded on all sides with perpendicular hills, attracting every air that blew and conveying it down in heavy gusts from all quarters, making it very unsafe to lay without great attention paid to your moorings. The only advantage in the cove is a beach where a vessel might lay on shore and where the Princess Royal cleaned and paid her bottom. From what observations I made at full and change of the moon, the tide's perpendicular rise is 12 or 13 feet, with high water at 2:15. Flood comes from the eastward and ebbs from the westward, flowing 7 hours and ebbing 5. There's a probability that the changeable and unpleasant weather would not so frequently happen at any other part of the harbour where the hills are not so high as was here. Not a day passed after 10 in the morning without rain or hail, and sometimes snow which covered the tops of the hills for hours, during which time it was dissolved by the sun. The rain must be very heavy at some seasons of the year, or the flushes very great at the breaking up of the winter by the melting of the snow, for the face of the hills at every few yards are torn in deep gullies, in most of them water running. In other parts where the torrent appears to have been too great for these vents, 20 or 30 yards off the foot of the hill is swept away, gradually decreasing upwards, every tree and shrub, many of which remained where they fell. The tops of all the hills are a barren rock, and for some distance down, which depends on the height of the hill, all sides and parts of them alike decreasing irregularly from their base, forming a narrow ridge on the top whichever way the wind blows, there being so little hold for soil, nothing can stand. The highest hills are most barren. The winds in general from WNW to WSW, with few intervals of still weather. Staten Isle lays nearly east and west, the west part the highest and most irregular, making a very awful and pleasing prospect. The east part of the isle, which we had the greatest opportunity of observing, is iron-bound, much broken, and of a moderate height, but appears from the sea much higher than it is, from the hills being nearly perpendicular. To the shore is covered with trees much the same as where we lay. There are 2 bights like entrance to harbours to the eastward of New Year's Harbour. The first is about 2 miles distant, with every appearance of running through to the southward when bearing from south to southwest of you. There's a small barren isle in the mouth of the bight, and when bearing south half a mile, soundings were 35 fathoms of fine sand. The supercargo who travelled blank to the top of one of the highest hills near the ship saw water in that direction, but not the inlet to it, also the sea to the southward. The other bight or harbour is a small distance to the westward of Cape St. John and promises shelter. The east side of the entrance had an appearance of the best channel, as the point was high and bold, the west a gentle. Descent running out to the northwest and eastward, making like an island with a little rising in the middle. On the east point of the easternmost of the New Year's Isles is a rock with a large hole quite through, which is seen in many directions, and on the south side of the isle are many little bays and creeks very handy for landing or hauling up a boat. New Year's Harbour is very handy for going to sea from, with the prevailing winds, which hardly ever vary from the westward. Wood and water are to be had in great abundance and conveniently to be fetched. The trees, in general, are of no great growth nor variety. None seemed fit for either masts or yards. They are of the same kind as at Christmas Harbour, the winter bark included, of which there was a great quantity brought on board. Vegetables were scarce, a little scurvy grass, and some wild celery. The latter, it being late in the year, was run to seed and proved very indifferent eating. Birch berries were in great plenty, and some few heath and partridge berries. Birds seen were shags, some few ducks of different kinds, sea pies, and racehorses, a bird so named by our sailors in the voyage I made with Captain Cook from our often rowing after them and not able to catch them. They were then taken for young birds until one of them was shot. They are about the size of a goose and not unlike them in make or shape, except the wings which are short. Their flight is only on the surface of the water, their wings serving the same purpose as oars to a boat. Besides the advantage they have in diving should they get disabled and overtaken, if near weeds, they will dive and hold on until you are tired of waiting, which is also the case with their young when out rowed or sailed, so that you have no chance of getting one of them without it's killed outright. The birds of every kind got shy after once firing at them, penguins excepted, of them any number might be killed on the New Year's Isles. The only quadruped seen, whose habitation could be called on the land, was a mouse. Of what species the animal supposed to be the otter is, I cannot say. The largest I saw of them was of the size of an overgrown cat, some of a grey colour, others of a dark brown. Seals and sea lions are in great abundance. The haslet of them often made us a meal. Their resort at this time seemed to be confined to the shores near the sea. Fish, none were seen but a small, blank, illegible pencil edition, about the length of 3 inches, but the backbone of a fish 3 feet long, with the tail perfect, lay on the beach. I suppose carried there by the otters. I believe those animals to be very destructive to both birds and fish, which was the reason for our seeing so few. One was seen with a large penguin in his mouth. The head and feet of it we found in a bush some few days afterwards, nearly abreast of where we saw him land. It was of that kind called the king penguin. There might be fish in some other parts of the harbour, but our employment for the boats prevented our searching for them. Among the rocks was caught a crab, which I believe is called the horrid crab, from its ugly and disagreeable appearance. Limpets are in great plenty, and mussels, which are very good eating. Some few shells were found on the shores of the cockle or clam kind, but none with the fish in. There are several other kinds of shells, but I have met with them frequently at other places. The face of the rocks was of a greenish hue, and several pieces of wood that lay in the runs from the hills were impregnated with the same colour, which was nearest to that of verdigris. We left the land in good health and spirits with a favourable wind blowing from the northwest quarter and fine weather. However, our good fortune did not last long. By noon on the 13th of February, the wind shifted to the southwest quarter, blowing strongly and bringing dirty weather accompanied by heavy westerly swell. This forced us to use storm staysails until noon on the 15th, when the weather moderated. During the storm, we received a hail from the Princess Royal, informing us that her mainstay had given way in the gale, sprang the bowsprit, and also broke the mast in the partners. They were supplied with a spar to make another bowsprit. At midnight, the wind shifted to the eastward, blowing a moderate breeze. On the 17th of February, it shifted to the northward and then back again to the westward by midnight, bringing its old weather with it. On the 19th, we experienced light airs inclining to calm, which was succeeded by a breeze from the southeast and eastward until noon, then shifting to the westward. Our longitude on the 21st was 71 degree 50 W, and our latitude was 58 degree 30 S, which was the greatest southing we made. The wind continued to the westward until the 22nd at midnight, when we had a calm for 2 hours. A wind then sprang up from the south and southeast, lasting until the forenoon of the 24th, with our latitude at 56°5' and longitude 70°90°1'W. We brought the jib boom and spritsail yard on board and the top-gallant mast on deck to ease the ship. On the 6th of March at 4 p.m. per log, we made the Isle of Madre de Dios on the west coast of Patagonia, bearing E by N12N 9 or 10 leagues away. Our latitude at this time was 50°54's, longitude 76°46'W, which placed the ship to the eastward of the reckoning blank miles. The winds being to the northward and westward, we tacked and stood westward and southward. From the 24th of February to the 14th of March, the winds fixed at the northwest, seldom ever varying a point. During this time, we had 3 heavy gales, and scarce a watch passed without rain, hail, or snow. There was little prospect of either wind or weather changing, and the season was far advanced. Every gale seemed to gather fresh strength and blow longer. When a slant of wind happened, we could take no advantage of it due to the little sail we were obliged to carry to keep company with the smack. Under these circumstances, many on board became disheartened, which caused me some uneasiness for fear of sickness following. We had been very fortunate regarding health so far, despite the lack of refreshments since leaving England. We only had one complaint, and it was from a hurt received on board during our outfitting. On this day, the winds began to vary, and by noon, a fresh breeze blew from the northeast quarter with a prodigious high and irregular sea. At 5 the next morning, it fell calm for an hour, during which the ship, rolling deep, carried away the tiller short in the rudder head. Another was soon fixed. By that time, a wind sprang up from the WSW, increasing to a gale. This forced us to use low sails and keep the ship away in the easiest situation. We had the good luck to only carry away the iron strap of one of our dead eyes. These 2 little misfortunes were readily compounded for, as few on board believed we would save our mast. Our latitude at noon was 48°36', and longitude 82°31'W. At midnight, the weather became moderate and the winds variable, enabling us to make a slant to the northward. From this time, I date our release from constant northwest winds and out of a climate where we had experienced such a series of uncomfortable weather. The westerly swell still continued, indicating that the wind seldom blows from any other quarter at this season. A heavy easterly gale for 12 hours never changed the swell until it had almost stopped blowing or on the eve of the gale, which always caused a heavy and confused sea. This was the occasion of the accidents that befell both us and the smack. However, the sea soon recovered its former state, as the westerly swell overcame it in a few hours. On our passage here, we saw very few birds, whales, or porpoises. A storm petrel was our daily attendant, and sometimes a forlorn albatross or a blue petrel accompanied us. However, we never saw more than 2 or 3 at a time. The birds and other animals seemed fully aware of a climate doomed to eternal bad weather and chose a more favourable climate for their abode. We began to make a little progress to the northward, and the westerly swell daily went down. The fine weather induced me to get the top-gallant mast fitted and the jib boom out. Guns were got out of the hold and mounted, small arms fixed up in the cabin, sailmakers to work on the sails, and the ship's company occasionally on the rigging, with carpenters caulking the decks. We had a continuance of fine weather, with winds mostly westerly, until the 2nd of April. Our latitude was 28°39', and longitude 82°44'W. We saw several small fish and bonito, and from the 1st of the month, our marine attendance daily increased. On the 5th of April, at latitude 27°34', and longitude 83°02'W, the wind blew from the southward and eastward, bringing on the trade winds. I intended, if I could make the Gallegos, to touch there for some refreshments. At this time, we were all in perfect health, but we had a long passage ahead, and the voyage was still very young. There was every reason to expect that some would fall ill before it was completed, without some change of diet from the shore. On the 19th of April, we received 2 men from the smack, ill with a disorder they contracted in England with the addition of scurvy. On the 20th, at latitude 6°, longitude 100°28', a bird resembling a pigeon in shape and make was sighted. In the forenoon of the same day, 16 turtles passed by. We struck 2 with the grains, one weighing 16 pounds and the other 30. On the 25th of April, we crossed the equator at longitude 102°31 W. From first seeing the tropical fish, many were taken, and numbers daily surrounded us, as well as birds. However, today, we had a greater number of birds than I had ever seen before. Boobies, noddies, tropic birds and man-of-war birds, and turtle became as common as other animals. I expected hourly to see the land and the smack. As for days, we spread as far as we could discern each other's signals for a better lookout, but without success. From the latitude of 30° to the equator, we had the most delightful, pleasant, serene weather I had ever met with very smooth water, little or no rain, but most nights had a heavy dew. The weather now began to wear a different aspect, becoming cloudy, gloomy, and hazy. On the 25th of April at noon, our latitude was 16 miles north, with no appearance of land. In the evening, we hauled up to the northeast, thinking it might lay in that direction. At noon on the 26th, our latitude was 1°24 IN, longitude 101°4 W. I now gave up all hopes of seeing it, which I accounted for, as said, only to be known to the Spaniards. They are tenacious of their rights and privileges in these seas, ever jealous of any navigating them but themselves. They conceive it will be to their advantage to confuse an account of any discovery they make where refreshments can be had, particularly this being contiguous to their coast. The crew, continuing healthy and lately having caught plenty of fish, the season so far advanced for the progress we had made, I did not think I could answer to my owners for going to the Sandwich Isles, which was the nearest place I was certain of finding and getting refreshments. There were still many isles on charts in my way to the northward, but as they were mostly copied from Spanish accounts, I had little hope of seeing any of them. I determined to proceed to Nootka. Captain Duncan's signal to join company was made, and at 3 o'clock we made sail. On the 27th, at midnight, going 4 knots through the water, the watch on deck was greatly alarmed by 2 heavy shocks the ship received, as if striking on a rock. Some thought they saw a large animal rise under the larboard quarter. It is most probable to have been a large fish that had been asleep on the surface. On May the 1st, at noon, latitude 8° north, longitude 106°58 W. From the time of crossing the equator, the wind was mostly at southwest, excessively dark and squally, with thunder, lightning, and frequent showers of heavy rain, and a strong current setting to the northward. Birds, turtles, and fish innumerable, many of the birds of a kind that seldom go far from land, and of those, the greatest number resembled the egg-bird and St. Helena pigeon. On the 9th, the wind fell light and variable, blowing between the north and west, much the same weather and frequent calms till the 13th. During the calms, I observed on the surface of the water many small insects, like those on pools of stagnated water in summer months in England. On the 14th, at 5 p.m., per log, Passion or Clipperton Isle was seen bearing NNE 4 leagues latitude the preceding noon, 10°7 in longitude, 109°52 W. We hauled on a wind to beat up with an intention of landing if possible the next day. Through the night, the current drove us considerably to leeward, and with no prospect of fetching it, at noon, we bore up. These last 24 hours, the greatest number of birds I ever saw within the tropics, most of them the booby kind, many white except for the tip of the wing, and much resembling the gannet. Several settled on the yards in the night and were taken. Some few birds, not unlike a sandpiper, were also seen. The isle did not appear to be half a mile round, and from what observation I made out of the top with an excellent glass, the southwest side was steep, quite barren and rugged, with 2 small spires of rocks, one at each end, with a hummock in the middle, and separated from the spires by a small notch. Some thought they saw trees, but I could observe nothing that bore the most distant resemblance to them. The showers of rain became now not quite so frequent. The sky cleared, and the winds seemed to incline to blow from the northward and eastward, giving me some hopes of getting the steady trade. This did not happen until the 20th. Latitude in 11°8 N, now 12 days getting 3 degrees of latitude. Saw a bird nearly the colour and size of a hen blackbird. The sea all round as breakers, and as far as we could see to the northwest, had the same appearance caused by a current which seemed to come from that direction. On June the 1st, we had a similar phenomenon and saw a turtle, which happened to be the last we met in those seas, having since we crossed the equator caught 30 weighing from 90 pounds to 20. and some were seen not 3 inches long, and some taken out of a shark, much less. The method we took to catch the turtles was by sending a boat to pursue them, rowing as gently as possible. When near, if they attempted to dive, a man was always ready with grains to strike. This did not answer well, as more turtles died of their wounds than we could use while fresh. The best plan was, as soon as we discovered them, to row briskly, keeping the boat end on. Either the noise of the oars terrified them, so they had no power to dive, or they mistook the boat for fish or birds, so we scarcely ever missed one we got sight of. Those seas abound with incredible numbers of turtles, which is the reason for such a vast number of birds and fish, some feeding on their excrement and others on the turtles themselves, as 2 very large ones were seen dead. Not a turtle was caught without sucking fish adhering to it, and if it received a hurt, the wound was covered with maggots, so that they provided for both fish and fowl. We were eyewitnesses to several sucking fish endeavouring to escape the enemies of their own element, getting on the back of the turtle and immediately becoming prey to the birds. We got 2 sucking fish off the back of one of them, measuring 15 inches in length. Another thing I came to know, which enabled me in some measure to account for the birds we saw, who seldom go far from land. In a heavy squall, I observed one perch on the back of a turtle, who seemed perfectly easy with his guest. To make himself welcome, he was easing him of some of his disagreeable companions, which must be excellent food. Such a good resting place must be a great inducement for them to leave the land with the turtle. Not a day had passed since crossing the equator without a meal of fresh fish. Some days, 20 large ones were taken, and many small ones from 8 to 18 inches in length. The smack was more successful than us. We both would have caught many more if our grains had been good. They took the hook frequently, but we seldom got them aboard, as the hook often broke. We had a singular circumstance of a porpoise taking the hook. The fish of the smaller kind that followed us were those known to sailors by the names of pilot fish, grunters, yellowtails, cuttlefish, guardfish, balabos, barracotos, and flying fish. Of the latter, so many flew against the ship's side one night that in the morning every 2 or 3 feet were spotted with their scales where their heads struck, as if chalked. Of the larger kind were porpoises, sharks, bonetta, and dolphin, and a fish quite unknown to any of us, which seemed to be a bitter enemy of all the others. Most of them sought their safety by rising to the surface and keeping close to the ship. It swam too deep for me to give any description of it from my own knowledge. Those who had a near view of it said it was about 10 feet long, with a sharp nose about 14 inches in length. Its body was ribbed with a greenish blue and not shaped unlike the dolphin, with a fin on each side nearly where the dolphin's is placed, but much larger and longer. The fish, in general, were very good eating, except an overgrown bonetta, which made all hands on board the smack sick, and a poor turtle on board of us had the same effect. On June the 1st, one of Captain Duncan's men, being nearly recovered, returned on board. On June the 14th, our latitude was 29 Digo 5N, longitude 137 Digo and 29 W. We had now passed all the isles laid down by the Spaniards, and if their situation had anything nearly corresponding to their place on the chart, it is more than probable we must have seen some of them. Birds and fish all left us except a straggling dolphin and a few of a smaller kind that kept constantly under the bottom. The scurvy at this time began to make its appearance amongst us, with 11 complaining. A regimen of diet was prescribed by the doctor and followed. A pint of bottle porter was given to them in lieu of their grog, and every other article the ship afforded, and of service. All our hopes of relief from this fatal disease depended on a fair wind and quick passage. In this also we were retarded, being obliged at times to carry an easy sail for the smack. Their crew continued in better health than ours, but on the 12th, the head of their mast was discovered to be sprang, and they were obliged to get the topmast and topsail yard down. On the 17th, it was found sprang in the wake of the gaff, and for 18 feet down for both places. I supplied them with fishes, a stout spar for the latter, and oak plank for the former. With the accident that happened off Cape Horn, their mast was wounded from head to heel, so it became necessary for every attention to be paid in carrying sail, which, in justice to Captain Duncan, was carefully attended to, and no opportunity of wind and weather was lost, and our sail was regulated by theirs. The wind continued to the eastward and northward, moderate breezes, and fair till the 25th. Our latitude was 37 degrees and 39. Longitude observed 145 degrees and 10 W. Their sick had increased to 13, unable to do any work, and many more complaining. On the 26th of June, the wind got to the southward and westward. On the 29th, the surface of the water was covered with a singular kind of blubber, which at a distance resembled snow. Also, another kind formed by a congeries of barnacles like those growing on the bottom of a ship, but of a pale brick dust colour, and were fixed on the skeleton of the former. Called in Chambers' dictionary a polyceps. A small blue shellfish was seen, not unlike a snail, but its covering much thinner. The winds continued to the southward and westward with fine weather. On the 5th at noon, our latitude was 49 degrees 19. The smack being ahead on the lookout made the land, which was seen from us much at the same time, bearing NE by N12 or 14 leagues. Our observation being to the southward of the port and the wind inclinable to the northward, we hauled up to fall in with the land a little to the southward of Woody Point. At 4 o'clock, being within 6 or 7 leagues of the land, we kept away to get in with the coast near Breakers Point. At 8 o'clock, being within a mile of the shore, Breakers Point Ebis sounded a quarter less than 7 fathoms gravelly bottom abreast of a long sand beach. It was now too late to run for Nootka, and to beat off and on in our sickly condition, having only 8, including everybody able to stand the deck, was impossible. This determined me to come to an anchor. At 9, we came to in 7 fathoms gravelly bottom, about a mile from the shore. The extremes of the land from blank to blank Nootka entrance in a 9 or 10 miles. As we stood in with the land, Woody Point appeared high and bold and much rugged, an inlet close round to the southward with very high hills at the back, forming a succession of hummocks. There appeared 2 other openings to the southward of this one running in as far as the eye could reach, one between the N and NE, and the other between the NE and E. The whole of the coast, from the hill's summit to the water's edge, was covered with trees, a pleasing sight to us who had not seen a bush for 21 weeks. The very thought revived the drooping spirits of those that were not able to crawl on deck to see it. For no one remained below that was able to get up on their hands and knees or be carried. One man who had been long given over, and the person spoken of that had received the hurt in the river, now with the addition of the scurvy, and from being the stoutest man on board, was reduced to bones, expressed that he should soon be well again. It fell little wind in the night, and before morning calm, a light was kept all night for the smack. But on her getting in shore and sounding, she found only 5 fathoms and bad bottom, and none of her people were ill. Captain Duncan kept under way. What tide we had was trifling and set to the southward. By the morning, the sloop was driven 2 leagues to leeward in that direction. At daylight, 6 July, several canoes came off, brought 1 or 2 skins, and that of an inferior kind. Their chief business seemed fishing, which they were very expert in, though we had the same bait and far preferable hooks and fished with them. We could not hook a single fish. We were not much disappointed as they were purchased off the natives at a very easy rate. The method they used was letting a number of lines down with a bladder float, so when any fish was hooked, it was known by the motion of the bladder. 2 chiefs paid us a visit named McCullough and Clataluca. Each of them was presented with a grenadier's cap. We learned from them of a ship in port much larger than ourselves. At 10 o'clock, a breeze sprang up from the WNW. We weighed and ran down within 2 or 3 miles of the shore with regular soundings from 5 to 7 fathoms for 4 or 5 miles. But on passing a bed of weed, which I take to be fast on a shoal off Breakers Point, the water deepened to 20 fathoms and then no bottom with a 50-fathom line. Where our water first deepened was abreast of the south end of the beach. We anchored off the north point about 3 miles from where we lay. From the point ran out several small rocks, one of them resembling a boat under sail. At the mouth of the sound, a boat came on board, belonging to a ship named the Loudon, Captain Berkeley. They had been here 23 days and lay at anchor under the north point of the entrance. They informed us of a man living here named Mackay, left by a Mr. Strange who commanded a vessel here the preceding season, and went to Sandwich Isles to winter. My not meeting the people here I expected nor factory, another vessel such a length of time before me, and unable in our present situation to search for another port, was a cutting stroke to the voyage, but there was no remedy. Nothing could be done until the recovery of the people and sloop masted. This day, most of Captain Duncan's people complained. I determined to go up the northeast arm to get some distance from the sea air for the more quick recovery of the people. By 2 o'clock, being halfway up, we came to an anchor in 50 fathoms and steadied to the shore with a hawser until we could find a proper place for both vessels. Captain Berkeley, having learned from his boat our situation, sent us some articles and a proffer of anything in his ship that he could spare. Many canoes continued about us through curiosity, having little to sell. After dinner, accompanied by Captain Duncan and the chief mate, I went up the Sound to look for a spot to refit. At the head of the arm, we lay and found one most conveniently situated in an arm-laying NW and SE with an excellent beach for people to walk on, a large run of very good water and plenty of vegetables. In the morning of July the 7th, the wind blew a fresh breeze directly down, but before noon, the sea breeze set in. Captain Duncan, being much healthier than ourselves, spared us most of his men to assist us up. The smack weighed and got to the anchoring place before us, which had like to have proved fatal to Captain Duncan and his vessels. As soon as he brought up, his chief mate and carpenter went ashore to look for a mast. The Indians by this time had collected in great numbers, but as they had received us in such a friendly manner, he had not the least mistrust. They became sensible of the advantage his confidence had given them, and observing no firearms on deck, and only 2 men with himself on board, began to be refractory and even threatened his life. But at that instant of time, the ship heaving in sight, they implored his forgiveness in a most submissive manner, which he granted them. By sunset, the ship was secured, a great quantity of berries and fish purchased off the natives, and our expectations were raised to a great height of soon being well. We began to forget the hardships and delays we had experienced, the unpleasant climes we had passed, and the vicissitudes of weather met with in so long a passage. Taylor provides some additional details about the arrival at the anchorage, located about 1 mile to the northward of the principal village. Before the ship was moored, we were surrounded by the natives in their canoes. In one of the larger canoes were several troublesome elderly men, one in particular, whom we took for a chief, a sourly fellow, stood up and harangued the natives alongside for near an hour without ceasing. We were quite ignorant regarding the purport of the oration, yet we were sure he found himself offended at something, and we knew he must be some person of consequence as his clamour commanded general attention. I was inclined to think they were displeased at our anchoring so far from their village, as it would enable other tribes occasionally to trade with us, contrary to their wish. Or probably the old chief did not approve of our anchoring so near their salmon wires. However, we remained ignorant of the cause. But as they were numerous, the boarding netting and some small arms were prepared. When we hoisted the nettings, it gave general offence. Many of them left us, indicating by their menaces that we need not expect skins unless we suffered them on board. Nevertheless, it answered our purpose. They became quiet, and during the afternoon, trade went on briskly for good pieces of otter and other skins. Few whole skins appeared. This evening, such of the sick as could walk went on shore, amusing themselves in collecting a vegetable similar to spinach, known by the name of fat hen. Samphire for pickling side abreast of the ship. We had a level spot of grass, very convenient for the weakest of the crew. Many of the crew were too bad to be removed, till the smell of the land and the aid of vegetables, fish, etc. should bring them round a little. This evening I was an eyewitness to the humanity of one of the natives in assisting the sick over the rocks into our boat. He was an elderly man and father of a family who had his house and occupied a small spot close to the ship. His business was to attend the weakest of the seamen, one after the other, with great care and fellow feeling, using all the tenderness and concern of a brother or a father to such as were able to walk without aid. I rewarded his humanity in the best manner I was able. During my evening ramble, he and his family requested me to fire a pistol, and afterward, with permission, fired one himself with great timidity, and not without causing general fear for his safety throughout his family. His hut was filthy in the extreme, and everything within it. Nothing can appear more wretched than a hut containing a Nootka family. They offered me some fish which was boiling at a wood fire, and were quite civil to all the seamen. On July the 8th, a tree was felled for the Prince's Royal's mast, and the sick taken on shore abreast the ship. Natives flocked about us in great numbers. Their village being about 1/4 of a mile from us, They assisted our men to and from the boats, and seemed to condole with them for their helpless state, making us entirely their guests, not suffering an Indian from any other part of the Sound to trade with us, but through them. The great quantity of berries and fish purchased, and greens procured ourselves from the shore, constant fine weather, being much warmer than in England, though the tops of several inland hills were covered with snow, soon enabled most of us to stand on our legs, and on the 10th, feeble as we were, we began to work on the rigging. There was an absolute necessity for both fore and main topmasts to be stripped, the trusseltree being sprang and the hounds given way. On the 11th of July, a chief in a large canoe with several others attending came in from the southward, passed some distance to the westward, almost out of hearing, and sight of the usual song and gestures which are performed on their passage when going visiting. They landed at the village, and soon after 2 men came off in a canoe, one a very old man. On his getting hold of the rope, the other put off paddling in great haste for the shore. The old man had with him a staff about 4 feet long, round and about the size of my little finger, to within an inch of the top, which was cut in a square of half an inch, and on the top a knob. His business was to invite us on shore to trade for skins he said the strangers had brought. I detained him as a hostage, having some suspicion, as not a single canoe was about the ship, and the supercargo and some of the mates went with the whaleboat. On his landing, he was steered into the chief of the village's house through a double rank of armed men, their knives held in a posture to strike, and introduced to the stranger, to whom he presented a grenadier's cap and several other articles, and in return received a forced thanks and not the least notice of skins. Not liking their hostile appearance, I returned on board. Captain Duncan, chief mate with myself, went a little time afterward, but we conceived they did not receive us friendly, and soon left them. On the 13th, having purchased no skins, and the sloop's people quite recovered, Captain Duncan was of the opinion that some skins might be collected at the head of the Sound. He proposed leaving his carpenter with me to go on with the mast, which we determined on, and he set out immediately on this expedition, the supercargo accompanying. The next day in the morning, the second mate went with the whaleboat up another arm. On the 15th, the sloop returned, having had no success, and on the 16th, the boat, having been equally unfortunate. The natives, having stocked themselves with little trinkets and buttons, our chief barter, grew slack in their supply of fish and vegetables. But the women, observing us fond of cockles and clams, and they being easily procured, brought plenty. On the 16th of July, we hauled the seine on the beach close to the ship and caught sufficient fish for both crews. We shot the seine most days for the remaining time we lay, and with what we purchased, generally served. Between the 16th and 18th, several salmon were bought, and 2 deer which made excellent broth for all hands. The few skins and pieces we had collected from the natives for the length of time we had been here, and the natives informing me Captain Berkeley of the Loudon had purchased them all, gave me little hope of being able to make any returns to my owners. The ship's crew being mostly able to do something, we began to wood, water, and fit out with every expedition to proceed to the northward, in hopes of better success. The commander of the Loudon sent his boat twice with some deer, and he being in want of a little paint oil and some black varnish, I spared it, and got some dead eyes from them which we were short of. The ship's crew visited and were on a very friendly footing. Captain Berkeley came on board me the 13th. I did not mention to him then the illegality of his trading in the South Sea Company's limits, thinking it would have been a breach of friendship. Nor did I at that time think our situation so bad as it afterward proved, for having no copper, which was the only exchange the natives took for their skins, he engrossed the whole trade and ruined ours. He was not ignorant he had no right here, as he fitted out in the river at the time we did, and went to Ostend for a clearance. On the 18th, I sent a letter to Captain Berkeley by my chief mate, requesting he would show him his authority for trading in the South Sea Company's limits. My right for so doing he carried with him. It was refused, but several letters and messages passed after this, and his clearance from Ostend was shown, but it being in a language my chief mate could not understand, we remained as much uninformed as ever. But himself and crew being mostly Englishmen, which is contrary to Act of Parliament, it remains to be settled on our return to England. The man named Mackie that had been living on shore some months came one day on board with one of the Loudon's mates, but by some mistake I did not see him. I had now some thought of staying on the coast another season, and if so, some few of the articles Captain Berkeley had offered me would be very acceptable to the ship's company, and he repeating his services every time the boat went, I got him to spare me some little matters with a hogshead and quarter cask of wine and 20 gallons of brandy to be divided between us and the sloop, sending the supercargo's bill to his brother, the owner, for payment. He very politely returned me the bill, desiring I would leave it till we met at China, taking the mate's receipt for the things. Captain Berkeley's behaviour was as humane and generous as I ever met with, and I am sorry his business so clashed with mine that I was obliged to behave in the distant manner I did. On the 24th, the Loudon sailed. The natives began to be very daring in their thefts, and their too frequent success gave them confidence. My situation being so sickly prevented my punishing them before, but I now determined to chastise the first offender. The first we detected was a man who stole a drawing knife from the carpenters at work on the mast. He was making his escape in a canoe, but on the alarm being given, the ship and musket fired, he landed and was taken by the people on shore. But they were too weak to hold him. The knife was recovered, and the canoe brought on board and cut up. The next attempt was to wrench the guard iron off the smack main chains, and on being discovered, put off paddling away in great haste and joined a number going fishing. Several muskets were fired, and Captain Duncan pursued in his boat. On their getting some distance from the vessels, they made a stand as if to give him battle. But on a cannon being fired from the Princess Royal and us, it awakened their fears and soon dispersed them. On Captain Duncan's coming up, they took to the woods, carrying their canoes with them. But thinking his danger over too soon, launched his, which became a prize, and was brought on board. A chief, which I had detained till the boat returned, assisted at cutting it up. By the 29th, the smack was outfitted with a new mast, hauled ashore, cleaned, and made ready for sea. On the 30th, we sailed down the north entrance to wait at the mouth of the sound until we joined. On the same day, an Indian stole a bar of iron 8 feet long. Although many of the crew were around him at the time, he found a way to convey it in a canoe before it was missed. When attempts were made to recover it and apprehend the man, 2 canoes were overturned. The man managed to escape by swimming, but without his prize. Several muskets and pistols were fired, but none hit him. On the 1st of August, we weighed anchor and warped over to the north point of the northeast arm, where we anchored for the night. At daylight on Wednesday morning, heavy rain fell. We weighed anchor with a light breeze and the boats towing, anchoring in Ship Cove. Throughout the forenoon, we bought many salmon and would have acquired more, but the chief of the village we had left followed us down, boarding most of the canoes coming toward us, taking all or part of the fish. In the evening, the supercargo went over with the boat to the westward and found the smack riding in the bay the Loudon had left. They had purchased 15 good skins and many more to be sold, but insisted on the ship coming to their town as they dared not offend the chief whose district we were in. On the 2nd, at daylight, heavy rains and variable winds to the eastward greeted us. We got underway with boats towing, the PR Royal's boat assisting. By 2 o'clock, a fresh breeze sprang up. We made sail, but both wind and tide were against us, so we sought an anchoring place under some of the isles in the mouth of the Sound. There was little wind during the night, but it rained heavily until 8 o'clock the next morning, 30 August, when a fresh breeze came from the southward. On Saturday morning, the 4th, it was calm. We weighed anchor and towed into the bay, anchoring in 7 fathoms of water. We prepared the cabin for trading. On the 5th, having purchased all the skins we could find, we weighed anchor and towed out of the bay. A breeze soon sprang up from the westward, and by 10 o'clock, we were clear of the Sound. The supercargo, thinking there were still some skins left, returned with the whaleboat and second mate. By noon, he came back on board. The boat was hoisted in, and we made sail. Many canoes attended us out of the Sound, and several joined us that were fishing. Enough was purchased for 2 days' stock. A description of Nootka and its inhabitants. The extent of the head of the Sound and one of its branches, as sketched from Captain Cook's, with the smack and boats track, and also the ships in and out, will give a better idea than I can describe in writing. The place we refitted at and the anchoring place we sailed from last are both preferable to Ship Cove. The first is very convenient for watering, wooding, hauling the seine, and trees for masts of any size easily conveyed to the water. The only preference to be given to the bay on the west side of the entrance is its proximity for going to sea and trading with the natives, as the chiefs of that district have large acquaintance on the seacoast. However, water must be fetched some distance. The trees are chiefly cypress and Canadian pine. The difference is known by their colours, the cypress being the palest. Vegetable productions are numerous. Those that I could identify from their fruits are strawberries, raspberries, currants, gooseberries, alder, partridge berries and apples, the latter about the size of a small cherry. There are several other kinds of berries. The best of them are red and purple ones growing on bushes a little larger than currants, with a small, narrow leaf like the blackthorn and the fruit about the size of a large sloe. Those berries are preferable to any of the rest and found in greater plenty. The other sorts that I did not know, though eaten by the natives, are held in no esteem by them. Many plants that were found promiscuously on the shore were eaten and agreed with us. The most common ones used were leeks and a green called lamb's quarters. The latter we were fondest of, and most easily procured. I have seen great quantities growing on the east side of America and in England, and eaten it before. The quadrupeds must be numerous from the different skins the natives wear. The only ones I saw were dogs, a small land otter, and deer. The sea animals were seals, whales, porpoises, and sea otters, with the latter being seen in great numbers in different parts of the sound. Birds are not numerous and very shy, including crows, ravens, white-headed eagles, fishing hawks, herons, kingfishers, woodpeckers, a bird like the English hedge sparrow, swallows, a small bird of a dirty green colour, sandpipers, hummingbirds, and pigeons. Sea and water birds are not found in great abundance and include the quebranta hueses, gulls, shags, divers, and wild ducks. Fish are plentiful, with the principal types being the small sardine, a silver fish resembling a bream, and a gold-coloured fish with blue longitudinal stripes, each containing from 10 to 30 young. Salmon, salmon trout, flounders, skate, eels, sculpins and cod were also caught in the Seine. Additionally, a large blubber, which the natives were fond of, starfish, sea eggs and crabs were hauled ashore at times. A great quantity of cockles and clams could be found by digging in the sand at low water, and on the rocks there were abundant large mussels, a few whelks and snails, and occasionally a very small scallop was caught in the Seine. Of the reptile kind, there were snakes, brown lizards, centipedes, caterpillars, and earthworms. In the insect tribe, there were common butterflies, bumblebees, small bees, wasps, moths, 2 or 3 kinds of flies, a few beetles, mosquitoes, and spiders. Besides the rocks that constitute the mountains and the shores, there was a black rock resembling the oilstone used by carpenters and one of a dirty pea-green colour, both of which were polished for working tools and war weapons. A piece of rock crystal was purchased, which I believed to be scarce, as it was the only piece seen. Regarding minerals, none were seen that we have any reason to think are found in this neighbourhood. They were in possession of a small quantity of copper, but their eagerness to possess it is a convincing proof they get it through barter, as with iron. They use a red kind of ore to paint their faces and utensils, but they set little value on it. They also have black and white pigments for marking their faces, with the latter giving them a horrid aspect. The inhabitants are of a middling size, neither corpulent nor lean, with mostly round and full visages, sometimes broad and high, with prominent cheeks. Their noses are flat with wide nostrils, their eyes small and black, rather dull than sparkling, their mouths round, and their lips mostly thick. Their teeth are good and regular, with very few young men wearing beards and scarce an old man without one. The hair of their heads is dark, inclining to black and thick, with many of them having a good length hanging down over their shoulders and forehead in a wild manner. When going on a visit, it is dressed in different manners and ornamented with the white down of birds. Their complexion, when washed clear of paint, is a shade whiter than the people of the Society Isles, and the women had the appearance of a colour in their cheeks. The children, whose skin had not been dyed with paint, were nearly as white as Europeans. However, their mothers have a most unnatural way of treating the males, binding their heads round with a bandage under the poll and over the crown, forcing the back of the head out to a considerable length. This I believe to be a very new custom, as I only saw one person arrived at the years of maturity with an uncommon long head. The only difference between the men and women in dress is the outside covering, with the men wearing an animal skin with the fur cut, while the women have more variety. A mat is used by both fixed on the shoulders by way of a greatcoat when it rains. Very few of the women can be called handsome or have anything agreeable in their countenance. The small number of those the chiefs had selected for themselves are employed in making mats, baskets, hats, and other coverings, but none of us saw them making the woolen garments they wear. Their husbands keep them in great subjection, treating them with little affection or tenderness. Besides making their clothing and many other useful articles about the house, they gut fish, prepare the roe and other victuals, and at other times go to the shores to pick or dig shellfish, and to the woods for berries and roots. The women have a great share of modesty, with very few instances of them deviating from it. They are always decently covered, and not without taste, were it not for the dirt they contract from the oil and paint they daub themselves with, which breeds a great quantity of vermin. They take no pains to destroy them, except when one is troublesome and they get hold of him by chance. They crush it between their teeth and swallow it. This is also practiced by the men, who are dirtier if possible and devoid of all modesty. On a fine day, they lay naked, basking in the sun, which is often practiced in their canoes alongside. They appear to be very idle, with their chief employment being building houses, making canoes, war weapons, and fishing. The latter they do in great bodies to protect one another and their fish. I have no doubt they both thieve and murder when the opportunity presents itself. The supercargo was at a house in his expedition where a man had just received a stab wound. He had every reason to think his appearance saved both the man's life and property, as the two men who were on this business paddled off in great haste. They eat berries and roots as they come in season, but their chief food is fish, with great numbers smoked and dried for winter, mostly sardines and salmon, packed in mats making a bale 3 or 4 feet square. Deer, I don't think, they frequently eat, but kill them for their fat and skin. Birds are often shot with arrows, but are of no estimation, as several pigeons were brought alongside to sell. The dishes for their food are as nasty as themselves, and don't appear to have been cleaned since first made. Knives they have plenty, but never use them when their fingers and teeth will do. There's no cultivation among them, which may be due to frequent wars. This same cause may also explain their miserable dwellings, designed so that the covering can be carried away expeditiously. The largest building is generally in the middle of the village and occupied by the chief. On the 2 beams which form the length of the house are paintings resembling human figures, and the supporters of these beams are large wooden posts. Those at each end have a human face carved on them, with fixed teeth in the mouth. The remainder of their house is made up of small rafters and boards. To account for the number of deserted villages and houses in different parts of the Sound, I cannot say, unless a great number of the inhabitants have been exterminated by war, with the remainder joining the conquering party or obliged to shift their abode due to their dirtiness and nastiness. The quantity of fish scales, guts, bones, etc., surrounding all their habitations and increasing faster than the crows, ravens, and herons can destroy, rising above the platform of their houses, which are several feet above the ground, must become too great a nuisance for them to bear. The canoes are well calculated, with the largest carrying 20 or 30 people and the smallest 2 or 3. They are formed out of one tree, growing narrower at each end, the stern being the lowest. The bow has a good rake forward and is carried up much higher than the other end. Some of them have carving and painting on their stern and gunwale, with the inside cut in grooves, which at a distance look like timbers. They swim without outriggers, and the seats are round sticks. Their implements are well contrived, except for their nets, which are very indifferent. Their most curious one, in which they are very expert, is a long piece of wood, sharpened edged, and set with large teeth, which they pass under a shoal of fish to catch them on or between the teeth. They informed us that land animals were caught in snares placed in their haunts and killed afterward with spears and dogs, which resemble the English fox dog. One was taken on board the smack young, and with every attention paid to it, it still retained its savage state, biting at times its best friends. It was given away at the Sandwich Isles. The receiver, by the next day, finding it of such a different temper from their docile animals, brought it back, beseeching they would take it again, as it had driven everyone out of the house and canoe until its mouth was tied. This animal seldom barks, and then very low, but makes a most hideous noise at times by howling. I believe the animals of the woods are often trepanned by their dressing themselves in their skins and masks, running on all fours, and making the noise of the beast they are in pursuit of. By the example shown to us, it's a most excellent deception. Their most common fishing lines are made out of seaweed, which grows to a great length and is about the size of whipcord. While kept moist, it is very strong. They also have other lines made from cypress bark and from the skins and sinews of animals, most likely the whale, and many of their implements are perhaps made from the bones of the same fish. I saw none of their religion. The method of disposing of the dead is cutting them up into pieces, putting them in a box, burying it a little below the earth's surface, or leaving them above ground in the woods near where some corpse had been interred. A trunk of a tree was set up with a human face carved on it and called by the natives Clummer. There was an old man whom I took for a priest who came off several times and made long orations to numbers that were collected around the ship. This is the same man who brought the invitation to trade on shore with the strangers, but due to our imperfect knowledge of their language, it was impossible to tell the purport of his harangue. I was inclined to think it was against us. Several days prior to our reception at the village, I observed this person in a small canoe passing and repassing the ship, frequently in great haste, as if employed as an express. This latterly never happened. Our confidence was greatly destroyed in each other from the circumstance that happened on board the Princess Royal on our first arrival. The chief of the district we lay in was named Voyage. He was on board the smack at the time the man drew a knife on Captain Duncan. He did not speak, but we had frequent opportunities to observe that this daring fellow was his right-hand man. No doubt he brought him there to execute what he threatened. Not until we were offended with our reception on shore did we know his consequence. Upon mentioning what had passed, his answer was that we had not treated him nor his brother well, who resided abreast the ship, that the people of his village had supplied us with fish and berries, and his brother with water, wood, and a mast. The latter articles we had paid nothing for, had made presents to strangers, and given them nothing. I thought some part of his complaint very just, and a grenadier's cap and several other articles were given to him. Captain Duncan gave his brother a similar present. Upon receiving them, they set up a loud howl, a signification of approbation. They have few methods of expressing their passions. Hardly a circumstance excites pleasure in their countenance, and then only a faint smile, seldom or never laughing. I have seen a man cut several parts of his arm with a knife without showing the least symptom of pain. The strongest passion is fear of death, which is expressly shown at the sight of firearms. They frequently scold and abuse each other, but their anger apparently is very superficial. They have little curiosity and a high opinion of their carving, implements and ornaments, which were preferred to our beads. Copper or brass buttons were in great estimation with them, and they stole everything that could be of use. From the frequent visits of Europeans, they have found many articles of use that were unknown to them before. Voyage appeared to be a freebooter and great warrior, his neighbours standing in great dread of him, nor do I think he ever bore us any friendship. A convincing proof was his taking the pains to prevent our supplying ourselves with salmon on the day of leaving his village, cruising about in a large canoe well manned and armed, taking all or most of the fish from anyone he saw coming near us. Thus, they tamely submitted to and was called Cap's Heitel. I have seen this practiced by individuals after a long scold, which ended in the loss of the fish. We accounted for it by supposing the person to be a stranger and a forfeit to his encroaching on their liberties. The chief of the village we lay at last was named Macula. He and his people were much more civilized and treated us well, frequently entertaining us with a song. On our repeating those we had learned up the sound, they seemed much displeased, said they were Peshak and belonged to Suma or fishing merchants. They had a great desire for firearms and powder and got a brace of pistols and a few charges in exchange for some dresses of furs. A native was seen on shore that had his head cut off by some of their neighbours. They set out while we lay here with the firearms collected from us and other traders to punish the murderer. It could not have been far off, as they were soon back. The result of this expedition we could not learn. Transactions from Nootka to Port Brooks. On the 6th and 7th, the wind was variable, mostly to the westward, at times foggy with drizzling rain and inclinable to calm. At noon on the 7th, the latitude, by an indifferent observation, was 49°9. At 8 p.m., the wind veered to the southward and eastward, with light airs. At daylight, we set steering sails. At 8 a.m., we saw a snow standing to the northeast. with the Princess Royal going better before the wind than us. I desired Captain Duncan to make all sail and speak to her. The latitude at noon on the 8th was 49°33'. At 1 p.m, Captain Duncan fired a gun and hoisted his ensign on being answered by the strange sail discovered by her colours. They belonged to the same owners, and on their joining company we found it to be the Queen Charlotte, Captain George Dixon. The boat was hoisted out, and the supercargo and I went on board. Captains Dixon and Duncan returned and dined. At 3 p.m, we bore up with the snow, steering WSW. I learned from Captain Dixon that himself and Captain Portlock, who sailed together the preceding year, but arrived so late on the coast that they were not able to collect any quantity of furs to make returns equivalent to the outfit, which made them stay another season, and they had found it to answer their expectations. My case being somewhat similar to theirs, he recommended it to me to do the same. However, my stock of provisions and stores badly suited such advice, being calculated at most only for 18 months, and all I could get from the snow was a cask of molasses. The surgeon also got what medicines he was most in want of, to be divided with Captain Duncan, and some few articles for trade. His vessel belonged to the person I was employed by, but the ship I was in was chartered at great expense. Under these circumstances, it made it a delicate point for me to determine on. Provisions, such as yams and pork, I could get a plentiful supply of at the Sandwich Isles, which was absolutely necessary for me to go for, as well as to pass away a few months of the winter. He also gave me some hopes of falling in with Captain Portlock of the King George, whom he left at Prince William Sound and was to rendezvous at Nootka. Captain Dixon also recommended it to me to make for some isles in the latitude of 53 degrees, and lent me some sketches to copy of 3 ports he anchored in to the northward. In the evening, the supercargo went on board with Captain Dixon. The winds for the night were moderate, blowing from the southeast with thick, rainy weather. In the morning, the supercargo came on board, and the Queen Charlotte parted company. The wind at this time had shifted to the north and westward, its old point. She steered to the southward with a large wind. The latitude at noon on the 9th was 49°42', with the land obscured by the haze. By this time, I had attentively considered the advantages and disadvantages that might accrue from prolonging the voyage another year, and to the best of my judgment, the former greatly outweighed the latter. If I did not follow this course, it would have been making bad use of the confidence my employers had put in me, leaving all matters concerning the voyage entirely to myself. I consulted Captain Duncan and the supercargo. Both acquiesced with my opinion, and we all seemed to recover our lost hopes of making a profitable voyage. The tacks were hauled on board, and we stood away to the northward with a resolution to stay on the coast as long as we could get any refreshments, and weather would let us with an old ship. The wind seemed to be fixed at NW with no prospect of a change, and losing ground by plying to windward made me determined to spend a few days in port, could I find one near where we were. On the 10th, at 8 in the evening per log, a rock laying a small distance to the southward of Woody Point, which I named Split Rock from its appearance, bore N1 to 2W 6 or 7 leagues. During the night, we tacked occasionally, keeping well in with the land. At 8 o'clock the next morning, 10th of August, the extremes of the land bore N50°W to E5 degrees. An opening, which we were standing in for N&E, kept the deep sea lead going, no soundings with a 60-fathom line. The rock off Woody Point is an excellent mark for knowing the land. It's high and barren, about a 1-4-mile base and no great distance from the shore. When on with the main, it will bear north by compass and gives Woody Point a different appearance than it has in any other direction, showing a bluff of moderate height. About 3 leagues from Woody Point commences a white sandy beach interspersed with rocks and ran up in the direction of the inlet we were running for. Its shore had a very pleasing effect, close to the beach being covered with trees. But the land of Woody Point has nothing near so much wood as other parts of the coast we had seen. A little to the northward of the point of this beach lay some rocks, awash as they are a small distance from the shore, and I believe show themselves at all times of tide and weather. We also passed a small rock laying to the eastward of us. It's about the size of a boat, above water, and from the seaweed around it, I should suppose it's shallow for half a cable's length. There were several signs of shoals to the eastward of this, and Captain Duncan, being farther in that direction, saw one or two both going in and coming out. We kept the western shore on board and ran up as high as an isle with a few decayed trees on it, passed to the eastward of it within the ship's length, and had soundings at 27 fathoms gravelly bottom, which were the first good soundings we had. About half a mile farther out, got ground at 50 fathoms, but it was rocky. Ran up about 2 miles above the isle and anchored under the western shore in 27 fathoms muddy bottom. The isle in the entrance bore blank, south by west. Soon after we brought up, a squall of wind from the northward came down off the land, and the sails being loose, being calm when we came to, the ship drove. But on being clewed up, she held on. Captain Duncan at this time, thinking himself too near, the shore slipped and ran higher up. Several Indians came on board, and a few skins were purchased. The chief mate went up the harbour, and the second mate and supercargo to seaward to examine the port and trade with the natives. In the evening, both boats returned. At the head of the harbour, a ship may lay sheltered from all winds in 7 fathoms of water, muddy bottom, plenty of wood and water, and a convenient place to haul the seine. In the mouth of the harbour, on the east side, there was good anchoring, sheltered by some small isles. There appeared to be better places on the west side than where we lay, being exposed to the southerly winds. On this same side, running up, we observed a lagoon of water with a very narrow entrance. At 6 in the morning on August the 11th, we got underway and ran out of the harbour with the wind at NW. At noon, Woody Point bore blank, northwest, the southern extreme of the land E12S, fresh gales and squally, latitude observed 49°56. Woody Point, from several observations we had of it, I take to lie in latitude 50°11, and the port we left, which I named Port Brooks after one of my owners, in latitude 50°12 and longitude 127°51W. All the afternoon it blew very fresh from the NW and clear weather. But towards morning on the 12th, it became thick and cleared away as the sun came to the meridian. Woody Point then bearing NBW 12W7 or 8 leagues, which was the northernmost land we could see. Most of the afternoon, a thick fog persisted. At 6 in the evening, the weather continued thick. We tacked and stood off the land, with winds from W to NW, gradually falling less with a thick fog and rain at times. By 4 in the morning on the 13th, it was calm. At 6, a light breeze sprang up from the SE, still thick with drizzling rain. Steering sails were set, and at 9, heavy rain. In the height of it, the wind returned to its old corner, the westward. At noon, the fog and rain cleared, and we saw the land through the haze. The northmost extreme was NBW. All afternoon, it continued hazy. We stood in for the land at 4, and the SW end of the sandy beach in the entrance of Port Brooks bore blank. From this point of view, it appeared out from under the high land, forming a low point covered with trees. From this point, the harbour runs in NNE. There are 2 breaks in the land, which we took for entrances to ports to the southward of this, with several small isles off, and maybe one of the entrances observed by Captain Cook when he discovered Nootka. But the land which he names Hope Bay did not show itself to make that bite he mentions. This may be owing to the weather, as it has a great effect on the appearances of land, and we never had it clear of haze while off this part of the coast. The land to the southward of Port Brooks for a few leagues is not so high as the other parts, and one of the hills, perpendicular with the shore, of a white face, is very remarkable, which was seen in all weather when we could see the land. From the time of leaving Port Brooks, the wind continued in the NW quarter until the forenoon of the 17th of August, when it inclined a little to the southward of west. Our latitude this day at noon was 50°39 N, and longitude made 2°54'4", so that in 7 days we had only got 36 leagues. We now made a good slant to the northward, and the next morning, at 6 o'clock, Cape St. James bore W by N9 or 10 leagues. At noon, our latitude was 51°5'D, and longitude made from Port Brooks 2°555'W. On the 19th of August, Cape St. James bore S40°W 4 leagues. It was at these isles Captain Dixon recommended me to search for skins and the smack to go to the East Main. The coast now tended to the NW, and the wind again fixed to the western quarter. I saw little probability of getting to windward, nor did I think it at all safe to beat in an inland navigation, not at all. Known and much subject to fog and thick weather. Several of the crew were not recovered from the scurvy. These circumstances determined me to make the first port I could. On the 20th at noon, our latitude was 57°11. Point St. James bore S12W 5 leagues, and an appearance of an opening at the head of a large bay, which we lay up for, bearing SW. I sent the second mate to see if it was a port. The land to the northward of us seemed very much broken, and to form inlets at every 2 or 3 leagues. As we drew in with the shore, the winds became variable, and at last calm. A canoe paddled to us from seaward, advancing singing, and came alongside without the least sign of fear. They had a sea otter and several halibut, which they readily bartered for, taking iron in exchange. At 5, the boat returned, having found a harbour and met several canoes in their way, paddling toward the ship. Captain Duncan, early in the afternoon, having no doubts of finding good anchorage or being able to beat or tow out of the bay, ran up. At 6 o'clock, it became stark calm, with the boat ahead towing. The smack having got to an anchor, Captain Duncan returned with his boat and assisted. At 11, the tide making strong out, we anchored with the stream anchor in 17 fathoms, about halfway up the bay and about a mile off the northern shore. It was calm for the night and morning. At 9 o'clock on the 21st, at slack tide, we weighed with boats ahead towing. Captain Duncan, with his boat assisting in the mouth of the harbour. The tide ran so very rapid that on a sudden, the ship was set within her own breadth of the south point of the entrance, and obliged to seek a passage through a bed of weed and between the shore and some rocks which were covered. When the boat went in to search for the port in this disagreeable situation, there was never less than 5 fathoms of water, and from where we weighed to the mouth of the harbour, from 14 to 21 hard bottom. We anchored on the south side in 11 fathoms hard bottom and steadied with the stream. We found few natives here and only a skin or 2 among them. In the afternoon of the 22nd per log, Captain Duncan sailed for the eastern shore to see what prospect there was there and to join me here. In the morning of the 22nd, the longboat set out with the second mate to the northward to see what could be procured on the east side of the Charlotte's Isles. At 3 o'clock in the morning, 6 or 7 strange canoes came alongside with many women and children. They brought a skin or 2 and some pieces, but they were of little value. We had notice of their arrival between 9 and 10 the preceding evening by the noise made with their usual song, which they generally sing when paddling on a visit. They would have come alongside at that time, but seemed much displeased at being prevented, which we found some difficulty in making threats answer. In the early part of this forenoon, several of the natives were permitted on board, but taking a fancy to everything in sight, and taking it if opportunity offered, I desired the men to go into their canoes. But no threats nor words would keep them out of the ship, believing our lenity owing to their superiority of arms and armour, frequently showing me their bows and spears of 20 foot long, with iron fixed in them. Not willing to undeceive them at the loss of their lives, got the boarding netting up, at which they seemed much displeased. In the afternoon of the 23rd, the natives began to be a little refractory. At one time I thought we should have come to an open quarrel. I did not see the beginning of this fresh offence, but was informed it was occasioned by a middle-aged woman coming on board, and not the attention paid to her which had been shown to the younger females. This slight was owing to the elderly lady having arrived at the privilege of her nation in having a hole cut in her lower lip to take a large piece of wood of an oval form, which is ornamented in different manners, some inlaid with pearl, others with copper, and extends the lip to a considerable size, depending on the size of the wood. The largest lip piece seems to be the most admired, its form and size with a spoon to clean it made of whalebone. The following sketch of a middling one will convey a better idea than I can describe. The younger females substitute for this ornament a small peg. At what time or season it increases in size I know not, but the women seemed at a great age before arriving at the height of the fashion. I was sorry our taste and the natives disagreed. They paddled off in great haste and confusion, taking little notice of a canoe upset in their retreat, full of women and children. None appeared as if they could swim. A boat was ordered round from the opposite side to their assistance, picked up what they could see. Some on board were of the opinion 1 or 2 were drowned. A canoe returned from the rest and took them in, and the upset canoe in tow. The others remained about a cable's length, putting on their wooden stays and leather jackets, which are made like a wagoner's frock and of thickness sufficient to protect their bodies from spears and arrows. They have great confidence in their security when dressed in them. From what animal they procure this leather armor, it's hard to say. If their hostile intentions were against us, they were pacified by our attention to the people in the water. But when they took their departure from us, pointed to a canoe to seaward, I firmly believe it was against ourselves being entirely ignorant of firearms, and frequently signified to me that if they were determined to come in, we could not hinder them. And I found some difficulty in making them leave the ship this evening. At 6 o'clock in the morning of the 23rd, they came off with their families and seemed peaceable. Several strangers were among our visitors, and not so many canoes as yesterday, and a piece or two of skin was bought in the course of the forenoon. Their displeasure increased again, and from their behaviour, it was impossible to judge what they meant or intended. At one time putting on their war habits, then singing and dancing at intervals, scolding and haranguing, some fixing the iron in the end of their spear staffs, others taking them out. I believe the chief of the debate was about warring with us, and required every caution to avoid while the longboat was away. I believe I had been guilty of a small error on my first arrival, by giving a man calling himself chief of the district we were in a light horseman's cap, and the chief that was alongside with our present guests claimed the same as his right. I would readily have complied with his request had I not been apprehensive. It would have laid me open to fresh impositions. Through the afternoon, an old woman was alongside who talked a good deal. When one of her countrymen was laughing and pointing at our cannon, she shook her head and pointed at the hole in the muzzle, as if she had seen or heard of the execution it was capable of making. Whether it was this female orator pacified them, I know not, but we became more friendly, and they left the ship at sunset, as desired. In the morning of the 24th, the natives brought us plenty of black currants, raspberry and halibut, which they took trifling articles in exchange for. From the time of our anchoring, we had light airs from the westward and pleasant weather. But in the night of the 24th, it blew very fresh from the northward and brought the bower home. By noon of the 25th, it brought both bower and stream ahead. We carried out the kedge to warp to the northward, but the squalls growing heavier, and the ship driving with 3 anchors ahead, we let the best bower anchor go. At 2, the Princess Royal hove in sight in the offing. By 4, we got into the harbour and anchored astern of us. Captain Duncan informed me that he had met with such blowing weather it was impossible for him to keep the sea with any prospect of joining us again, and that on the east coast there was so rapid a tide and confused sea that his vessel had suffered greatly. Off the shores for leagues, rocks and breakers made it impossible for him to get any intercourse with the natives, if any. I invited 3 of the leading men of the natives on board and showed them many civilities. This had great weight with them, and our friendship seemed perfectly established. It moderated in the evening, and we hove up the anchors and warped offshore, then moored. In the night of the 25th, it blew very fresh, and the ship brought both anchors ahead. In the morning of the 26th, the natives visited us again, bringing plenty of berries and clams, which they continued doing for the remainder of the time we lay here. While our crew was at breakfast, an Indian got within the netting opposite the forge and stole the armourer's tongs. They were recovered again, but he received a severe blow with them on his head, which cut him greatly. After getting into his canoe, he requested one of us to administer something to it. He was called on board, and the doctor dressed the wound. It blew strong all this day, so as to prevent us from warping the ship out in the afternoon. Captain Duncan and I went over to the northern shore to examine if it afforded any shelter from southeast winds. We found that under the north point of the entrance, one might lay sheltered, but the bottom was as hard as where we lay. There was plenty of fresh water and a sandy beach to land on, but too much seaweed off it for hauling the seine. In the night, it moderated, and on the 26th in the morning, we hove up, warped out, and moored again. One of the natives was caught wrenching the guard iron off the Princess Royal's chains. He was taken on board and flogged. When first seized, others made great entreaties, offering their clothes and everything they had for his release, from an idea, I believe, that nothing but death was his lot. But when they perceived the punishment inflicted on him, they became perfectly easy, none even condoling with him. From their behaviour, They signified that he had met what he deserved. 2 of the leading men were on board the Prince of Wales at the time, and though frequently entreated by those in the canoes to leave the ship, paid not the least attention to it. Several muskets and pistols were fired to show the natives the use of firearms, which greatly surprised them. A chief desired to have a piece of wood shot through to show on shore. An Indian was on board this morning who told us a confused story of a boat and a musket he had seen fired out of her. Several of the smacks and ship's people were on shore and well treated by the natives. In the afternoon and night, it blew very strongly from the westward and brought home the stream. It continued blowing in the morning of the 27th. I went with Captain Duncan to find a spar for his main boom, cut down the only one we saw, and found it rotten. I returned in the company of the surgeon in a canoe that was passing by with a house and household furniture. For them, dwelling is quite a matter of indifference, being generally confined to where the articles for subsistence are most plentiful and easily procured. The situation they had taken seemed not to be deficient, and what made it a greater inducement for them to fix on it as. Their abode was our promising to renew our visit at the expiration of 8 moons. A greater number of canoes and natives than we had seen for days past, and at sunset divided themselves into 2 parties, one going to the northern shore, the other to the southern. It blew fresh all this day from the northward, and during the night, a very heavy gale on the 28th of August at 2 in the morning, the long boat returned, having been as far to the north as latitude blank. It met with little or no success, saw many Indians, and was treated civilly by all. We completed our water today and employed ourselves getting ready for sea, still blowing very fresh. On the 29th, it moderated and remained so all day. We should have gone to sea early this morning, but it was absolutely necessary the smack should have a new boom on board, which Captain Duncan was using every exertion to get forward and could not get roughed off by evening. Between 12 and 1 in the morning of the 30th, it blew a heavy gale from the northwest. The ship, having little way to drive and bad holding ground, let go the best bower and wore away cable to bring both anchors ahead. In the evening, it moderated, hove the best bower anchor up, and shortened in cable on the small. Fine weather all night, and light airs and variable from the northward in the morning of the 31st. We hove short, carried out stream, weighed, warped out in the fairway, and made sail out of the harbour. At noon, a fresh breeze from the northwest. Latitude observed 50°13. Extremes of land from S by E to NW by W. A heavy swell from the northward. The Princess Royal astern found our small bower cable so much rubbed as to render it almost unserviceable. The mouth of the port left bore blank SW Bay, and Port St. James's are conveniently situated for wood, water and trading. The only inconvenience is the foulness of the bottom, but we have every reason to believe much better places might be found than where we lay. It's high water full and change at 12:30, with a perpendicular rise from 12 to 14 feet. The tides are very strong at times, which are governed mostly by the winds. The flood coming from the southward and falling on the northern shores are forced back again in the same direction, and when it blows fresh with great rapidity, it causes a greater rise than still weather. The first of the flood and the ebb pass and return round the south side of the isle, forming the west side where we lay to and from a long arm running to the southward, which was supposed to go to sea. There is another arm on the north side, and by its direction, it may communicate with the straits to the northward. There are many small isles above where we lay, covered with trees, as are all the shores, but few of any size, and those were blank, decayed to the shallowness of the soil. Captain Duncan had great difficulty in finding a spar to make a main boom. Rocks in this port are not many, nor are they dangerous. At half-tide, most of them are partly dry and at high water surrounded by seaweed, which we found to be a never-failing guide. The natives who visited us and took their abode near the ship were very little different in their manners, dress or customs from the Nootka people, except for their appearing at all times ready for war. The wars must be very frequent and cruel. One of them showed me the scalp of a man he had recently killed, and several others were seen. Their women might be reckoned handsome when washed clear of paint, having very regular features, some colour in their cheeks, and a pleasing and agreeable countenance. But this must be confined to the younger sort, and not the ladies with the plate in their underlip, for that gives them a most horrid aspect. As to their chastity, It may be compared to those of the Sandwich and Friendly Isles, their favours purchased at a very easy rate, but this I do not think a common failing of theirs. When we first arrived among them, iron was very scarce, and they had no skins to purchase it from us. They robbed us of every hook and thimble out of the rigging they could come at, but still, their wants were great. They soon found that their women were the next thing coveted to their furs, and the men and parents, whom they are under great subjection to, readily bartered them. We soon had many ladies desirous of disposing of themselves, and the numbers so increased that they had no purchaser. This happened to the chief's daughter, but the mother took an effectual method to call our attention by bursting into a violent fit of grief. Being asked the occasion of her tears, she signified how ill we had treated her by not paying any attention to her daughter, who was not to be outvied by any of her countrywomen in beauty and in years not exceeding 15. The supercargo apologized to the mother for this seeming neglect, alleging it to the crowd that surrounded the ship, and gave her a few articles to pacify her. She freely accepted the gifts, but still remonstrated in behalf of her child. To stop her entreaties, she was invited on board, and the mother recovered her usual good humour. The women have great affection for their husbands and children. I have seen a mother shed tears for an hour at a hurt a child received by a fall, and another faint away on her husband preparing for war. To recover the latter, they made use of a wooden bird, which is hollow to hold stones and shook for a rattle. The rattling bird, which is used as a charm on many occasions, is also part of their music when going on a visit. The tail serves as the handle. They have another piece of music formed by several small hoops fixed one within the other at some little distance with a crossbar for a handle hung with the bills of hawks, and when shook, it is much better music than their bird, and to the cloths of the chief are hung hawks' bills or deer's hoofs, and by constantly throwing themselves about in answer to the singing and other music, makes a confused noise. Ornaments we found among them were European beads, iron and copper. The two last articles, as well as the beads, are worn round the neck and wrists and in the ears. Some of the iron and copper, for the neck, twisted like two-strand rope and worn as a collar. They had bracelets of the same, but in general they were plain. Another method of wearing the copper was beating it out very thin, fixing it round a piece of wood an inch in diameter and a foot in length, fastened round the necks of their children and hung down before them. None of the small pieces of copper seemed to be held in any estimation, but their breastplates, nothing would induce them to part with. Their iron and beads Captain Dixon supplied them with, but their copper must be procured from some distant tribe, for I saw not the least sign of any mineral among them. They have the red ore which is used as paint, in as great plenty as at Nootka, and some small quantity of black lead. Some of their wooden utensils were stained with a pale blue, but I did not see the process. Their fishing instruments are confined within a very narrow compass. Besides those for striking whales and otters, I only saw hooks for catching snapper and halibut, which these isles abound with and are the only kind found in plenty. A great quantity is cut into thick pieces and dried in the sun for their winter's stock. The method of taking the halibut is singular, and as follows. A is the stock of the hook, and is part of a tree retaining its natural curve, a little shaved off to lessen it, and sometimes several parts are ornamented with carving. B is the point of the hook, which is fastened to one side of the hook at C by a moulding made out of the bark of the cypress. D is a small fine line made of the intestines of an animal, the bait being put on B, which is generally cuttlefish, and covering all the underside of the hook. The line D is passed over the point B, hauling B down as far as the strength of the line will admit, which is also calculated for what the point of the hook will bear on the fish taking the bait. He forces the line over the point of the hook, which, flying up, renders it impossible for him to make his escape. E is the line it's hauled up by. Not a covered hut or habitation was seen. The natives the longboat fell in with lived on a high rock surrounded by the water and almost inaccessible. There were a few side poles fixed as if to hang a mat on to keep the wet off. Their domestic utensils had more carving on them than at Nootka, but of the same make. They had horn spoons shaped like a mussel shell, a little bent, some of them of an uncommon size with long handles. The larger kind used as ladles, the lesser to eat with. Where or how they get this article, I could not learn. The large canoes in the broadside stem and stern exactly resemble those of Nootka. The difference is, at Nootka, they are in one piece and here in 6, the bottom one, 2 gunwale pieces, and a stem and stern piece. They are also broader. The small ones are of 2 shapes, one like the small ones at Nootka, the other resembling a bean pod. Taylor records the following observations on the Haida. The natives of Queen Charlotte Islands appear to be a more warlike race than any of the southern tribes we had seen. The men are, for the most part, stout and well-proportioned, but the women are low. The canoes are more commodious, though not so long as those of Nootka. They will contain 30 or more with all the utensils and weapons. At this place, they may be said to have a good idea of music, though their instruments are not many. The principal one in use is made with twigs, formed circular, a number of them secured together by a cross-piece of wood, and hung over with birds' bills of a large size, which are left loose for the purpose of rattling. To this, they add their paddles, accompanied with a long hollow box by way of drum. The best performers, vocal and instrumental, are always in the chief's canoes. Whenever the chiefs went from or came to the ship, we were always entertained with the full band. When the music commences, one man leads vocally, and at a particular part of the song, the whole join, men, women, and children for a while. When some individual again takes the recitative, which is followed by the grand chorus, and so on alternately. Their voices are powerful, but not less harmonious, and the women with the children occasionally taking their parts softens the whole, rendering the concert rather pleasing than otherwise. Many of their spears and knives are shaped like a bayonet, and most of them iron-barbed. They have bows and arrows among them, but their spears are their principal weapon in war. These islanders, if I may so call them, are great gamblers among themselves, for which purpose they have a great variety of gambling pins among them, from 4 to 6 inches long, and from 1 to 2 inches and more in circumference. These pins are in sets agreeable to their different sizes. Some have 30, some more, and some less to the set. Whether they have any exact number I could not learn. And these pins, which is by far the neatest article among them, are so nicely turned that one would imagine they were purchased in a toy shop. They are marked, and by them are known as well as we know the different cards of the pack. I am not sufficiently acquainted with their game to describe it. I know that one of the pins is secreted, and afterwards put among the whole, which they shuffle with great dexterity, then holding as many as they can in one hand. With the other, they produce one by one, on a piece of skin, and on the appearance of the pin which was hid depends the game. The fish which they catch is nearly confined to one sort, namely, halibut. Some of them are 6 feet long and solid in proportion, requiring a tackle to hoist one into the ship. They eat very coarsely, except the tail part of the smaller fish. The fishing tackle is stout in proportion to the size of the fish. Some of the hooks are of an immense size, of an acute angular form, rudely made of wood. Some of them are ornamented with the figure of a bird, carved on the extreme of the line part. They have them of various sizes. The larger sort are more than a foot long. Exclusive of these, they sometimes use other hooks nearly of a circular form, 12 and 14 inches in circumference. During our stay at this harbour, the natives gave us very little trouble, unless occasionally by attempts to steal. This may be easily prevented by keeping them in their canoes, by use of the boarding nettings or other means, and the less communication with the women, the less will be the quarrels, as the women are more dexterous than the men at petty thefts, particularly if they are suffered below, as was our case. I observed some of the elderly women are subject to fits, and their mode of treating them on such occasions is not unworthy of notice. They use a rattle which is curiously carved from wood, hollow in the centre, and takes apart to admit small pebbles. The extremes of this rattle are ornamented with birds' heads and human figures on all sides. This they rattle to the woman's ear, and at the same time assist the rattle with all the noise they can make till she comes to herself. The remedy appears somewhat curious, yet it generally has the desired effect. The rattle is also used in the full band of music. The animal met with, which I did not see at Nootka, was a sharp-nosed mouse. I think I have met with many of the same kind in England. Birds observed include a black sea pie with a red bill, curlews, and a beautiful hawk. The bill of this bird is used for ornament and music. Besides the rocks of the shore and the common stone, some of their adzes were made of green stone. One that had been an adze was purchased. It exactly resembled the poinamu of New Zealand. Most of their stone tools are laid aside, and iron substituted in their room. Notwithstanding the short time Captain Dixon had left them, scarce a piece of iron to be seen, but what was worked up in their country fashion, that which was fitted for spears and knives formed like bayonets, and so neat that it remained a doubt with us whether it could be their own work. Many little painted round baskets were offered for sale, wrought of such materials and so close as to contain water, and used as a cup to give the children a drink out of. The wind kept to the northward and westward with pleasant weather. We kept plying to windward all night and the next day, making short boards. At noon on the 1st of September, the latitude observed was blank 56°2, extremes of the land from S23°E to N56°2, distance offshore blank miles. Through the afternoon, it became a little wind, inclining to calm and thick weather. At 8 o'clock, we sounded 75 fathoms black sand. The land was from S12°E to N45°W. At 9 o'clock, it became calm and thick fog. The thick weather continued all night and most of the next day, 2nd of September, with a light air of wind at times from the southeast, which helped us a little to the northward. At 6 p.m. on the 3rd, the log recorded a light air from SSW. The fog dispersed a little, and we saw land from N57°W to S45°W, sounding 76 fathoms sandy bottom. At 10, the weather thickened and inclined to calm, which continued until 8 o'clock the next morning, 3rd of September. A light air at that time from the southeast. Soundings through the night were 70 and 80 fathoms, but at 4 o'clock in the morning, 3rd of September, shoaled to 24, and at noon, 27 fathoms. Many geese, ducks and divers were on the water. We shot a hawk, passed a great quantity of small driftweed, caught several snappers, and hooked several halibut. We found a strong tide setting to the northward. At noon, the latitude observed was blank, 50°50. We saw land on the eastern shore bearing N45°, and the western shore N23°. The eastern side very much broken as isles. At 2 o'clock on the 4th 3rd p.m., our water deepened to 44 fathoms. At 4 o'clock, it became calm and thick hazy weather. At 8, it cleared a little, and we saw land on the eastern shore from N12°W to N68°I, and on the western shore from S12°W to S56°W, a heavy fog bank in the southeast. At 11 o'clock, the wind returned to the northwest, a moderate breeze, thick hazy weather, and fog at times. We stood over for the eastern shore, no soundings at 70 fathoms. At 8 o'clock in the morning, 4th of September, we saw land on the eastern shore bearing N56°W to N12°I. At 9 o'clock, we passed some barren rocks which bore WSW 2 miles. At 10 o'clock, being within 2 miles of the shore, the breeze freshening, our navigation very contracted, strong tides, no soundings, at times very thick weather, and no prospect of a change of wind. Determined to seek for a port to anchor in, we bore up and ran down along the shore for that purpose, the coast laying ESE and WNW. As we proceeded down the shore, not observing any natives, we fired a gun to call their attention. But I had little hopes of this part, it not having the most distant prospect of being inhabited by any animal. I did not so much as see a bird. The shores were covered with driftwood, brought there by the southeast winds, and remain as a memorial of the violence they blow with. The hills were of moderate height, thin of wood except in the valleys, but none of it was any size. The shore was not steep but rocky, broken, and of a white collar, as was the face of some of the hills. The latitude observed at noon was 53°17. Extremes of land from WBN to ESE, offshore 2 miles. At 1:30, observing a small bight behind some barren rocks, we brought to and sent the mate in the whaleboat to see if it was a place to anchor. Soon after their leaving the ship, it became a thick fog. We fired guns to direct the boat's return and stood off and on. At 3, the boat returned without success. At 4, the fog cleared, and we bore up. At 5, being off a point forming one of the heads of a deep bay, we sent the boat to examine it. By dark, the boat returned, reporting the bay to be one entire bed of rock, soundings from 3 to 7 fathoms. The east part of the bay was formed by many small isles covered with wood and having many favourable appearances, which made me encounter another night with this inhospitable-looking coast, in hopes of being more successful in the morning. The fog all cleared this afternoon, having a very strange appearance from seaward, setting in like mountains rolling on mountains and around us for miles. Every top of a sea appeared like a small isle, which was not a little assisted with appearances of breakers by the quantity of whales blowing in all quarters. The fog cleared at times so as to give a respite to our apprehensions and enable us to observe 2 or 3 of the small rocks that lay above water and rectify mistakes which the reflection of the haze on the water occasioned. Captain Duncan sent his boat to sound on a large bed of weed which had been taken for a reef but found no less than 3 fathoms of water on it. We stood out of the bay with a light air of wind from the northward. At midnight, the wind was at NNW moderate breezes. We kept the starboard tacks on board till 5 in the morning, 5th of September, then wore and stood in for the bay. At noon, the latitude observed was 53°11, offshore 2 miles, and a high isle 114 mile distant bearing S16°11. The surface of this isle was covered with a little moss. The northern extremity of land was W16°N, and the north point of the deep bay N50°E. A little after noon, we sent the boat to look for a harbour. At 4, making the signal of having found safe and good anchorage, we bore up and ran in N by compass into a creek from half a mile to a mile wide, formed by many small rocks and isles. We anchored about 2 miles from the entrance and steadied with a hawser to the shore. The Princess Royal, in coming in, ran on a rock but got off again immediately without any damage. As soon as the vessels were secured, the supercargo, Captain Duncan and I, went in a boat up the creek. Our sounding was regular from 7 to 2 fathoms, sometimes rocky, at other times sandy, and in many places where we could see the bottom, it was covered with clamshells. We landed at the head of the creek on a little sand beach, walked a quarter mile into the wood, saw nothing to call our attention but what we had met with at other parts of the coast, except a plant called Labrador tea. The trees were not as large as at Nootka. Remains of several huts were seen, but from their decayed state, some time must have elapsed since they were inhabited. We returned and rowed to the eastward to look at a body of water we had observed between the isles coming in. On opening it out, it appeared to be 3 leagues wide, with several openings on the eastern shore and extending NW and SE as far as we could see. On our return, we saw a large fire at the head of the creek. This was caused by one of the people lighting a fire where we first landed, but I had water thrown on it and thought it quite extinguished before I left it. The wind was right down, our distance from it about 2 miles, but the channel and woods were very dry, not a drop of fresh water seen on any part of the shore. I thought it advisable to put it out, and went for that purpose. Found it had reached the top of the hill and burnt with such fury it was impossible to come near it. It was intended that on the morning of the 6th, the boats should set out to look for natives and a good harbour. It being foggy, the ship's boats did not go. At noon, I landed on a rock at the mouth of the creek and observed the sun's altitude, which gave 53°11. In the afternoon, I went to sound the channel to the eastward, but it came on so thick with fog that I was obliged to return. In passing the Princess Royal, I learned that their boat had been 10 or 11 miles up the large arm of water to the northwest, had seen no natives, but met with recent traces of them at every place they landed, and that they had caught with their hands alone, at a run of fresh water, 100 salmon trout and whale perch. At daylight on the 7th of September, the longboat set out to search the east side of the large opening, the Princess Royal's boat accompanying, and the whale boat to examine the southwest side. Soon after the boat's departure, it became a thick fog, which continued most of the day. In the evening, the whaleboat returned. Saturday morning, the 8th, the longboat and Princess Royal's boat returned, having found natives and purchased some few skins with trade goods. The Princess Royal's boat came soon after with about 50 skins of different qualities. This village was about 7 leagues from the ship. The canoes followed our boat some miles and returned. The success of the last boat had nearly occasioned our removal of both vessels, but difficulties arose. Therefore, on mature deliberation, it was judiciously resolved not to risk the vessels toward the village, which lay in the cod of a deep bay, surrounded with sunken rocks, etc., and where calms were frequent. The boats were, therefore, armed and dispatched with trade goods and refreshments. This forenoon, 8th of September, accompanied by Captain Duncan, I sounded among the rocks and isles for a passage to the eastward. I found the bottom very foul, sounding irregular from 3 to 30 fathoms, with the channel very narrow and a rapid tide. These unfavourable circumstances made me give over all thoughts of moving. As my lower rigging was in a bad state, bends wanted caulking, and the Princess Royal needed a new bowsprit, I determined to complete the business here, and that no time might be lost in cultivating acquaintance with the natives. Both vessels' boats set out on another expedition, and Captain Duncan and I set out at 4 o'clock in the morning to look for the place where his boat had caught the fish. We arrived there by 7 o'clock. The numbers of fish leaping and swimming around us were scarce credible. The run of water was about 20 feet broad at the mouth, and did not run in above 2 boats' lengths, then becoming about half the breadth. Every place between the stones where the run was full of was filled with salmon trout and whale perch. In an hour, 7 men caught with their hands above 300 fish, weighing from 4 to 6 pounds. We carried hooks lashed on sticks, but they broke among the stones. The best way of taking them was by putting a worsted glove on the hand and catching them by the tail. Those who had no gloves used stockings. Many of the fish appeared sickly, and from the shallowness of the water had received hurts among the stones. Many were laying on the shore, carried there most probably by the otters. We were not any distance up this run, so can say nothing of its source. A quarter of a mile from the foot of it was a wire fixed as if to take the fish coming down. Many were in it, but they appeared to be diseased. The land we were on, I had no doubt, was an isle, and that the sea had a passage out to the northward. The south end I rowed round. There also appeared an opening to the southward, which may be an entrance from seaward. In this channel, which was in the direction of southeast as far as I could see, and the weather was very clear, I observed several hillocks like small isles. On Monday morning, the 10th of September, we unbent the sails and went to work for unrigging the mast, with the carpenters caulking, the sloop's carpenter assisting. On Tuesday morning, an animal resembling a wolf came down on the shore near the ship, stayed some few minutes, and then returned into the wood again. On Wednesday, the Princess Royal's men felled the tree for a bowsprit, and unfortunately, one of the limbs fell on the gunwale of the boat, stove it, and 3 of the planks. When I landed, I had made her fast without the reach of the tree, but the tide flowing faster than I expected was the occasion of this accident. I hauled the boat up on a small isle about half a cable's length from the Princess Royal, and the carpenters began to repair her. On Thursday, 13th of September, we completed the rigging forward. In the evening, the longboat returned, having purchased several good skins and many pieces. On Friday morning, 14th of September, the Princess Royal's boat returned with like success. We stripped the main mast and found the head much decayed and in too bad a state to be trusted any longer. On Saturday, we hauled the longboat up to get some little matters done, and in the evening, we launched both boats. On Sunday, the 16th of September, the ship's company went ashore picking berries and Labrador tea. This morning, the longboat set out with the whale boat and the crew of the Princess Royal, having drained the tribe they first saw of all their skins. They were to take a new route, one to go to the southeast, the other to the northeast. The Princess Royal's boat, with a crew made up from both vessels, set off for the fishery to get salmon, for where we lay, there were no fish to be caught, nor any fish meal, without we made it of mussels or clams. This morning early, a canoe with 3 men was seen paddling from up the harbour and went to the opening to the eastward. At 8 o'clock, 2 canoes came alongside from the eastward, with 3 men in each. After paddling round both vessels, they returned the same way, some little distance behind a rock, called another canoe with 2 women and 1 man, and returned to the ship. They informed us that Sayak's chief of the tribe our boats had visited was coming. By 2 o'clock, a number of canoes hove in sight, in company with the longboat. They came alongside, singing their usual welcome song. I went into the canoe, and by signs, for their language differed from any we had heard before, invited the chief, who was a very respectable old man, on board. He had taken no little pains in dressing himself for this formal visit, and I think it exceeded any I had before seen. I showed him every part of the ship except between decks, all which seemed much to surprise him, and everything about us seemed new, which made me conjecture no European had ever been among them. The officer in the longboat informed me that nothing could equal the consternation they were all in at first sight of the ship, nor would they have been prevailed on to come near us had not the longboat been with them. on first meeting the boat and persuaded the officer to return, not rowing so fast as them. Having 22 paddles in the canoe took the boat in tow till they came near the ship. Their canoes are built the same as at Charlotte's Isles, and one of the chief's attendants had a weapon made of brass exactly resembling the New Zealand patoo, with Joseph Banks engraved on it, and a coat of arms. But the letters were difficult to discern. It seemed to be of no great value among them, iron being the most desirable article, and what they had very little of. Many inferior chiefs attended this great man, all properly ornamented for the occasion, and one of them had his leg dress, which from variety of colours, not unlike a Highlander's stockings hung with hawk's bills. Several women were of the party, none of them outdone by the men in dress, but no present would entice them aboard. They had plaits in their underlips like the Charlotte Isle ladies, but much more regular featured, and the whole of the dress of both sexes, made of cypress and wool, was wrought with greater taste than any we had before seen. The conical caps and masks worn by the men had more carving and inlay of copper. Sayax, being desirous of a coat, which he offered anything in exchange for, even his own dress. I gave him mine with a shirt and pair of trousers. He would have returned anything, but I refused. After the usual ceremony was over, several skins were purchased, and by sunset, their curiosity was satisfied and skins disposed of, but the latter not without a good deal of trouble. Like children at a fair, not having skins enough to procure everything they saw, they were constantly wishing to change, which indulgence was given them till our patience was worn out, and those that had nothing to barter for were not idle, seizing everything that had any iron in it, with a view of stealing it. By dark, all left the ship. Next morning, some of them visited us, and 2 or 3 skins were bought. In the afternoon, Sayax brought 2 or 3 dresses. This evening, the tree was cut down for the mainmast, and Tuesday morning, 18th of September, got it down on the beach and placed it for the carpenters working. Wednesday, 19th of September, got the old mast out and sawed it up, found it decayed from heel to head. Thursday morning, 20th of September, 2 iron-bound tubs that were on the isle with saltfish were missing. Friday morning, 21st of September, 2 canoes visited us. Strangers, the chief, I took a good deal of pains with, showing him the ship and everything that could in any ways take his attention, but nothing seemed to please him. He signified he was as great as Sayax, and I believe wanted presents made him. But having been so often imposed on, I would not understand him. Finding all his endeavours to make me acquainted with his consequence proved ineffectual, he requested I would show his wife what he had seen. I readily assented, and took a great deal of pains to please her. In return for my attention, he offered to dress himself and sing me a song, and ordered his chest with his wardrobe in for that purpose. I had some idea that he thought he had missed our presence by not appearing in the formal state Sayax had done, but as I expected, after a fresh claim, he declined his offer, and Sayax, coming alongside with 2 canoes, a great coldness seemed between them. He got into his canoe. Sayax sold some skins on first coming alongside, and the remainder signified he reserved to see if we had anything he had not yet seen. He slept on a beach near the ship all night, and in the morning, Saturday and 27th September, breakfasted on board. He desired me to show him the inside of my bureau, took particular notice of the locks and keys, and hinted if we had no thieves, what use were they of? This remark was owing to my complaining of some little thefts his people had committed, and what detestation it was held in by us. While at breakfast, an axe and a piece of iron were stolen. I made it known to Sayax. He went out on shore where the strangers were who had also been on board, and recovered both for me. This was a mark of friendship I had not experienced on this coast before. We were perfectly satisfied that none of his people had been concerned, as many words passed between the 2 chiefs before the articles were delivered up, and Sayax was so much hurt that he returned home immediately. The other must have stood in some fear of him, as he came to the ship, sold several skins and pieces which we had not the least idea he had, and paddled off to the eastward. Taylor records this sequence of thefts but casts a somewhat different light on the process. He also refers to Sayax for the first time, 71b. On the 21st, 4 canoes came over with a few skins. It was rather singular their coming as there was a fresh gale. Among them was an old chief named Sayax, a very civil man. One of his attendants attempted to steal an iron wedge, but was discovered and sent into his canoe. The chief was informed that 2 half-tubs had been stolen from the Princess Royal, to which he replied very coolly that the Princess Royal's boat stole some planks from their village, 72A. This indeed was actually the case, though improper in the extreme, and for 2 reasons. First, the injustice of taking the property of any individual. Secondly, it was impolitic, showing them an example. On the 22nd, an axe was stolen, but by the authority, zeal and friendship of Sayax, it was recovered, with a piece of iron unmissed. The weather kept several canoes with us. The natives, during the night, took shelter in the woods and in the day, on board us, provided they did not attempt to steal. But, as they coolly informed us, they acted by way of retaliation. 'Twas necessary to be very watchful. Such hints from the very people we condemn and frequently punish should at least teach unthinking officers to do as they would be done by, and not encourage bad practices merely for the sake of saving a little trouble. At sunset, the Princess Royal's people returned with the whaleboat, having been as far to the northward as 54°, coasting many bays, inlets, creeks and coves without meeting a single native. A canoe with a few Indians took their residence up near the ship. Sunday, 23rd Sept. People on shore picking berries, Labrador tea, mussels and clams. In the afternoon, a canoe came from seaward that had been killing seals and otters, bought 4 green skins of them. From first anchoring, our weather was pleasant, and as warm as I have found it between the tropics, with light airs inclining to calm and fog, winds mostly to the northward mornings and evenings, and southward and westward in the middle of the day. But the middle of this last week, bad weather began to set in. Heavy rain blowing strong winds between NE and SE. Monday, 24th September, it blew a hurricane of wind from SE with heavy rain, having little way to drive, and the small bower much rubbed. We let go the best bower and ran the stream cable out to the eastern shore and hove over a little to the eastward. It continued all day on Tuesday, 25 September, but less wind. The Indians left the creek after selling everything in their canoes we would purchase and stealing one of the seizings off the end of the stream cable. In the afternoon, the longboat returned, having been as far to the southward as 50 Sudig 35, the land turning short round to the eastward. The only land to be seen to the southward was 2 isles bearing SSE Dist, 7 LG, and had searched in vain for natives, met with numberless deserted huts and many villages. From the information I collected from the officer who commanded the boat on both expeditions, I have endeavoured to show the parts visited on the chart page, blank. I have marked it with red ink. Wednesday, 26 September, the Princess Royal hauled on shore in a small creek on the west side where we lay, to clear her bottom. At low water, I went to look at the place and found it a bed of mud. The ship being very foul, 12 months off the ground, it was necessary for the preservation of the bottom that it should be cleaned. But being of that built not calculated for taking the ground with her provisions and stores in, and the many inconveniences that attended putting those articles on shore in the neighbourhood of Indians, whose friendship we could have no reliance on, and whose predominant failing was thieving, which would be giving them a good opportunity of exercising, made it a difficult point for me to determine on. Captain Duncan's opinion, with my own and the carpenter's, that the ship might be trusted on the ground with her ground tier and ballast in. This was getting over the first obstacle. The latter, we had no method of evading but by a good lookout. The sun had crossed the equator and left tempestuous and dirty weather behind, southeast winds and scarce an interval of fair, every hour bringing fresh proofs of an advancing winter. The tops of the hills began to increase in snow, large flocks of birds, mostly geese, taking their flight to the southward, and not an object, but seemed to warn us that we had no weather to expect to search any farther to the northward this year, so that it was not possible I could have a better opportunity, and when once done, it would prevent any delay on the coast next season. Weighing those circumstances with myself, I fixed on laying the ship on shore and chose the north side of a small high isle, about a cable in circumference and 8-foot water, alongside of it at low water spring tides to land the stores on. The carpenters found the step of the main mast decayed and unserviceable. Thursday, 27 September, it rained and blew all day. A boat's crew made up between the 2 vessels went to the fishery, and in the evening returned with 100 fish. It rained and blew all night, winds from southeast. A canoe was seen in the night reconnoitering. Friday morning, 28 September, still dirty weather. At daylight on Saturday, 29 September, fair and moderate light airs from northwest. We hove up the anchors, and with the flood towed up the creek, let go the best bower over on the eastern shore and warped into our berth. Lashed and cut down trees for a brow and began to land the stores. At noon, Sayax and another chief paid us a visit and brought us some skins. Sunday, September the 30th. It rained most of the day, employed in the intervals of fair landing the stores. During the night, some Indians found means to steal our kedge anchor, which was fixed at low water mark on a rock about a quarter of a cable from the ship, with the larboard quarter fast to. The 1st of October, it blew hard and rained very heavy at times, winds between northeast and southeast. This day being fair, we got the main mast in and rigged. Taylor provides some information on the period 1 to the 7 October. On the 1st of this month, October, the natives began to steal on a larger scale. In the morning, we found the kedge anchor was gone, with which we were steadied to some flat rocks on the off quarter. Some of our people observed the Indians were casting an eye towards it the last evening, in consequence of which the kedge was moved down to low water mark for safety. The season of the hawser was cut, and we concluded it must have been stolen about 11 o'clock overnight, at which time the darkness and rain favoured them. 2 seamen kept watch at this time, and the kedge lay about 150 yards from the ship. Sundry were our conjectures on this business, yet the general opinion was that Sayax, the chief, was ignorant of the theft, and all the canoes were gone, so that nothing could be done but to keep a better watch in the future, though the loss of the kedge anchor was by no means inconsiderable. The business of landing the stores took up vast time, as the situation of the vessel took up no small part in heaving her off and on as the tide rose and fell. On the evening of the 3rd at 9 o'clock, very dark, a canoe was discovered by the watch on deck hovering near the ship. A volley of the muskets was discharged towards her when they made off hastily. Their intention, no doubt, was to steal another kedge or any other article they could catch. When all the stores and such provisions were landed as was necessary, we had an opportunity of knowing for a certainty the quantity of provisions remaining on board for the voyages at the calculation of 5 pounds of bread per week. There remained 11 months' provisions of bread, beef and pork, not 3 months' peas, a small quantity of wheat and sugar, 1 hogshead of molasses. On the 6th, we got in the new main mast and the rigging overhead, and on the following days went on with the rigging. A boat was constantly sent for a supply of fish when the weather would permit. No Indians appeared for some days. Sunday morning, 7 October, the boat went to the fishery manned as before and returned with only 1 fish per man. We got the foretop gallant mast down on deck, lowered the foreyard, and struck the fore and mizzen topmasts. Monday, we got the guns and anchors out and the brow on shore. Tuesday morning, October the 9th, cast off from the isle and warped in with the tide into the creek. Left the 3rd mate and 6 hands to guard stores. In the evening, it rained hard. At low water, cleaned the starboard side of the bottom. Wednesday afternoon, burned and paid the starboard side. At midnight, heeled, and at daylight, burned and paid the larboard side and buttock with white lead and tallow, and got the rudder thimbled. Thursday noon, the 11th, cast off from the shore and warped down through the worst of the channel. But in winding, a sudden puff of wind from the southward and eastward forced the ship near the shore, and the heel of the rudder took the ground. The water falling fast, all our efforts to get off proved ineffectual. Captain Duncan's boat and people had been assisting us warping down, but on grounding, dispatched her for one of his bower anchors. He returned with it and most of his crew. His uneasiness at our situation was reciprocal, and every method was taken to heel inshore and to enable us to heave off next tide. Anchors and warps were carried out. Shores got over runners and tackles from the mastheads to the trees on shore. At half ebb, the ship gave a violent crack. The comings of the hatches started, gunwale and deck rose, casks in the ground tier thrown out of their place. Made us conjecture her main keel was sprung. At low water, found the ship only rested with her keel on the rocks in 3 places, that her rudder had taken the ground in the hollow of a rock, the stern post on one part of the rock, keel a little abaft the fore chains on another. With part of her bulge here hung the greatest weight, for no rock being between this and the stem, but what was lower than the one in midships. Her keel gave and let the stem down on a rock. When it happened was the occasion of the noise and appearances on deck. A large spring and very open on the false keel, and the curve it made had too much reason to fear our apprehensions were true. The ship hanging in so tender a manner and trembling at every motion on board made it dangerous to attempt to lighten till waterborne. In the evening, tempestuous and rainy weather returned, and during the night it blew a violent gale of wind. At high water, the ship did not float, while waterborne pumped out the ground tier of water, got a great part of the ballast out, and casks lashed under the bottom at low water. Everything that time would admit of put on shore, was in great hopes of floating next high water. Friday morning, October the 12th, the wind got to the northward and brought fair weather. At noon, hove off and warped alongside the isle. Beyond all our expectations, the ship made no water, which gave us great hopes our situation was not so bad as we dreaded. Captain Duncan remained with me most of the time, to whom I am much obliged for his assistance and advice. His crew deserve every thanks for their willingness to assist in whatever they were desired, most of them being on board the whole time we were on shore. Although the ship made no water, the carpenters were of the opinion some of the butt ends might be started and futtocks broke, that it became necessary to lay on shore and examine the damage received. Captain Duncan accompanied me with some of the officers up the creek to look for a place, pitched on one on the east side and nearly at the head. As the carpenters supposed it would be some time before they could finish, it was proposed to move the stores, etc., from the isle to a point which was thought conveniently situated for that purpose. Saturday morning, October the 13th at daylight, cast off from the isle, hove up the bower anchor and dropped it higher up at a place we meant to lay at when we came off the ground, warped up the creek. The Princess Royal followed us and anchored off the mouth of it. The boats were dispatched to bring up the salt provisions. The rest of the ship's company, Captain Duncan and crew assisting, cleared the spot away for placing them, had given the ship a good heel before we went on shore. The cask used to lift the ship, while on the rocks, had got foul of the keel and not able to clear them. Being under the bottom kept her upright, got tackles from the mastheads to the shore, and hoisted the Princess Royal's boat up alongside the cask bilged, and she came down to her proper heel. The boats returned too late with the provisions to get them hoisted up on the point, so they sent them alongside Captain Duncan's vessel. During the night, it blew hard and rained incessantly. Between 12 and 1, the whaleboat came from the Princess Royal, informing us that the Indians had stolen the longboat with the provisions, and that their chief mate was gone in pursuit. The whaleboat was manned, and went in search also. By 4 o'clock, not being able to get any tidings, they returned. At 5, Mr. Hudson, the second mate, set out and learned from the people guarding the stores on the isle that a canoe had landed on the shore opposite to them about 12 o'clock. By the noise, they supposed they were bailing their boat out, stayed but little time, and pursued their course round to the eastward. The winds being to the southward and blowing so very strong, they could not cross the large opening but must be among the isles. They fell in with the Princess Royal's boat and parted, rowing different sides of the creeks. At 6 a.m., the Princess Royal's people heard a hammering around a point a little to the westward of them. They lay in their oars and skulked gently along to prevent an alarm. The natives, on first discovering them, were in the act of demolishing the boat, but made a stand as if doubtful whether they should defend so great an acquisition against 5 men, they being 10 in number. But on discharging 2 muskets and giving way with their oars to the shore, they fled to the woods, leaving their canoe and several of their most useful utensils. The officer and 2 men followed them some distance and sent the boat with another 2 to look for the whaleboat. On examining, they found both bows and stern cut down to the keel, stern post cut in 2 where the iron ring was, and the remaining part of the boat a shell. Provision casks were stove for the iron hoops, but most of it was recovered and brought back in the canoe and boats. They arrived on board about noon. In the afternoon of 14th of October, the ship's company sent to speak with me. I desired they would come into the cabin. Their business was to inquire about my future intentions concerning the ship. I thought it a very unprecedented method of acting, differing so widely from the service I had been brought up in. For some moments, I was at a loss how to answer, but recollecting my situation, I told them nearly what I intended. If the carpenters could secure the ship for sea before it froze up, I would go to the Sandwich Isles for refreshments and return on the coast early in the spring. They also requested I would not remove the stores from off the isle, but let them watch them there, and that Captain Duncan might never give them any orders. The two last propositions I could not answer. The first required some little consideration. I had partly determined on the stores remaining where they were, from the favourable report of the carpenters by examining the bottom, found it not so bad as expected, and that they should sooner have done the repairs than they first imagined. The second was not in my power to set aside, which I convinced them by reading their articles of agreement. After dismissing the ship's company, I sent for the mates, told them what had passed. The chief mate said the ship's company had been with him before they came to me, and that he never met with a more orderly set of people. I sent for Captain Duncan, who was present with my two mates and supercargo, told him what had passed. As circumstances were at present, he agreed the stores would be better where they were, and the first fine day was to take our berth alongside the isle for the better guarding them. At 2 o'clock Monday morning, 15th of October, Indians were heard abreast the ship. I was called and fired a pistol into the bush where the noise proceeded from. It rained hard and was too dark to see anything. Between 3 and 4, the watch thought they heard the people from the isle hail. The boat was sent, but it was a mistake. I believe it to have been the Indians in the woods. From where we lay to the place the longboat was found was little distance overland. We heard the report of the muskets yesterday very plain. All Monday it rained and blew very hard. Went on shore in the morning with the chief mate and 4 hands to cut spars to build a house for the carpenters to work under. The carpenters on shore, cutting timber to repair the ship with. At 2 o'clock we all returned on board, having done as much as the weather would admit of. The winds southerly, and no prospect of their changing, gave up the business for the day. Tuesday, 16th October, the weather a little more settled. Wind still at southeast. Got the sails on deck to dry, then went on shore with the supercargo, second mate, and 1 seaman to build some kind of covering for the carpenters to work under. The rest of the ship's company employed getting ballast out of the hold and rafting cask to the isle. The Princess Royal also got down this morning. The preceding night was so stormy, it had blown down the tent and every covering on the isle, and left them quite in a distressed condition. Several Indians were seen on the eastern shore abreast of them, and crawled through the bushes, and stole the Princess Royal's carpenter's tools and jacket that was at work on the bowsprit. Wind continued in the old quarter, and in the night it came to blow and rain very hard, and continued so all Wednesday forenoon, 17th October. The wind setting on our broadside forced us too much on shore, and it blew such a hurricane that the ship rocked like a cradle, and the mizzen-mast complained much. Got the gaff and cross-jack yard down. I was anxious for the end of the gale to give me an opportunity to shift my berth, for should the tide set up, it would be impossible, with all our endeavours, to keep her on blocks for bolting the pieces we meant to put inside her bottom and over the keel in such a gale. Thursday, 18th October. Rained all day. Got the 3 pieces of timber down the carpenters meant to fix as sleepers and placed them for working on. Employed transporting things to the isle. Sent the beef and pork we recovered from the Indians, which Captain Duncan undertook to see fresh cured for me. He also got 2 guns off I left where the ship was on shore. About 8 o'clock in the evening, the watch saw Indians on the eastern side of the creek where we lay, fired several muskets, and heard no more of them. This last tide we attempted to heave the ship a little off, but she did not float. Friday. The wind got to southwest and the weather more favourable with flying showers. As nothing we had yet fixed on the isle would stand tempestuous weather, we determined to send them spars to build a house with. And as the house began abreast the ship, it would be of little service when we removed to the opposite side of the creek as intended. It was pulled down and sent to the isle, and people employed cutting more to complete it. Captain Duncan and self-shot 3 ducks but lost one of them by his diving. There was not the smallest difference between them and the common tame duck in England. We flattered ourselves of having a good meal from these birds, which would have been a great treat, but being left in the way of a hog, we were disappointed. Clams and mussels were the only change of diet any of us could procure. Geese innumerable were constantly passing over us in their way to the southward, accompanied with swans, ducks, and other seabirds. Many rested in the coves and creeks, but all too shy to be shot. In the woods, deer, partridge, and a kind of heath fowl were seen, but they were as wary as the seabirds. Our old fishery had failed from the increase of water from the heavy rain. The salmon had all gone up the last time the boat was there, October 12. They were not able to take above 4 or 5, and the weather was so bad, wind from the southeast against them, that it was with difficulty they reached the ship again. The failing of this fishery was our own fault. The wire that was fixed in the run was to prevent the fish from getting too hastily up as well as down, and some of our people, out of pity for the sickly fish above, broke part of the wire down. By this means, the fish had a free passage up, and when the run increased, there was nothing to stop them. By Friday evening, October the 19th, we got the keel piece placed for the carpenters to work on and all the timber they meant to put in the ship. Saturday morning, 20th October, 2 o'clock, the watch on deck fired 2 pistols at the Indians abreast the ship that came down to steal. They returned the fire with 2 arrows, one stuck an inch in the comings of the main hatchway, the other in the ship's side. They left us and paddled down the harbour, where in a little time we heard the firing of muskets. At daylight, the supercargo accompanied me down to the isle. We learned the Indians had landed, 8 or 10 in number, and on firing at them, they returned a volley of arrows. When paddling away, a musket of swan shot and slug was fired at them, and it was conjectured had wounded some. But I thought otherwise, for trying a pair of pistols of 9 inches long, and a bore to take a ball of half an ounce at 3 yards distance, it did but pass through their outer war jacket. I rather think the howl they gave was a triumphal one for the success met with. Having stolen from abreast the ship 3 frocks and 2 pairs of trousers, and from the isle a pair of trousers and a washing tub, they reinforced the isle with 2 more men, and employed the ship's company all day cutting spars to finish their house and fortify themselves. As we had no proof of an Indians having felt the effects of our firearms, we had every reason to expect being continually harassed, and most likely by greater numbers, whilst they met with any success, and all my entreaties would not prevent something being left in their way. I at first had hopes the Princess Royal laying alongside the isle would deter them, but they always landed on the southwest side, out of our sight, and hidden by the shores in the shades of the trees. On the water, of a dark night, from their dress, colour, and lowness of their canoes, it was impossible to see them at a very short distance. In the night, we were visited again by them, and the watch on deck told me one man had attempted to get up the stern. I waited hours to get a fair opportunity to chastise them for the depredations committed. They saw us, I believe, prepared, and paddled off. A canoe was seen from the isle, and an arrow was found at daylight, supposed to be shot from them. Sunday, October 21st. Heavy rain, winds at southeast. Killed a hog, our last resource, and gave away the greatest part of it. Carpenters got the 3 sleepers in the hold. Monday, 22nd October. Rain all day. One Indian had been seen lurking about in the night. In the afternoon, people employed picking stones up from the place I meant to shift the ship to and fixed 2 poles to show the spot at high water. Rain all night. Tuesday morning, 23rd October. The same weather. Carpenter finished the 3 floor pieces and began working on the keel piece. By noon, got it down into the hold. Attempted to heave the ship off this morning but did not float. The reason had been obliged to shift the dry provisions, articles of trade and stores that would have ruined to have been landed abaft the main hatchway and clean sweep the hold for the carpenters. They, having now nearly finished bolting, began to trim forward and got the blocks for the ship's keel cut. At 10 in the evening, attempted to heave off but did not float. Heavy rain all night. At 3 o'clock in the morning, less rain. Heard the report of a musket and a great gun from the isle at daylight. Learned the Indians had landed on the isle, but on the snapping of a musket which missed fire, discharged their arrows and returned to their canoe. A cannon with a large load of pistol and musket ball was discharged at them. Had the musket gone off, for they were within 3 yards of the muzzle and well loaded with ball and swan shot, few out of the 10 would have escaped. There was no doubt, but the gun touched some of them. Wednesday, October the 24th. Winds westerly, frost and fine weather all this day. Hove over to the opposite shore, sent spars enough to the isle to finish their house and fortification. With the 2 courses they had for a tent, hauled over and made it a warm and comfortable habitation. Thursday, October 25th. Wind northwest, frost and fine weather. Lashed short pieces of iron to the blocks, and at flowing tide hove far enough off to place them with ropes under the keel. At 4 in the afternoon, the ship was dry and well placed for the carpenters boring and working. On ripping off the sheathing from the places we expected to have received the most damage in, found our greatest injury in the false keel. The flood prevented our finishing, cut down more spars and sent to the isle. All the night and the forepart of Friday, 26th October, wind northerly with frost and clear weather. Finished the larboard side, got shears up and lifted the rudder to nail the heel piece on. At noon, hauled over to the western side of the creek and heeled for driving the bolts at high water. Ship complained much and strained so as to spring one of the diagonal shores in the hold. We were now laying on the side received the hurt on the rocks. Supercargo and self dined on board the Princess Royal. Between 4 and 5 in the afternoon, a smoke was observed through the trees. Guessed it proceeded from a little cove about 3 miles to the eastward, where there were remains of old houses. Captain Duncan's boat was manned and armed with 6 men and the chief mate to go after the Indians. I sent to the ship, desiring the whaleboat to follow with the second mate. We soon heard the firing of muskets. In less than an hour from their setting out, the sloop's boat returned with a canoe and 1 woman in. The whaleboat met them but went on. They had taken the Indians by surprise. The chief mate and 4 hands landed to get at the back of them, and the other 2 proceeded with the boat. It being rainy weather, mats were hung around them, which served as an excellent screen, and the boat was within 2 yards before discovered. The surprise put them off their guard, and landing getting close to them had rendered their long spears useless. There being 4 men and 2 women, they did not attempt to secure any of them, appearing as unconcerned as possible, keeping on their guard to act when the others hove in sight. But the Indians, gaining confidence from their not acting on the defensive, 2 of them seized their spears. Both men levelled their muskets, one snapped, the other fortunately went off and shot a man through the head. 2 of them fled, and the musket that missed fire was cocked and shot the remaining one through the breast. After that, he snatched the cutlass from his opponent's side and struck at him several times with it. But the man that first fired knocked him down with the butt of his piece. Thinking they had dispatched those 2, they pursued the others. The 5 men by this time had reached the spot where the action had happened. Seeing no one to give them information, the man shot through the head. As supposed, the ball had gone into his mouth and he had recovered so as to get on his legs. And seeing those men, he seized a log of wood out of the fire to defend himself and was not got the better of till a cutlass was run through him and muskets discharged. The other that had been left for dead had fled. A person that was crawling through the bushes was shot, which proved to be a woman. The remaining one was taken prisoner. In a few hours, she became quite composed and satisfied with her situation, took great fancy to one of the men who had been at the skirmish and adopted him for her husband. The whaleboat rowed to the place where the fray had happened and saw nothing but the dead woman and dying man. Before the tide made, the carpenters finished having bolted 3 sleepers over the keel and a piece of timber fore and aft over them on the top of the keel, as long as the hatchway would take down being blank feet, and fixed a futtock at the place the bilge rested on the rock. At high water, warped out of the creek. Hove to our anchor, past the inner end of the cable to the western shore, streamed to the eastern shore, and hawsers out abaft the ship. Making no water, we believed ourselves much better than we could expect. The southeast wind that came yesterday brought dirty weather with it. Princess Royal's people. Saturday morning went and buried the 2 Indians. Carried the girl with them, and although very young, not yet having arrived at the age to entitle her to a mouthpiece, shed but few tears, seemed but little affected, and that but momentary. From the 27th of October to the 14th of November, the wind continued between the northeast and southeast, mostly very hard gales, with heavy rain, hail at times, and some snow and thunder and lightning. There were few intervals of fair weather, and those had frost which covered the surface of the water around us with ice. The bad weather greatly retarded our operations, but by the 14th, with the assistance of the Princess Royal's people, we got ballast, wooded water, repaired the longboat, repaired the ship's rigging, and got all the stores from the isle except 2 bower anchors and people on board. However, as the ship got down in the water, we found her leaking much in the lower part of the bends. On the 1st of November at noon, hailed from the Princess Royal for a boat. A man, having fled through the bush from two others that were cutting wood, informed them they were surprised by Indians. The whaleboat was loaded with ballast alongside, and their boat aground with our water cask. The canoe that was seized with the longboat was manned and sent to Captain Duncan, who went to their assistance. The whaleboat was expeditiously cleared to follow. Our fears were dispelled by seeing the two men appear in sight in their bateau, accompanied by a large canoe. Our people came to the ship and informed us that Sayax, our old Indian friend, was in the canoe with 9 men. On first seeing them, both parties were on shore and each took to their boats. But the canoe, coming with them so fast and expecting no quarters from what had happened, discharged a musket loaded with swan shot, but did not do any execution, nor were they in the least intimidated by it. All hopes of escaping being given over, we landed and sent 1 man through the woods to hail. The chief mate stayed in the bateau, the other landed on the rock with the arms to defend himself, and the other on their near approach perceived it to be our old friends. And although well armed with arrows and spears, they had not the least hostile intention, but desired the mate of the sloop to tell his chief that he had brought some skins for sale. The supercargo went to barter with him, and every persuasion was used to get him to the ship, which he was deaf to till Captiza. Duncan carried him the girl. We had newly clothed her with some of the best garments purchased from her own countrymen, besides a pair of trousers, a ring on each finger and many beads. He appeared to be a little surprised at seeing her, took little notice, asked a few questions which I suppose were favourably answered by his coming directly to the ship. On complaining of the depredations that had been committed on us, he made but a lame excuse, blaming his brother chiefs. I did not believe he did it himself, nor sent others, but from his shyness in not coming to the ship must have been perfectly acquainted with what had happened, and had his share of the plunder, and by that means countenanced the action. Had his intentions been bad, he never could have so favourable an opportunity of destroying our men as he had this day, and in which he would have been in some degree justified by their firing on him first. I had long experienced Indians were not to be trusted. It still remained a doubt whether it might not be a trap for a more favourable opportunity when some greater object might turn up. His being so well manned and armed, which never happened before, had no good appearance. He sold 10 skins and paddled towards home. The girl directed them where her companions were buried. Princess Royal's people returned for their wood, and 1 man went through the bushes to see if they performed any ceremony over the corpses, only broke 2 or 3 bows and laid over the grave and pulled off. On the 15th of November, the wind got to the northward and brought with it fine weather. We got the bower anchors on board and a number of small spars for oars. The Princess Royal left the isle and anchored above us. All day on the 16th, the weather continued fine, rove the running rigging. During the night, wind got to the eastward. Showers of rain, hail and snow accompanied it and continued till 8 o'clock Saturday morning, 17th November. The wind then hauling a little to the northward, it cleared, bent sails and got ready for sea. During the night, winds variable with rain, hail and snow. At 6 o'clock Sunday morning, 18th November, winds at northeast and fair. Captain Duncan accompanied me in the boat to look at the weather to seaward, leaving orders to heave the anchor up and get farther down. Before we reached the mouth of the port, the wind set in from southeast. We anchored in 6 fathoms of water a cable's length farther to the southward, steadied with a hawser to the eastern shore. The southerly wind brought its old weather and fresh of wind. In the night, it calmed. Monday morning, 19th of November, wind northerly and clear weather. Went with the boat to look at the weather to seaward. It appeared favourable. Hove up the anchor and made sail. At noon, the entrance of the port was north 2 leagues. Princess Royal in company. Wind at northwest and a fresh breeze. The ship made an average of 14 inches in the 24 hours. Every care was taken to ease her upper works by putting the heavy weights in the hold, keeping top-gallant mast on deck, and no spritsail yard across. We sailed in good health, and if any of the crew's spirits had flagged from the late misfortunes, a fair wind, leaving a country half covered from the summits of its hills to the water's edge with snow, and no refreshments to be had, going to one supplied with every refreshment a sailor wished, but grog revived them. All the remarks I had an opportunity of making on the natives were very superficial. What I saw differed very little from Charlotte's Isles. At both places, they chewed a large quantity of herb mixed with a little of something white like chalk. I believe the herb to be the Labrador tea plant. They had small sticks for playing the game at hazard with, as at that isle. Their women had a great degree of modesty, or the men had more value for them than at our last place visited, as none were bartered for alongside. But I was informed they deviated from that reserve when they met our people on shore. Sayax, their chief, is a venerable-looking and respectable man, capable, from the attention paid him by all ranks of Indians, of doing us considerable services. I could not understand that he had ever seen Europeans before. He took a great deal of pains to inform me and Captain Duncan about firearms, and pointed to the northeast and requested some of ours. Whether it was any of the Hudson Bay people, being only 700 or 800 miles from their settlement at most, or their Indians had traded with them, I cannot say. I rather suppose it the latter, and that they are enemies to each other, as one of them showed a spot where a bloody battle had been fought with strangers, which he seemed to shudder to relate. Firearms, such as pistols and muskets, they stood in no dread of, having an armour that would keep out a musket ball at 40 yards and perhaps nearer. They have the best calculated bows I ever saw, and it requires a deal of exertion to draw them, with a piece of wood lashed on each quarter to save the hand from the recoil of the line. I am thoroughly convinced he never saw a ship or cannon. The latter he seemed much terrified at when one was fired to show them the use of it. He had some European blue cloth at his village, besides the brass patu seen alongside. Through what channel he got these articles we are yet to be acquainted with. I was very sorry at the little circumstances that lessened his confidence in us, for we never saw him after taking the girl away. Several nights the watch on deck thought they heard the Indians in the woods, but we never saw them. At another time, the boat was manned and pulled after what was taken for a canoe crossing the creek to the southward in their way to the west. But as the boat lost sight of the pursuit, it was conjectured it was a log of wood drifting out with the tide. Animals seen besides the wolf and deer was a kind of stoat my dog killed one. It was of a chestnut colour and about 18 inches in length. Many otters were about when we first anchored but soon left the place. Seabirds were very numerous and shy. 2 ducks that I do not recollect to have seen before, I have endeavoured to describe on the other side of the next leaf. The maws of most that were killed were filled with shrimps. Some large prawns were picked up on the shore, and when digging for clams, a small crawfish about 4 inches long was dug up, shell soft and very indifferent eating. A small crab was also found among the rocks. A sculpin was caught with hook, and Captain Duncan took a salmon at the run we watered from. The shores were rocky, and some of them steep, formed by numberless isles. Between some of them were sand coves and muddy beds with clams. Fresh water, fit to drink, near the water's edge, saw none, till the rain set in. The land near and around us of a very moderate height, thin soil, trees of no great growth. On the top of most hills was collected a body of fresh water, on some of them extending a mile, and in swamps, a great many toads, besides the red and black berries that we procured at other parts of the coast. Juniper was in great plenty, and of the Labrador tea, our crews gathered large quantities and carried to sea for a store. The hills on the east side of the arm of water were high, barren, and their tops covered with snow. The afternoon of leaving our port had a fresh gale from the northwest and a confused sea. At 4 o'clock, south part of Charlotte's Isle was south by west. We close reefed the topsails and handed the mizzen topsail. At 8 o'clock in the morning on November the 20th, Charlotte's Isles were northwest by west 22. The wind got to the southward of west, blew hard, and brought us under low sail. At noon on the 23rd it moderated. The wind shifted more to the southward and continued between the south-southeast and west until 8 a.m. on the 29th. During this time, we had 2 heavy gales of wind, dirty weather, snow and hail. At 8 a.m. on the 29th, it became calm, succeeded by a light air from the east-northeast, which did not last an hour, gradually going around to the northward and westward, and by now blew from the west. It continued variable between this point and southeast, blowing strong and raining at times until December the 1st at midnight. Then there was little wind at times, squally and unsettled, and by 5 a.m. it was fixed at northwest and blew a very heavy gale. Then steering south by east, by 9 the sea ran uncommonly high and obliged us to keep a point more away. In the height of the squall, we lost sight of the Princess Royal. It blew too hard to bring her to, and hearing no signal, being no distance astern, we were not under the least apprehension for her. We reefed the foresail and continued our course. Latitude at noon, blank. Longitude, blank. The wind continued from northwest to west until midnight on the 3rd, then shifted to the southeast. This wind blew until midnight on the 6th, then varied between west and southwest for a few hours. By 8 o'clock in the morning on the 7th, it got between east and southeast, and by midnight to the southward. By noon to west-northwest, and calm at 4 o'clock in the afternoon on December the 9th. A breeze sprang up from the eastward, and round again to south by noon. At midnight to south-southwest, and continued between that point and south-southeast until 9 a.m. on the 11th. The wind flew around to the northward and shifted gradually by the way of east until the 13th. At noon it became westerly and west-northwest and blew a fresh breeze all day on the 14th. The wind varied a little now and then to the southward of west. On the 15th and 16th, the wind was in the southwest quarter. Most part of the 17th was calm. On the 18th, the wind was from southwest to west until noon, then got round to the northward. Latitude 28°17, longitude 129°57. Fair weather. This day, I date our relief from the most variable winds, blowing weather, and confused sea I ever saw, and on the whole, the worst part of the passage I ever made. From the time of leaving America, the wind seldom continued an hour from one point, more dirt than fair wear, and every shift brought a fresh blast with it. Perhaps our apprehensions of the ship might make us think it worse than it was, but all our fears on this head were groundless. Our leak never increased. Northerly wind, bringing on the trade, and fine weather, except a refreshing shower now and then. Our troubles seemed to have an end for some time, and artificers and people occasionally employed passed quickly. On the 1st of January 1788, at noon, we made the high land of Owyhee. Latitude observed 19°53, distance from the shore 15 or 16 leagues. A Voyage to the Northwest Side of America, the Journals of James Colnett, 1786-1789. Part 2, 1788 season, Remarks at Owyhee and other Sandwich Isles. Our first sight of the land, being at a great distance and hazy, was very imperfect. But as we drew westward it cleared, and Mount Coa was plain to be seen. Few on board thought it was the height it is, nor would have been convinced had not its summit been covered with snow. At 4 in the afternoon on January 1st, we hauled up for the northmost end in hopes of falling in with our consort, it being our rendezvous. At 10, being in the latitude, we steered away to the westward, and at daylight, hauled in for the nearest shore with all sail set. At 8 o'clock in the morning on January the 2nd, the extremes of the land from southeast to west, distant offshore 5 or 6 miles. The land descended in a gentle slope from the high mount, surface very uneven, and few parts cultivated. Shores steep and rocky, with many runs of fresh water. 2 canoes heaving in sight, 2 men in each, shortened sail and stood towards them. On their joining, having too much way for their laying alongside, being obliged to jump overboard several times to save their canoes from upsetting, brought to, head inshore, and began trading for 2 hogs and some breadfruit and tyro. They demanded at first a very extravagant price, a hatchet, but finding we were not disposed to give that, they readily took nails. Between noon and 3 and 4 in the afternoon, it was inclinable to calm, and being within 3 miles of the shore, wore and stood off. Many canoes by this time joined, and before evening to the number of 30 carrying from 2 to 4 men each, few women among them, but out of that number, 2 stayed on board. A man visited us early in the afternoon named Totaha. From the authority he carried over the rest, beating and driving them out of the ship when we became overcrowded, occasioned me to take notice of him, presenting him with an axe. He stayed on board all afternoon, and by an accident of a canoe running foul of his, broke the outrigger. Curiosity having brought off the other canoes too full to accommodate him and his crew with a passage on shore, he requested to have his canoe triced up alongside and remain on board till morning, which I granted. By dark, every canoe left us, having purchased of them 50 hogs, most of them very small, and great numbers of taro, some breadfruit, and a little sugar cane. At midnight, the winds became variable with rain and light airs at times and a heavy swell. The ship rolled deep and made much water. Before 2 o'clock it blew very fresh, wore and lowered the topsails to reef, but the breeze freshened, and being my worst sails I had bent for this country before, I could get them reefed, almost blew to pieces. By 4, it blew a fresh gale, obliged to carry close-reefed fore-main topsail and foresail to get an offing. Winds from NWBN to NE by N bent storm staysails. At noon on the 3rd, fresh gales and hazy, latitude 20°15 shifted the topsail and foresail. Unfortunately for my Indian guests, by a sea, their canoe was washed from alongside. On being acquainted with it, they were too seasick to be uneasy or too great philosophers to show it. As the weather was no way settled, I continued standing off till midnight, then wore and stood in NW by N till 8 o'clock in the morning, the 4th of January. The weather was much settled but a good deal of swell, and the ship had made more water this gale than at any time since leaving the coast of America. The land was scarce discernible through the haze, and it frequently rained in showers but promised fair. I steered WSW in for the land. My guests' countenances cleared, and they eagerly looked for the shore. I was not a little pleased myself with the thought of getting rid of them. As 6 in number, they became very troublesome companions with seasickness in so small a cabin. As soon as I could get them on deck to clean the place, missed 2 pairs of dividers I'd been using to measure the distance on the chart within the gale. Their bundle not being taken on deck with them, I made free and had it overhauled, found the missing articles with several others, had the things taken on deck and shown the chief. He at first endeavoured to vindicate himself, protesting his innocence and done without his knowledge, and that he would punish the offender as soon as he reached on shore. I would have been perfectly satisfied with this excuse, but it was too great an imposition, for I had but a few minutes before seen him at the bundle, and the articles I had made him a present were intermixed with those stolen. I endeavoured to show him I was highly offended at this breach of ingratitude, and requested to take my own name, having changed it for his on our first acquaintance. This seemed to affect him greatly, and one of his favourite attendants came down from the poop. They saluted by putting nose to nose, the custom of the country, wrapped themselves round in one mat, and wept for some time. There was little notice taken of them all the morning, the ship still standing in for the land with little wind and variable from NE to south with frequent showers of rain. At noon, latitude observed blank, extremes of land from S by E to W 1 to N. In the afternoon, a light air of wind came from off the land about E and ESE. As there was a great swell, we close-reefed the topsails to save the sails flapping against the mast. The land was about 4 leagues distant, and no prospect of getting in with the shore, so we put our head to the northward towards evening. The weather cleared up, and we had a fair prospect of Mount Blanc. Much snow seemed to have fallen during the late gale, and the water was pouring down in torrents from the high land to the sea. In 1 or 2 places, we took it for sails under the land, until the glass undeceived us. We stood off until 2 o'clock in the morning, wind at ebbing, wore and stood in till 4, then bore up and ran in for the shore, nearly where we left the night of the gale. At 10 o'clock, being within 3 leagues of the land, 2 canoes came off. The meeting between my guests and them was accompanied with many tears on both sides. On signifying I was going to put the ship's head offshore, they took a friendly leave, promising great things if I would stay until the next day. But I was perfectly tired of this part of the coast, and if not, I have little faith in the promises of Indians. Very few canoes coming off at 11 o'clock. We wore and ran inshore until noon Saturday, January the 5th. Many more then joined us with vegetables and a few hogs. The extremes of the land from Sebai E to W, offshore 2 miles. Several porpoises and 2 or 3 large sharks alongside at a musket being fired at one of them. All the Indians that came on a thieving expedition made the best of their way on shore. Those that had anything to sell continued alongside, and others kept paddling for the ship. Our trading continued all the afternoon, and a great quantity of vegetables was bought. The quantity eaten of greens and hogs is scarcely creditable, but great allowances can be given when informed we had scarcely tasted fresh flesh for 15 months. In the evening, it was inclinable to calm. At 6, all the canoes left us. North end of Moe NWBW, Sdu WBN, northwest end of Oihi WBS, and SE end Sebai, reefed the topsails, and made sail. While the Indians were alongside this afternoon, hooked and killed 3 sharks, many being alongside. The natives stand much in dread of this animal, by their frequently looking out for him when in the water. But their propensity was so great for our little articles, nothing could prevent those whose canoes were not able for the crowd to get alongside the ship from jumping overboard and swimming. A shark had very nearly taken one of the Indians, who was so much frightened that he made but one spring from the water into his boat, and one of the women wept bitterly at the sight of a large shark. One of the sharks, hooked while the Indians were alongside, a native paddled astern, got a rope fast round his body, another to his tail, stopped him to his canoe on the opposite side of his outrigger, then asked for a knife. When he got it, he ripped his belly up, took the liver out, but the shark still was too strong for him, and another man came to his assistance. Then, with great difficulty, got the chain shark hook cut out of his mouth. By that time the animal was near dead, and with much trouble, got him into their canoe and cut up, returned the knife and paddled off for the shore, highly pleased with their prize. Calm all night. At 7 in the morning, Sunday the 6th, a light breeze sprang up from NE, made sail and stood inshore. Soon perceived several canoes sailing and paddling towards us. On their joining, brought to, head off shore. By noon, near 30 canoes, double and single ones joined. Several very good hogs were purchased, with plenty of plantains, bananas, sugarcane, taro and coconuts. Breadfruit refused as the people did not like it, and had a great quantity on board our new traders, which came from the north end of the isle, was more impudent than those we had met before, and more daring in their thefts. Perhaps their numbers gave them confidence. Several things were stolen. I recovered again by showing a musket, which seemed a dreadful weapon to them. One climbed up the rudder pendant, got his hand through a broken pane in the cabin windows, stole a book, and got to his canoe with it. He would have taken several other things had he not been discovered. I applied to the chief to order the book to be returned, but he would not understand what I meant. A musket soon brought the thief to his recollection. I have great reason to think this robbery and many others were committed by his order, as he took no pains to drive the natives out of the ship when I requested it of him. I made 2 of them a present of an axe on their first coming alongside, taking them for leading men, and as so pointed out to me, they came off in large double canoes fastened by arched sticks, and on them their hogs lashed. The natives began to be so troublesome, and one of my officers, displeased because I chided him for trading for curiosities, ordered the main topsail to be filled, and several of the canoes left us. But by bringing 2, which I did in a little time, we were as thronged as ever. At 4 o'clock, stretched over to Moe until 7, being within 3 or 4 miles of the shore, and expecting to make a long board on my larboard tack, starboard side, being my lame side, to ease the ship, double-reefed the topsails. As soon as about, many fires were made by the natives on shore, killed a hog for the first trial of salting, and tried Captain Cook's experiment to make beverage from sugar cane. During the first part of the night, the wind continued at Neben, and at midnight flew around to E-tact and stood offshore. At 3 a.m. Monday, January 7th, wind returned to Neben, and by 8 o'clock, such a vast number of canoes joined and hanging on. All efforts to weather the E-point of Moe were ineffectual. At one time, 150 canoes were around us. Very few hogs, vegetables, or anything to sell. The greatest number came off to satisfy their curiosity, and the remainder to steal. Several were detected making very free, and one man had cast off the stopper of the bower anchor. Another snatched the knife out of a man's hand as he was cooking his victuals, jumped overboard and swam off with it. Several muskets were fired at him, and I believe some of them did execution. This alarmed all our visitors, and they left us all but 4 men who seemed to have a great inclination to stay on board. One of them had been very handy all day, bartering for his countrymen alongside him. I gave leave to, others I made quit the ship and stood away to the southward and eastward, tacking occasionally during the night to Wheat. Moe at 6 o'clock in the morning, 8th January, weathered the east end, bore up steering parallel with the shore at the distance of 3 or 4 miles. The east point of Moe is very low and runs out for 4 or 5 miles, tending a little to the northward, where the sea broke very high on some rocks laying off the point. To the southward and eastward of this point is a small rock of a moderate height, standing on the low land, appearing, at a small distance, as a detached isle. The whole of the east end was well peopled and better cultivated than any part of the land yet seen. Bought a quantity of the Indian rope and rove it for running rigging. By 8 o'clock, January the 8th, many canoes paddling after us, we shortened sail for them, and several large hogs and vegetables were purchased, having got round the east end of the isle, which was out of the district of my visitors the preceding evening. The Indian I had on board when it was too late told me the canoes I had bespoke the hogs and yams of the day before were disappointed by my not staying off that part of the isle, if I might judge from the quantity of yams those canoes that followed us brought. Had I remained another night where I was, should have procured a great quantity, but there was no putting any faith in them, being so often disappointed. The Indians that came on board today seemed to be anxious to know our wants, with a promise of largely providing for them on tomorrow. I meant to try them for once, by 4 o'clock being off the east end of the deep bay, on the north side of Moe, and offshore about 4 miles, hauled the wind to the northward, intending to stand off and on, under an easy sail for the night wind at ENE. My Indian passenger requested I would carry him to Moratoy to see his father and mother. It blew so fresh through the night that the fore and mizzen topsails were handed and mainsail hauled up. At daylight had fallen considerably to leeward of my last night's station, made sail and stretched into the bay. Extremes of Moe from SW to Ebes distant offshore 5 or 6 leagues by 11 o'clock, 9th of January, seeing no signs of natives and a great surf on the shore judged it prevented them from coming off. Bore up and ran along the shore to the westward under topsails, but the Indian discovering 2 canoes under sail and pointing them out, hove to till they joined, which was by 12:30 at noon. Latitude observed blank, extremes of Moe WSW to SSE offshore 3 miles. Extremes of Moratoy from WBS to WBN 1 to 2N. Mere curiosity brought those people so far after us, having come from the eastmost part of the bay and in such blowing weather, having very little to dispose of, or else the little articles got from us must be a very great acquisition. One of those canoes was of the middling size, with 4 men and 2 girls in with a properly fitted sail. After the manner of those isles, the other a much smaller one of the common kind, with a temporary sail of a piece of mat, in which was 1 woman and 3 men, after staying half an hour alongside and the ladies had seen everything they desired, left us. The surf broke very high all throughout the bay, which is mostly a sandy beach. The hills on the east side have a gradual descent to the westward, appearing to be well cultivated, and from the number of fires, I would suppose stocked with inhabitants. The cod of the bay is sandy and very low and barren. I did not observe a shrub upon it. The island Tahuroa is plainly seen over the isthmus. The west side of the bay is hilly, rugged and iron-bound shore, the top of the highland barren and thinly inhabited. Only 1 or 2 fires were seen. The hill descends gradually to the west end of the isle, which is very low, and for a mile off the sea broke on some rocks or foul ground. As soon as my visitors took their departure, I bore up for the east end of Moratoy, the hills of moderate height gradually descending to the eastward, well cultivated, and from the numbers of fires, the inhabitants were desirous of having some of our articles. But at this time, I meant to stand farther on and bring to about the middle of the isle. The north point of the east end of this isle is a high bluff, and a little to the southward and eastward of the east end are 2 small barren rocks, one about the size of a ship, the other much less, named by our Indian the largest Matoanet, the smallest Mana. The Indian said they were inhabited by some animal that bit, perhaps seals. By broken ground and small rocks, those islets appeared to be joined to Moratoy, and in one with the west end of Moe, bore Spy 1 to 2E, while off the east end 4 canoes came off, shortened sail for them. The ship had too much way for their holding on, and as they had nothing in, did not heave to. Most of the northeast part of Moratoy is a perpendicular rock from the top of the hills to the water's edge, the face of it barren and bare, scarce an appearance of any green upon it. In some places broken in deep gullies and indented, forming some little coves on the shore down which poured torrents of water. In the valleys were some little vegetation and a hut or 2. The land had this appearance for several miles. About 6 or 7 from the east point is a small rock, quite barren, and about 2 miles from it ran out a low, ragged point with breakers some distance off. From this part of the coast, the land fell in height but much indented. Between it and the west point is formed a bay. The western land for miles was long, tabling, and not very low, the western extremity a bluff. At 6 in the evening, extremes of the land from WSW to Sebii, low ragged point with breakers. Off SSW, distant from the shore 3 or 4 miles. Our stock began to run low, and little prospect of being replenished on this side of the isle. I determined to anchor under the west end in the morning, 10th of January. Throughout the night, a very fresh trade and squall with rain stood off and on under an easy sail. At daylight, bore up extremes of the land from Ebis to SSW, and the body of a deep bay formed by the west point, and the land to the eastward bore blank. By 11, reached the west point, sounded, had no bottom with 40-fathom line, distant from the shore 3 or 4 miles. The whole of the land ran down this morning, as well as that in the bay, appeared quite barren and thin of inhabitants. The north side of the bay was a sandy beach which the sea broke very high on, and a considerable distance from the shore. On hauling round the west point and well into the bay, it bearing NNE and S.S 15° E, had 19 fathoms, coarse white sand and coral, running across the bay towards the south point, sounding 17, 19, 20 and 22 fathoms, much the same bottom. At noon, January 10th, anchored in 17 fathoms, and being a fresh trade, wore almost to a whole cable before we brought up. Extremes of the land from NNE to S34E offshore 1.5 miles. Wohoo from SWBW to NWBW. I was much deceived in the produce of this isle and the number of inhabitants. While laying here, which was 5 days, did not see above 24 canoes at one time. What belonged to the bay was a humble imitation of those seen at other isles, and appeared not to have been in the water for months. There were a few hogs, sweet potatoes and plantains, but every one of those articles scarce and dear. Hogs that came from our neighbourhood were skin and bone, emblematical of the poverty of the place, which truly answered the appearance it presented. Water was good, purchased about a ton of it, giving a 6-penny nail for half a gallon. All other refreshment, except water, that was worth purchasing came from more fertile parts of the isle. On the 14th of January, a large sailing canoe was seen off the south point. At first was taken for the Princess Royal, but said by the Indians alongside it was Teriabo. His canoe was the largest I had as yet seen, having 24 rowers. On his coming to the ship, he presented me with a hog, which I made him a suitable return for, and the supercargo presented his son, a youth about 14 years of age, with some valuable presents. But I did not think, from the respect paid the chief, he was so great a man as he was introduced to me for. Many women slept on board at times, and I believe a good deal out of curiosity. One afternoon, 4 came on board to see the ship, and were highly offended at the inattention shown them by the ship's crew. They addressed themselves to me, and in return I offered them beads, but they told me that was not what they wanted. They came to see the ship and were in haste to be gone, each of them having left young children on shore. Their request was complied with, and they soon returned and made the best of their way to the shore. There was no fish caught in the bay but sharks, which it abounded with, and so large that they carried away all our hooks. All our stock of vegetables ran low, our supply not being near half our consumption. But as our visitors daily increased, I had no doubt but in a few days we should have been plentifully supplied. However, all this afternoon and night, a heavy swell setting in from the NNW determined me to leave the bay. Winds, while we lay at anchor, blew through the day from NNE to NE, and in the night from ENE, more fresh breezes than calms with rain at times. The currents had no regular guide, sometimes setting to windward, sometimes to leeward, and when to leeward, the strongest. On the 15th of January, we weighed and made sail for Wahoo. At 10:30, being within 2 or 3 leagues of the east point, the land was of a moderate height higher than the isle we left, the slope of the hills very rugged and broken, barren as at Moratoy but rocky. The northeast coast made like isles and small rocks between which little bays and inlets. Between the east and northeast point is a sandy beach for half a mile with little surf on it, and behind, for some distance back, was a level spot covered with grass. Between the east and southeast, which is distance blank mile, the coast forms a bay, and in the east corner deep as if a body of water from the hills emptied itself there. Our latitude at noon was 2018, SE point west, 4 or 5 miles, and east point EN 2 miles. The deep bight in the east part of the bay, NNE 12E. The southeast point is a peninsula. Outer point, a high rock with breakers running off into the sea for a mile or more. On the top of the rock was a house. The place being barren could be for no other purpose but a lookout. The bay abreast was well inhabited, and several large buildings with a great number of natives, most of them following the ship as we went on to the westward, and carrying something for sale, and among the articles were many hogs. On hauling round the southeast point, the land found a deep bay, the 2 points bearing from each other, E5N WW5S, the westmost point very low, the country on the east part having a delightful, pleasant appearance. Made me determined to anchor, and on getting into 15 fathoms sand and shells came to. The extremes of the bay from east by south plus to west half north, distance offshore 2 miles. Many natives came and brought hogs and coconuts, but asked a very extravagant price for them. Several people among our visitors called chiefs, but I saw little difference among them. I made the greatest part of them presents which they were not the least thankful for. When the natives began to be troublesome from numbers, I applied to those who had been pointed out as great men to turn them out of the ship, which they took not the least notice of. Their king, Titari, was on the poop with many attendants. One of them had a piece of iron 6 foot long, which he told me was a pump spear. It was shaped into a war weapon, and 2 or 3 had some lesser ones of iron and the same make. My royal guest employed all his attendants to thieve, and several were detected in the fact. One who seemed determined to have the poop lantern brace desired him to quit the place, which he peremptorily refused, but promised not to touch anything again. As the ship was so full of natives, so as not to be able scarcely to move, and the rest peaceable, prevented my doing anything that should cause them to quarrel. On my leaving them to go to dinner, I took hold of the man they called their king. He pushed me from him, which I laughed at as a jest. The supercargo going on deck after dinner, the king was going to force himself into the cabin, and on being told he should not, gave the supercargo a shove, which he returned, and the king went off much displeased. On returning from dinner, I observed my dog chasing some Indians round the binnacle, which I took for play, being never known to bite anyone before. As the dog passed me, I said, "Well done," calling him by his name, and went on the poop, taking no further notice. A little time after, I learned the dog had bitten 2 or 3 Indians, and 1 or 2 of my most particular friends took great pains in propagating that it was my fault and how infamous an action it was. But an honest man, who was the first cause of the dogs running after them, came and told me about it and acquitted himself from the same idea I had, of his never biting anyone. At sunset, they all left the ship as desired, leaving 2 women on board. The man that I had detected stealing the poop lantern brace and had refused to quit the poop stayed later than the rest. I caught him again endeavouring to pilfer and insisted on his moving off directly, which he very reluctantly did, and not until the quartermaster pointed to the dog, which was tied on the poop and had now become a great dread to them, large fires and drums beating on the shore all night. I knew this music portended no good, and as we parted the preceding evening on no very good terms at daylight, I got the boarding netting up before 8 o'clock in the morning, 16 January. The ship was surrounded by nearly 1,000 Indians in double and single canoes, some of the largest carrying 50 people all armed, and had every appearance of hostile intentions, not a single article being brought for traffic, and only 1 or 2 women. The accident with the dog was fortunate for them, or few would have returned to shore again, nor would I have suffered them so near us. I was over-persuaded to admit 1 or 2 of the large canoes alongside, and to let a chief or 2 in to see if it would renew our friendship. I did it, and it answered no other purpose than to give them confidence. For had it not been for the boarding netting, we should not have been able to keep the others out, or hindered them from taking what they pleased. We were held very cheap by them at our first acquaintance, and almost to a degree of contempt, due to their being the stoutest and most powerful men I ever saw, and our crew in general being small. As for myself, some of the stoutest of them requested I would sit in the palm of their hands, and many of the crew they carried about in their arms as children. I now saw there was no prospect of doing anything here without putting numbers of them to death. We got under way, and while heaving up, a hog jumped out of a port, which 2 Indians swam away with. I pointed this out to the chiefs on board, but they either had no authority or would not make use of it to recover the hog. As the anchor was nearly away, I waited for the casting of the ship to punish them or make them return it, but in the crowd, I lost sight of the offenders or was not certain which they were. Some of the Indians attempted to force their way over the bows, and the second mate was obliged to make use of the pike once or twice to keep them out. They were so daring as to attempt to snatch it from him, which was nearly accomplished, and had not a musket misfired, his life would have paid the forfeit for the attempt. After getting under way, I was informed that the chiefs I had admitted behaved very suspiciously, and that one of them had pointed a spear as if in the act of going to strike me. Perhaps he was only pointing to show those alongside who directed the ship. I am sure they meant us no good, as not a canoe brought any articles for trade, but had a number of spears, some 20 feet long and upwards, and were trying the distance and height often that they would reach. Upon getting under way, all left us. We stood a little way out of the bay and brought to and drifted to the westward. Very few canoes came off, and they brought very little. By evening, 7 canoes were alongside, but on observing 2 coming from the eastward, they left us in great haste until called to by the blank for the easternmost canoes to return, which they did. I was a little surprised to find that when the 2 canoes came alongside, the man who took the lead was the one that refused to quit the poop. He came on board, saluted me according to the custom of the country by touching noses, and promised that if I returned to the bay, I should have anything I wanted. He sold me a couple of hogs, a bunch of plantains, and some salt, and returned to the shore with great promises for morning. At 6 o'clock in the evening, being within 2 miles of the shore, we wore and dropped the deep-sea lead overboard. We had only 11 fathoms of coral and sand. The east point of the bay bore E3 degrees, westward W5 degree N, and a town situated in the centre of the bay in a pleasant valley N17 degree E. Had the bottom been anyway good, I should have anchored here for the night. Blank, brought to head off shore. After drifting about a cable length, we sounded and had no bottom at 50 fathom line. So, with our former soundings, we must have been on the tail of the reef, which runs out offshore in some places at a considerable distance. We were now farther than any other part, and the land was much lower here. Tacked occasionally during the night to get to windward, but there being a popping sea, lost ground. At daylight, 17th January, brought to. Several chiefs came off in large canoes, and some hogs and vegetables were purchased, with great promises for next time. One of the chiefs that came off was called a priest, attended with taboo rods and a white flag like a pendant, with a stick in the tack part, and seized to a long staff, sketch in text of a Makahiki image. Each end of the pendant with a stick had a bunch of green bows. Latitude observed at noon, blank. Extent of the bay, east to west, 3/4 north. Kept the lead going while the ship's head was towards the shore. Found no soundings at 3 miles off at 60 fathoms, but within a mile of the breakers, had from 50 to 17 fathoms, mostly coarse bottom. At sunset, within half a mile of the reef, sounded 50 fathoms, so that as yet had found no part of the bay fit to lay in but where we first anchored. Wore and plied to windward for the night, under easy sail. Friday morning, very early on January 18th, wind came from the northwest and continued so until 10 o'clock when the sea breeze set in. Latitude observed, blank. Extent of the bay from Eni to WBN offshore 2 miles. Many hogs, salt and roots were bought this morning. I had purchased everything the canoes had to dispose of and wished much to get rid of them. I told a chief whose people seemed much inclined to thieve that I wished them to be gone, wanting to make sail offshore, but no hint would do for him nor his crew. Others left us, but on making sail offshore, the ship getting fresh way, his vessel went adrift, and it was some time before I would bring to again, and he quitted us. I was pleased when I got rid of him, being the person accused of having intentions of striking me with his spear. He would have been severely handled had he himself been detected in any crime, which I should have been sorry for. Lay to, off and on, in the bay all the afternoon. Hogs and many articles were purchased. By sunset, it rained in showers and looked heavy over the land. Canoes all left us. Wore and made sail offshore. Showery all night, winds from knee to SE. tacked occasionally in the morning. As the sun rose, the weather cleared. Lay to, off and on, trading with the natives. Latitude observed at noon on the 19th, 21st, 13. Extent of the bay from ENE to WNW. Lay to all the afternoon, trading with the natives, standing off and on all night, winds through the day between E and NE, in the night NW. At sunrise on Sunday, January 20th, bore up for the west point of the bay. At noon, latitude observed 20°16. Extent of the land from NWBN to E by N offshore 2 miles. At 2 o'clock, hauled more inshore and being abreast of a sandy beach, sounded 25 fathoms coral and sand. East point of the bay E, west point of the bay WBN of the west point 7 or 8 miles. After running a little farther to the westward, hove to within 3/4 of a mile of the shore, sounded 17 fathoms sand and coral. The west point of the bay anchored in is low barren, scarce anything growing on it but a few coconut trees. When well in the bay, the land running low, far back from the sea, appears to tend farther out than it does, and from the colour of the water some distance of it, should suppose it foul ground. The southwest end of the isle is thin of inhabitants, barren rocky, and shore mostly steep, except the places inhabited which are on small beaches where a few coconuts were growing. We procured nothing from these people but fish, which they sold great quantities of, and I believe is their chief subsistence, appearing miserably poor and having wretched boats. At noon on the 21st, latitude observed 20°27, low sandy point ESE 4 leagues, and northern extreme NBW offshore 2 miles. Monday, 21st January. The natives we found had strictly attended to our wishes and directions overnight, agreeable to the articles mentioned. By 9 in the morning, several of them came on board with billets of firewood, water in calabashes, some plantains of the inferior kind, some little sugar cane, and other trifling articles. This part of the isle is, for the most part, wretchedly barren, though the valleys seem only to want cultivation like the eastern part of the island. It is mountainous. In the different bays, there are some excellent beaches and villages with an excellent patch of coconut trees. From the numbers I observed on the shore with the glass and those who came on board, I should suppose this village contains more than 5 or 6 score, and though on the same isle they are far inferior in size. Nor do they appear so well fed. Some children came off this morning in the canoes, with their bones coming through their skin. They constantly asked for something to eat. Yams and other edibles were thrown overboard, affording some diversion to see them dive several fathoms underwater to pick it up. This was practiced all morning. Their eagerness for any article which could be eaten, stinking fish not excepted, is sufficient proof of their miserable living. I do not suppose they have any hogs among them. Their canoes were of the worst kind we had seen anywhere, and smaller, some scarcely larger than butchers' trays, and by no means so safe for anyone but themselves who are so much at home in as out of the water. The water we received from these people was clear and good. If there had been good anchorage, I have little doubt, but we could have watered quickly at this spot. Here we were again visited by the women as usual. Fish we got of various kinds, but not very plentiful. Tuesday, 22nd January. In the morning daylight, we had driven considerably to the westward, and being well in the offing, could see the promontory to the eastward, low sandy point, and the northern extreme also. At 7, promontory E13N, low point N52E, the west extreme N14W. By 11, we reached well in with the land with a fresh breeze from the east, hove to in order to send 3 women ashore who had remained on board. 3 canoes came off, and the captain, wishing to make sail, desired the women might be sent into the canoes. One of the 3 jumped overboard and swam, as we judged, to the canoe where her relations were. The other 2 girls were extremely anxious to get on shore, fearing they would be carried to sea, but neither of the canoes would take them in, as they did not belong to them, nor were they related. They positively refused to carry the poor girls ashore, either by their own request or all we could say in favour of them. Notwithstanding, we told the men she was going away to the westward. This they seemed quite careless and unconcerned about, and in the most unthinking and unfeeling manner objected to take them in until rewards were offered for their passage ashore, which succeeded. When they were away from the ship, I had reason to think they were base enough to plunder from the girls such presents as they had received, a proof of their wild, unthinking, brutish disposition. At 11:30, bore away with a light air of wind to the northwest, steering between NNW and NWBN on a parallel with the land. Purchased some fish from the natives and a small quantity of water and wood. The land pretty much indented in every direction near the extreme. On the 23rd, hauled away along shore to the northward, tacking occasionally. At noon, latitude observed 20°47, extremes of the land from SSE 12E to E12S offshore 2 leagues. All the afternoon, night and morning of the 24th, fresh, steady breezes carried a press of sail, tacking occasionally to gain the northwest bay. Anchored in by the Resolution a little before noon, fetched well into the bay within 2 or 3 miles of the head of it. A very great swell and surf on the shore, not a single native to be seen, and only one house, though the country had a very fertile appearance. North point of the bay, Nibi 3-4E distance 8 or 9 miles, and south point SWBS 3.4W, and the bight of the bay, which I took for the river, SE. Bore up for a tui, Kauai. January 25th at 6 p.m, a tui from WNW to W12S 8 leagues. At 10 o'clock, brought to. At daylight, bore up for the southeast end of the isle. At 10 o'clock, many canoes joined us with roots, hogs, and every produce of their isle. At noon, latitude 22°01, extremes of the land from NNW 1 to 2W to SW 1 to 2W offshore 3 miles. Little wind. Kept plying off the southeast end of the isle and plentifully supplied with everything we could expect. On the 27th, gave leave to 2 people to go on shore. On the 29th, they returned, and with them Abanue, a man of great power in this isle, and brought me a letter left by Captain Portlock of the King George, when first under the stern. My people called out, Captain Duncan was here and had sent me a letter. The mistake was neither of my people could read. I had been uneasy some time for the Princess Royal, and was not a little pleased at this information, and it affected me greatly when I found the mistake. We had a good deal of swell and blowing weather, driven considerably to leeward. As this isle had been oftener visited than any of the others, the natives were more civilized and friendly. All the chiefs that had visited had partaken of our bounty, and were pressing for us to go to Waimeo. Next morning, January the 30th, bore up, by 10 o'clock, anchored in 40 fathoms. River's mouth, NBE. Extreme from NWBW 3-4W to ESE. The ship was soon crowded with natives, men, women, and children. There was no stirring. They did not forget to exert their talents at thieving, found a method to carry off the anchor, fish hook, and several less articles. Friday, February the 1st, I detected a man stealing the longboat's grips. The canoe was called alongside, but the man was allowed to escape. I detained the canoe, a large double one, until the stolen item was returned. Our friend Abanui did not or would not exert his authority, pleading that they were people above the reach of his punishment. However, he offered to taboo the ship to keep everyone out to assist. We got the boarding netting up and chained the canoe alongside. Abanui entreated me to let the canoe go, promising that they would not steal again. On those terms, I ordered it to be cast off, but the man unlocking it let the chain go out of his hand, and the natives took possession of the canoe, amusing me with promises to bring the chain until out of reach of musket, and then they undeceived me by pulling to the shore with it. Abanui and another chief who was on board must have been privy to this. I detained them both, threatening them with death if the chain was not returned. They believed me to be in earnest, and the chain was returned. The 2 men that brought it made me understand the trouble they had had, so I made them a small present, and the chiefs parted with us much dissatisfied. Large fires were made on the shore, which were answered by others to the eastward, and burnt for several days. I was informed by some it was to clear the ground, by others to collect the natives, and that everything was tabooed on shore. This was of no consequence, as we were plentifully stocked with hogs, roots, women, wood, and water, which were not in prohibition. The wind continued so variable that we did not get moored until Sunday 3rd of February, using the small bower in 50 fathoms, the best in 30 fathoms. The extremes of the isle from WNW to E by S. River's mouth, N12E2 or 3 miles. Latitude of anchoring place, blank. Body of Wanihau. The taboo continued until this morning, and last night extended to the ladies. Our friendship was again renewed, and one of the chiefs who I had detained for the boat's chain came off, along with some of the officers and several of the crew. King Tio and Abanui came on board, stayed for some time, received presents, and went on shore much pleased. Some strange canoes coming from the eastward, Abanui ordered the nearest one on shore, and dispatched a canoe after the others. Whether it was to prevent their quarrelling with us or to engross all the trade to himself is hard to say. In the evening, the Liberty people returned perfectly satisfied. Monday morning, February 4th, the taboo was lifted, and a trade resumed as before, for all our wants. Every morning, 400 coconuts were purchased for the crew to drink, and most days, 200 or 300 more were made a present of, and also consumed. The king never received our present without making a return of the best produce of his isle, including cloth made from the bark of a tree, large mats, neatly wrought in different colours of fine grass, hogs and vegetables. The ladies of his house were not backward in their presents of the like, for which they received scissors, beads and many baubles for ornaments, which highly pleased them. Not a man in the ship, but what had been on shore, and all pleased with their reception. Every method was taken to please the natives in return. The supercargo went on shore and, as requested, carried the drum and fife for the satisfaction of those who were not able to come off. Our situation was as comfortable as could be expected in this part, and on February 7th, the Princess Royal joined and moored astern, a little to the westward of us. All the crew were in good health, but the chief mate, who had been treated ill by the natives of Morotoi. He had gone ashore with the boat, coming to a grapnel, landed in a canoe, but on returning to the boat, a chief ordered him to be upset without any provocation, and when in the water, gave him 3 deep wounds on the head with their paddles. The musket going off from the boat after being snapped 3 times was the only thing that prevented his being sacrificed. Captain Duncan informed me he made Oihi on December 25th, cruised many days among the isles, and anchored at Morotoi, near where we left. On the accident happening to his mate, he had come to Atui for the assistance of our surgeon. Tio continued his daily visits, except on the taboo Borea days, which happen on the different changes of the moon. As yet, I have not been able to ascertain the time they fix them at. Abanue lost a great deal of our favour from his avaricious disposition, and to be revenged for the loss, all strangers that came when he was afloat were tabooed until they had paid their visit to Tio. We endeavoured to keep the price of their articles at one standard and took care the taboo should not affect us, keeping a large stock of vegetables and hogs. Of the latter, had salted a large quantity. But at last, having sufficiently stocked themselves with small articles, they could not purchase a large hog, but at their price. Friday, February 23rd, a taboo borea was laid on by Tayo the preceding evening. Abanui came to call the women on shore, but few obeyed him. At daylight, some few canoes came off, and in one of them were 2 girls, one of whom had kept constant to her man. She was handsome, well-made, and of a sweet temper, danced and sang so as to be ranked among the first performers at the isle. As the girls always wished to please, dancing was thought to be a great treat, and they often requested to exhibit. This girl was always first in her solicitations and led the dance, for which she always got some little presents, and attached greatly to all of us. On first coming on board, she flew to her husband, bursting into a flood of tears, and told him we were all to be killed the next day. Her husband laughed at it, so she went to the surgeon, who had taken a good deal of pains to make himself acquainted with the language, and understanding from her that it was planned by the natives to take both ship and smack by surprise, they came into the cabin and acquainted me with it. I sent for the girl, who spoke a language similar to the Society Isles where I had been twice. I learned from the girl that in a consultation of chiefs and priests, different plans had been proposed for our destruction, and the prevailing one, proposed by the priests, was poison, and all the articles they meant to supply us with that day were to partake of it. They planned to come on board in their usual familiar way, watch for the first opportunity when we were sick and off our guard, and then put their plans into execution. There was not a person on board, but what had an executioner allotted for him. Those for the officers and myself were the chiefs that had shared the most of our favours and put so much confidence in us that they had free access to our apartments at all times, when others were forbidden. They were all assembled at the king's house for a feast and dance in consequence of tomorrow's business. As soon as I received the information, I looked with the spyglass at the king's dwelling, and an immense concourse of people was gathered there. Even the top of the house was full. My friend Matua, who was named, never appeared throughout the day, but the steerage friend came off late in the evening, which never happened before, as he was always on board at daylight. He did not seem to act with that cordiality he formerly did. Indeed, our confidence was visibly lost on both sides. The natives, by some means or other, perhaps by a little stir in the ship, seemed to know we were acquainted with their intentions and brought us very little that any poison could be conveyed in, but none of the girls would touch a single article. I had drunk water myself that came from a shore but a long way to windward from where the scene was to have been acted. They sent us none, which was also singular. We were under no apprehension at present of them at any time, thinking ourselves a sufficient match while kept out of the ship for the whole isle. The mate of the sloop was on board to get some iron cut up. I ordered him on board to acquaint Captain Duncan and wrote him afterward of the information I received. Few canoes were around us all day, and at night we kept a third watch. Sunday morning, February 24th, a few canoes came off, including one with Matua, my friendly chief, and Hanamo, a priest of great note, and several other chiefs. I refused them admittance. Hanamo immediately pulled to the sloop, spoke to a double canoe there, and then pulled to one fishing astern, spoke to them, and returned in great haste to the shore. Matua threw some roots overboard as a present, but kept the drum in the boat, which the girl informed us he was to bring to make the dance, and that a number of handsome young women were to follow him, and in the height of it, some were to cut the cable we rode by. Soon after dismissing those people, our small bower, which was our lee cable, appeared slack underfoot. It had blown fresh the preceding night, so we conjectured we must have driven. This was observed between 8 and 9 in the morning, so we turned to heave the slack cable in. Great was our surprise to see the end of it come in cut off close to the clinch, and the anchor laying in 44 fathoms of water. The few canoes around us fled for the shore. Everything hourly corresponded exactly to what the girls told us, for which information Providence had been very kind. From the particular attention paid to us by the king and inferior chiefs, our confidence in them was daily increasing. This morning, the supercargo was going on shore with the surgeon, second mate and carpenter, with 4 men to fell a tree for an anchor stock and several others from the smack and ship on liberty. The crosscut saw the carpenter had with him, and several articles carried by the supercargo were to be given to Tayo when the business on shore was finished, and this he was acquainted with. I have no doubt he had planned to secure them when he attacked us. Captain Duncan came on board in a double canoe just as the end of the cable came into the hawse, and he sent a note for his boat to come and assist to sweep for our anchor. It blew fresh, and a great swell set into the bay, so our endeavours to retrieve the anchor were not successful. I wouldn't have given them another opportunity to cut another cable or form other plans against us, but the wind blew so fresh from the ESE, and the anchor lay in such great depth of water that I would have been driven too far into the bay before I could get it up. I was obliged to lay fast until the wind came more offshore or moderated. I learned that the cable was cut by 2 men going down with a cooper's drawing knife under the direction of 2 priests named Hanamo and Terracrimano, done from canoes that had been fishing near our stern for the past week. There were never fewer than 12 or 14 double canoes, but as they never made fast but kept constantly on their paddles and observing them catch fish, I had no suspicion. I had been advised in Captain Portlock's letter to look after my cables, which I paid great attention to, keeping a person night and day in the fore-staysail netting. Had he told me that he and the Snow had lost their anchors, and had reason to think the natives had dived in 44 fathoms and cut them, I might have escaped this misfortune. The Snow's anchor lay on the beach where we generally landed, and Captain Portlock's farther to the eastward. On asking the king how he came by them, he answered as presents from the 2 captains. One of the people in the canoe that brought Captain Duncan on board informed me that Tio had employed some people to cut our cable in the night, which to prevent, as soon as it was dark, we kept firing a ball in the direction the cable grew. This had the desired effect. On the second musket being discharged, a canoe was observed coming from to windward, pulling towards the Princess Royal. As soon as she came abreast, a cannon, whose contents were 100 musket balls, was discharged at her, and she was no more seen. The muskets were constantly fired on board the smack, but none disturbed us any more for the night. Many women were on board both vessels for the night and were not at all alarmed at what passed. A dumb man constantly attended us and, without fee or reward, chastised his countrymen guilty of any irregularity. He soon attracted our notice and received countless presents. His honesty I had also proved by leaving him frequently in the cabin alone. Upon learning the design of his countrymen against us and the loss of the anchor, he came on board and dived for it. Much vexed he could not see it, he requested we would revenge ourselves on his countrymen, and he would assist us. Then he went to Captain Duncan with a mournful face, signified his vessel was small and few in numbers, and not equal to one of their war canoes. He advised him to go to sea, but on being shown the muskets he was seized with an ecstasy of joy, cutting many antic capers, endeavouring to explain it was the very thing he thought him in want of, and how he would use them if it was his case. Monday morning, February 25th, many canoes were off. Several hogs and some roots were bought. If those people alongside were guilty, they carried on the business with a consummate degree of impudence. Even the canoes, I was informed by the girls, had cut our cable were directly over the spot I supposed our anchor to be, and carrying on the deception of fishing. However, as they really caught some, I did not think the information of the girls sufficient justification for me to put them to death, which was requested by most on board, also by the people to let them shoot the chief who had acted the part of a friend in the steerage. This man had long been detested by all the crew. After informing us he was the man Captain Cook fired the small shot at, and showing us several marks which he said it left, he also told us he gave him the blow which occasioned his death, producing a shirt marked IC number 6, which he said was the one he fell in, and came to his share, and he had made it a present to the king of this isle. It had some dark-coloured marks, as if stained with blood, and near the waist a hole as if made by a pahir, or weapon resembling a dagger. I thought those who stayed away betrayed themselves, not those who brought the very articles we wanted. The desire of the girls to revenge ourselves on many they pointed out was as likely to arise from some former quarrel they might have had, and disgust taken against them, as any cause of ours. They now had no alternative but leaving the isle, and it was a good opportunity of retaliating. On our anchor coming away, it dropped through the body of the canoes as soon as passed. I returned to the spot. Captain Duncan hailed as I dropped by him, said he conjectured the natives had got a buoy and a small line on our anchor. I paid great attention to them with my glass, and observed nothing I could take for such, nor a single man in the water, but perceived them haul many fish in. It was singular they should choose this spot for fishing. As we stood out of the bay, the women left us, except our two friends, whose mother, sister, and brother were taking an affectionate farewell of, and had received suitable presents on the occasion. Supercargo and I were happy when this ceremony was over, as it affected our sensibility greatly, for the situation of the two girls who had sacrificed their home and family for our safety. 3 canoes stayed alongside for some time, and in one of them was Poheva, the chief that had been at the death of Captain Cook. A heavy firing from the Princess Royal hastened their departure, but some of the crew flew to whatever arms were in their reach and fired a great gun and musket. I desired them to desist, which was immediately complied with, but a man was killed in Poheva's canoe instead of him. Captain Duncan informed me the natives became so daring after we left the bay that it remained a doubt with him whether they would not attempt to take his anchor away before he could get it to the bows, and that a single canoe was dispatched to the shore and returned in great haste with a double one manned with 17 stout rowers, making the best of their way to join the others fishing, and had no doubt from her size was intended to weigh our anchor, which he stopped at this time by killing the greatest number of them, telling others the reason. I told Capt. Duncan we would beat up to windward for a day or two, but he advised me to go to Wanihow before the news and get our stock of yams, which advice I followed. In standing over for Wanihow, both the north and south ends make like separate isles, the southmost being the largest, but both ends form bays of low land by which they are joined to the isle. The wind continued far to the eastward, and dark, gloomy weather persisted. At 7 o'clock in the evening, the south point of the isle WBN 3 leagues, we shortened sail and hauled on a wind for the night. At daylight on Tuesday 26th, the southwest point of the isle bore any at 8 o'clock. We bore up and ran down along the isle, distancing from the shore from 1 mile to 2, with soundings from 20 to 17 fathoms, coarse coral, and sand. We stood for the bay mentioned in Captain Cook's Voyage to lay on the northwest side of the isle, found the bottom very indifferent, and worse than what we had passed over to the southward. When going to bring up, the man in the chains called out a rock. We wore and hove to, head offshore, finding it was a mistake. We let go the anchor with extremes, northeast by north to south by east offshore, 1.5 miles. During the afternoon, several small canoes came off and brought as many yams as they would hold. In the evening, the 2 girls brought from Atui went ashore. I offered to carry them to America in the ship, which they refused, thinking themselves out of the resentment of Tio on this isle. Through the night, winds were variable and round to the northward. Towards day, they shifted to the southward. In the night, a swell set in heavily in the bay, causing a heavy surf on the beach. On Wednesday morning, February 27th, many canoes from all parts of the isle loaded with yams, wood, water, salt, saltfish, and fresh fish, which they readily bartered for small nails, beads, and fish hooks. All other articles Tio, king of Atui, had tabooed. This isle was under subjection to him, and governed by Abenui under his direction. I was informed by the girl's brother, who acquainted us with the conspiracy, that he had come from Atui with him, and everything was to be tabooed on tomorrow. But being plentifully supplied with yams and rigging well set up, one of the prevailing reasons for anchoring here, his taboo was of no consequence. I had determined with myself to get underway, beat over to Atui, and by some stratagem get the anchor we saw near Tio's house, which was nearly the weight of our bower. Winds through the day were southerly, towards evening more to the eastward, with lightning around the compass. Thursday morning, 28th of February, not so much surf, but dark, gloomy weather with showers of rain. 3 canoes came off and fetched the women ashore. We weighed, and on the anchors coming in sight, one of the arms was almost off, and in fishing broke asunder. We made sail, Princess Royal in company. The 2 girls came and took leave of us. Through the morning, winds between east and southeast, tacked occasionally. At noon, latitude observed blank. Southwest point of the isle east by south 5 miles. Northwest point north-northeast. Rain all the afternoon, night and morning with lightning. Winds at southeast. At noon on the 29th, latitude observed blank. South point of Wanihau north by east 6 or 7 miles. All the afternoon and night, heavy rain in showers, lightning, frequent squalls of wind variable from east to south. Weather and winds continued. Taylor provides the following description for 1 and 2 March. 209A, Saturday 1st March. Very disagreeable weather, turning to windward with as much wind as we could manage to carry double-reefed topsails. Lost sight of the Princess Royal in the night. At noon, when the weather rather cleared, we could see her. The ship gained ground considerably during the night. Winds varied from east-northeast to southeast, with heavy rain, thunder, lightning, and frequent heavy squalls, and almost constant thick weather with a swell from the eastward. Sunday 6th in the afternoon, we fetched into Waimoa Bay at 2 miles to leeward of our anchoring berth. The wind blowing pretty fresh from east-northeast, headed and stood off. No canoes attempted to come off. Spoke the Princess Royal, and inquired if any canoe had been on board her. Was answered in the negative. In this, our commander was rather disappointed, as he seemed to make no doubt that the canoes would come off as usual, that they would be as good friends as ever, burying our ill treatment in oblivion, and seemed secure of getting some of the chiefs on board, and by confining them, recover at least 1 anchor. But our mistake is too evident. If nothing had happened, we should have been surrounded with canoes. March 3rd at noon, we fetched into Waimea Bay, Atui, 3 or 4 miles to windward of where we lay at anchor, and hove to head offshore. There were no signs of any canoes coming out, so we ran down to the river's mouth. I observed the natives on shore waving a piece of white cloth, which we answered. A canoe was put in the water, and 2 men came to the ship. We gave each of them a large fish hook for themselves and a hatchet for Tayo, as well as much pork and yam as they could eat. 1 man remained on board for the night, while the other went ashore. It was blowing fresh, and a good deal of sea had worked the smack. At 2 o'clock this afternoon, we were 3 or 4 leagues to the westward, with no change in wind or weather. The next morning, March 4th, there was no sight of the Princess Royal. We kept plying off and on in the bay. At 10 o'clock, we were well in with the land and 2 miles to the eastward of the river. We brought to and sounded 9 fathoms with foul bottom. The east point of the bay was ESE, the west point was WNW, and the mouth of the river was NNW. Our intercourse began to renew with the shore. Hogs and roots were brought for sale and as presents. Women remained on board for the night, and a bargain for the anchor was in progress. On March 6th, one of the crew requested to go ashore, with 2 chiefs offering to remain in his place. We let him go, with the understanding that the anchor was to return with him. On March 7th, the winds were from the east and east-southeast. It was the best appearing morning for some time, and proved to be the best day since leaving Onihau. There were many canoes out, and several chiefs, including Matua and Pahiva. We learned that our man was well and being carefully taken care of, but that we must send a chief before the anchor would be returned. Mr. Temple, a young gentleman who had come out with me for information and was a favourite of the king's, offered to go. Any number of chiefs offered to remain until his return. We gave him a present for the king and let him go, detaining Poheva and Metua, our 2 greatest friends, and a native Tio had great esteem for. This afternoon, a chief was sent by the king to see the things that were offered for the anchor. On Sunday, March 9th, we fetched well to windward and ran down off the river's mouth. By noon, we brought to, and many canoes came out with great quantities of every kind of goods, making it a most excellent day for getting the anchor off. I began to be uneasy for our people, as the hostages seemed to have intentions of quitting the ship. I was hourly amused with some story or another. I sent 2 notes to Mr. Temple to come off with the man accompanying him. There were light airs and calm alternately all afternoon, and the ship set into the bay in 25 fathoms of water. However, a breeze springing up, we stood away to the southward in the evening. A canoe brought a note from Mr. Temple informing me that the king's son and our man were coming off the next day with a list of things demanded for the anchor. We plied to windward all night, and in the morning we bore up, ran down into the bay, and brought to. Many canoes joined us and desired us to get nearer the shore, as the king's son would come off with Mr. Temple to examine the articles agreed upon for the anchor. On Monday, February 10th, March 10th, in the afternoon while running down the bay, Poheva, one of the hostages, jumped overboard. He escaped being fired at, as I was not on deck myself to allow it. I would not allow him to be fired upon, as some were preparing to do so too hastily. The natives around us fled, but I enticed them back by promising they would not be hurt. They returned, but I took care of the other chief and his companion by keeping them in the cabin, who now began to express their uneasiness by tears. I dispatched a note to Mr. Temple, informing him of Poheva's escape, which he received halfway off. Had anyone been so rash as to have killed a native, it is likely the king's son would not have proceeded to the ship, and their resentment would have fallen on the 2 they had in their power. The favourable report made by the man who carried the note caused Mr. Temple to continue his course. The canoe that came off last night to inform us of the royal visit was paddled by Tio's favourite servants, which they did not forget to tell us. At the same time, the canoe was also his, and being too late to return to the shore, they requested to have it hoisted in and to remain until morning. The reception and care that were taken of them, and the boat, I believe, were not of little service to us. Tias's son came aboard, and, perfectly satisfied with the articles made and received several presents. Mr. Temple remained on board with 3 hostages for our man. The anchor was promised in the morning. We plied to windward all night, and at daylight on March 11th, we bore up for the bay. When off the eastern point, the wind fell light, and it was inclinable to calm, with rain at times. By 10 o'clock, it looked dirty in the southwest, and with light airs from that quarter, I did not think it prudent to stand far into the bay. Many canoes came off and said I should have the anchor if I got nearer. I had been so often deceived that I began to have little hope, and my hostages wept incessantly. By dark, a canoe with 3 men and 2 hogs came off from Tio, informing me that he was very uneasy for his men and that I should have the anchor in the morning. The canoe and Indians stayed on board for the night. At daylight on March 12th, heavy rain and dirty weather prevented us from standing in for the land. At 8 o'clock, it cleared a little, so we wore and made sail. At noon, the river's mouth bore north by east 3 or 4 leagues. It still looked dirty, so we reefed topsails and stood offshore. At 2 p.m. it moderated, and we made sail for the bay. At 4, the river's mouth bore northeast 2 or 3 leagues, and several canoes came off. We shortened sail and brought to. They brought women and carried others on shore, telling me the anchor was shipped. By the countenances of the hostages, I believed it. It blew fresh all night with a good deal of sea. The next morning, March 13th, we fetched into the west part of the bay. By 9 o'clock, several canoes joined us, and several more coming. I learned the anchor was in one of 2 double canoes to be seen off the mouth of the river. With the telescope, I observed it in the largest canoe, very full of men, with one standing up waving. We wore and stood for them. On their joining, being within 3/4 of a mile of the shore, we wore, shortened sail, and brought to. This alarmed the royal gentlemen, fearing I was going to run away with the canoe, anchor and all, and they paddled away in great haste for the shore, having 28 rowers. I could not tell what to make of them. We wore and put our head to the shore, but that did not remove their fears. They made signs for us to clew our sails up, which I did. They lay on their paddles, and our old friend Matua came alongside in a single canoe, affected to be angry at our being so far to leeward. Being bad judges of wind, sea, and weather, they might easily have allowed for that, or believed our vessel capable of doing anything. On being perfectly satisfied with my answers to all his questions, he called the others on board. A hawser was given to them, well forward, the end passed round their thwart piece, and made fast inboard, by which it was impossible for them to get away. The fish and cat being ready, we hauled the canoe ahead, hooked on, and it was up before they could look round. Them, when missed it, stared at one another with the greatest mark of astonishment. The things being on deck, I agreed for, and gave them immediately, which allayed their apprehensions, if any, that I meant to steal it. The articles were as follows: 5 half bars of iron weighing 150 Wt, 2 muskets, 2 pistols, 1 musket, and 1 pistol cartouche box full of ball, a powder horn of powder, 20 rounds of musket and pistol ball each, a cooper's beak iron, a cross-cut saw, a double-headed maul, and a ship-speaking trumpet. The canoe was a little hurt in getting the anchor out, so some articles were added by way of restitution. To each of the hostages, a piece of iron 18 inches long, to others a dozen spike gimlets, some pieces of iron beads, etc. The supercargo sent to Tayo some things he had promised him before first leaving the bay. It took us 15 days to make this acquisition, and a great one it was for this part of the world. I believe for a long time the king never meant we should have it at all, if I might guess from the equivocal messages daily sent and difficulties hourly started. One of the latter was a very deep one, which he laboured much to make me believe that he had no canoe large enough to bring it off, and our longboat must fetch it. I guessed his drift, knew it to be no other than to get possession of arms, boat, and people. I evaded it by asking them how they got it on shore, and that our boats would not swim till repaired, which would take up some time. Still persevering, I at last accomplished it. The desire of having some of our people, arms, etc., in his possession and plans laid to obtain them, even stealing the anchor, was excusable if his whole isle and inhabitants' safety depended upon it, which I really think was the case. The friendly method of treating Europeans here, compared to what they had met with at other isles, made it more frequented. Obtaining a large quantity of iron and other articles, great riches in this country, had drawn on him the envy and hatred of the kings of Wahoo and Owai, who were making great preparations and hourly expected to invade the isle. We were eyewitnesses to many canoes passing and repassing with embassies. The demands made of him by his neighbouring kings, from the imperfect knowledge of the language, could not be understood, but they were too great for him to grant, and he had no hopes but of being swallowed up by superior numbers. But by getting some of our persons and arms in his possession, which he thought would deter the invaders from putting their threats into execution, he had frequently solicited some on board to stay to assist him. This I could not acquiesce in, but considering we had certainly been accessory to bring him into this dilemma, to render him some assistance, I took pains to instruct his men that remained as sureties for our people in the use of the musket, which they readily acquired, and found themselves almost relieved from a fit of despair, being able, as they thought, to destroy the leaders of the invasion before they could land. At the end of all our negotiations for the anchor, I was reminded that Tio knew nothing of cutting our cable, nor had any such thing happened, but that it was bitten in two by a shark named Topeopeo. Appearing not to believe it would have answered no one end, I allowed it, and it will be as probable a story to some as that they dived 50 fathoms and cut it. As soon as the anchor was out of the canoes and things handed in, we wore her astern and made sail from the land. At noon on March 13th, we wore and stood for the shore to land my friends. As soon as we were well in, they took their leave. Mr. Temple accompanied them to see if he could procure a stock for the anchor and return with the other man in the morning, leaving some of Tio's intimate friends in lieu. The king's son expressed some uneasiness at a canoe that broke adrift, for fear they should not be able to fetch the bay. I promised to stand out after her, but with falling wind, did not see them. I have no doubt they reached the shore. It blew fresh in squalls all night, and until next day at noon with showers of rain and a good deal of sea. Winds were variable between east and northeast. We plied to windward under close-reefed topsails. In the morning, some natives visited us, brought a few hogs and provisions for the women. A little after noon on the 14th, one of the mizzen shrouds gave way. In the afternoon it moderated, and several canoes came off. One of them was sent by the king with a log for an anchor stock, but it was a little too small for that purpose. We tacked occasionally during the night, with winds from east to northeast, dark, gloomy weather with showers of rain at times. By 8 o'clock in the morning on the 15th of March, we were well into the bay, stood off and on under an easy sail to trade with the natives. On our 2 people coming on board, we brought to the main topsail to the mast. Tio and his eldest son came off, bringing many hogs, coconuts and roots as presents and for sale, along with 2 large pieces of wood for anchor stocks. However, these were too small for that purpose, so one of them was reserved for a spare tiller. By noon, everything was settled, presents made and received from the king, his son, attendant chiefs, and all our Indian friends. We took a friendly leave and bore up. However, when the canoes were some little distance from the ship, we observed the king waving his hand. We thought it was to give him 3 cheers, which we did, and he paddled off. At this instant, an alarm was given that the man who had been so long on shore had gone off in one of the canoes. As it was a choice of his own, from immoderate fondness for women and hopes of obtaining the king's daughter, a beautiful young woman, for his wife, and his intentions were known to most of the crew, I took no method to recover him. The only chance would have been firing at them, and it did not suit my ideas to kill an Indian on his account. After making sail, a canoe joined us with some hogs and roots, and another came near the ship, lay on their paddles, and called to us. I perceived with the telescope that it was Tio's daughter's canoe, but upon the canoe putting off and acquainting them of our man's escape, they pulled in great haste for the shore. At sunset, the south point of Wanihau was north 1 mile, the colour of the water being much changed. We sounded 35 fathoms at Taharoa, west-southwest, and hauled on a wind for the night. Winds were variable between east-northeast and north-northeast, with squally, dirty weather. At daylight, we made sail to work into the northwest bay. At 8 o'clock in the morning, we saw the Princess Royal at anchor. The mate, a little time after, came on board, and we learned they had found good bottom. By noon on March 16th, we endeavoured to bring up with the one-armed anchor, but it drove off the bank, and we were obliged to heave it up again. We unstocked it and stocked the anchor purchased at Atui. Many canoes came off with yams, women, sugarcane, wood, and water. By 3 o'clock in the morning on March 17th, we fetched into the anchoring place and let go the anchor, but it did not take hold and drifted on board the sloop, which obliged Captain Duncan to cut his cable and bring up some little distance inshore of us. I went on board with the supercargo and found she had received little damage. We grappled for his cable and recovered it with the loss only of his grapline, for which I gave him a creeper. Captain Duncan had discovered since we parted with him off Atui that the head of his rudder was rotten and obliged to be fished. He employed the armourer to make bolts for it. In the course of the day, we took on board as many yams as we could stow, along with as much water as completed our supply, and some few sticks of wood. This article is very scarce. 1 piece bought was fur, much worn, and eaten, as if it had been long at sea. There were light airs of wind round the compass, inclinable to calm, with showers of rain, a great swell in the bay, and much surf on the shore. There were light and variable winds with showers all night. At daylight on March 18th, the weather cleared, and there was a moderate breeze. There was a great quantity of yams alongside, and many other articles were purchased, all that were of service and room to put away. We cleared the decks for sea and weighed anchor at noon. There was little wind, inclinable to calm. An Indian, being desirous of going with me and his parents consenting, took him. Several small articles were given to him to present to his countrymen and women who followed the ship in their canoes, which they were able to do with ease, as the ship made very little way. The Princess Royal was in company, and Captains Duncan had also 2 Indians with him at their request, one from Moratoy and the other from Onihow. Both crews left those isles in perfect health, except those who had been unfortunate enough to catch the disease left by the first discoverers. However, it had become of no consequence. Constitution and method of diet had almost eradicated it. Most of those who caught it had it so gently that they were cured in a little time, with not above 2 or 3 obstinate cases. Besides the roots brought away with us, we salted 16 barrels and puncheons of pork for sea stores. In addition to that, many live hogs were running about the decks. Sugarcane beverage was very well liked, but the sweet root called tea made the best beer. Neither was preferred to coconut milk, which we always procured plenty of except at Onihow, where few or none grow. But at this place, the greatest quantity of sweet root is to be had. Besides hogs and common fowls, there are geese and a variety of ducks, including one kind called the spoonbill. There were also many birds inhabitants of the woods brought for sale, which I do not recollect having seen before. I have sketched them out in the following pages, as well as the fish. Turtles and all other tropical kinds are caught in great plenty and easily purchased. This place also abounds with crayfish, and a few sperm whales were seen. The greatest curiosity seen while among these isles was a woman of middle age, with not the least external appearance of her sex, from the upwards. In the latter part of our time, both at Atui and Onihow, the natives were daily telling us of 2 vessels from Britannia at Wahoo. The winds while among these isles were mostly from northeast to southeast, sometimes shifting to the northwest and southwest quarters, which brought rain, thunder, and lightning, and not much wind. In fine weather, the land breeze constantly blew in the night, and got round to the eastward as the day advanced. There was more blowing weather than calms, and very seldom the latter. An Indian remarked to me that it was a sure sign of fine weather when the current ran to windward, and when to leeward, the contrary. This I often afterward observed. Soon after we were under way, there was little wind from the northward. We were under topsails to keep the Princess Royal company. By noon on the next day, March 19th, we had made little progress. Onihow was east by south, 6 leagues away. At 6 in the evening, the Isle of Onihow was south 17 degrees east, 4 or 5 leagues distant. On March 20th, at noon, the latitude observed was 22 degrees 52 minutes, with 16 sharks, several other kinds of fish, and many birds. There was a heavy swell from the northwest. At 6 p.m, we saw an isle bearing west by south, 7 or 8 leagues away. It appeared as a round hillock. Through the night, the current set us considerably to the westward, with the wind at northeast, and the ship kept close to. By 5 o'clock the next morning, the isle bore southwest, 3 leagues away. It was high, and had the appearance of being 2 isles, but I think it was joined by a low, narrow beach. It may be 7 miles in circumference, with its greatest extent from east to west. The face of the rock was white or light in colour, perhaps caused by the dung of birds. Its only inhabitants that we saw, from the quantity of them around it, must be a great number. Our latitude at noon on March 21st was approximately 23 degrees 31 minutes, longitude approximately 161 degrees 13 minutes, with the isles south, 10 leagues away. On the 22nd, the ironwork being finished for Captain Duncan's rudder and trade, I had some thoughts of parting company. I sent for Captain Duncan to talk it over. Several of his people were ill with a disorder contracted from women. It was proposed not to separate until the latitude of 30 degrees and to assist him by keeping better way with us. We needed to get his topmast up. All afternoon, night, and the best part of the morning of the 23rd, There were light airs and calm alternately, with winds varying from northeast to south-southwest. By noon, there was a fresh breeze, with much swell from the north-northwest, and many birds and fish were seen. The fair wind left us by midnight, gradually shifting to northwest by north. At noon on the 24th, the latitude was 26 degrees 20 minutes, with a heavy swell from the northwest. On the 25th, the winds were in the northwest quarter, and we sailed under an easy sail for our consort. We lost sight of her at night, but joined her again before sunset. Captain Duncan had split his mainsail to pieces, which caused our losing company. From the 26th to the 28th, until midnight, the winds were from the north, with an interval of calm. It then blew from east-northeast, with a fresh wind. The latitude on the 29th at noon was 26 degrees 48 minutes, longitude approximately 162 degrees 05 minutes west. The dolphin and most of the birds left us. By the 29th at noon, the wind had gone round to south-southeast, and all through the 30th it was variable, with heavy rain in showers, some thunder and lightning, and much sea. This morning, a cock fell overboard, which was a great favourite. We hoisted the boat out to save his life, but were too late. We now had an English forlorn hen, which had also become very domestic. She hatched 5 young, but most of them shared the fate of the cock. Captain Duncan came on board and dined. The wind this morning at 10 o'clock came to the northward, and it was now agreed to part company with the first southerly wind. At midnight on March 31st, a southeast wind succeeded a calm. At noon, our latitude was 30 degrees 6 minutes, longitude 161 degrees 20 minutes. We hoisted colours and took leave of each other, I am sure with hearty wishes for each other's safety and success. Until the 7th of April at midnight, the wind was generally between south and east, with a few hours of westerly wind but of no duration. The weather was mostly hazy or cloudy, with rain at times. At noon on the 14th, the latitude was 49 degrees 7 minutes north, longitude, mostly blowing fresh, thick weather and frequently raining with much sea. From latitude 36 degrees to latitude 41 degrees, and between the longitudes of blank and blank. Seals, divers in numbers, and many other birds seen, and the colour of the sea changed. Every appearance seemed to indicate being in the neighbourhood of land, but the weather was too unfavourable to see above a league or two. Captain Dixon informed me that in the same situation he had seen the same appearances and tried sounding several times. A little after noon on the 14th, it became calm. At 10 at night, a breeze from the northeast increased to a fresh gale, high sea, and rain at times. The wind varied between the north and east until 7 a.m. on the 18th, when it became westerly and fair. Moderate weather at noon, latitude 53 degrees 24, longitude 154 degrees 22 W. The air was remarkably cold, and the water smooth. Seaweed, flocks of gulls, and several birds resembling the swift in England, making a noise through the night like the tropic bird. The wind continued to the westward and fine weather to the 20th. Latitude at noon, 55 degrees 43 C, longitude 152 degrees 16. These last 24 hours, a few snow showers, hauled up to the northward in hopes of making the land of Cape Blanc while the weather continued clear. At sunset, saw a flock of geese. During the night, the wind got round to the southward. By daylight, it was southeast. At 10 o'clock, thick snow and wind freshened. By our distance run, we conjectured ourselves to be eastward of our reckonings, or it is most likely we should have seen the Cape. The weather being unfavourable for making land and inclining to the eastward, we hauled up north by east. At noon on the 21st, the sleet and snow were very heavy. By 4 in the afternoon, the wind was at east, blowing very fresh and heavy. Confused sea brought us under foresail and storm staysails. Our situation was not very pleasant, as we looked on ourselves to the northward of Cape Greville, and no great distance from land. Every appearance of a heavy gale and lee shore with a prodigious sea, the cause of which might be the tide setting out of Cook's River. By 10 o'clock, it moderated. Wind east-southeast, heavy rain, sea much gone down, set main topsail. By midnight, little wind, set for topsail. At 6 in the morning, wind got to the south-southwest and clear weather. Made sail at 9 o'clock, Cape Whitsunday was seen bearing west-southwest 11 or 12 leagues. At noon, latitude observed 58°14, April 22nd. I had many reasons for not going to Cook's River. The one most guided by was being informed little to be got there, the Russians having settled in the neighbourhood. It was also too early in the season to encounter a river, most probably frozen or, if broke up, the rapid tide would float bodies of. Ice up and down, not only hurtful to both ship and cables but doubtful if able to ride at all, and a small accident might prevent or retard my researches at places. I had reason to believe quantities of furs were to be collected at. Fresh breezes and hazy with showers of sleet and snow at times towards morning. The wind got to the southward and eastward, blowing fresh. At 10 o'clock 23rd of April, saw land, which we took for Montague Isle, bearing northeast by east 4 or 5 leagues. The wind still the same at east-northeast. Near noon, had a sight of the sun through the clouds, which gave 59°1, but could have no dependence on the observation. Tacked in stays, carried away the main topsail yard in the slings. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon it blew a hurricane, could show no sail, but storm staysails. Our situation, as calculated from the land seen, could not be more than 5 or 6 leagues at farthest. By 7 in the evening, the gale not abating, had no alternative for our preservation but to carry sail. Courses were reefed and set, with this sail made but little way. The heavy and confused sea drifted us boldly to leeward, a dark and dismal night with sleet, snow, and heavy rain. Every instant our ears saluted with the noise of flocks of birds, which the distress of weather had driven before us to the shore, and by their cries warned us of our approaching danger. By 10 o'clock, the gale moderated, made sail. By 4 in the morning, wind to southeast, heavy rain wore. At daylight, saw appearances of land bearing west by north. We were much disappointed in our expectation of seeing the land, and conjecture a tide or some other cause had set us considerably to windward. At noon, April 24th, latitude observed 59°15, no sight of land, dark, hazy weather. By 4 o'clock it cleared, steered in for the land. At 6 saw the isle first made, bearing north by west 9 or 10 miles, hauled on a wind to the eastward under easy sail for the night. Squalls with showers of snow at times. At 3 o'clock next morning, April 25th, bore up, at 6 o'clock close in with the south point. Ran down it to the northward and eastward. After getting to the north point, to our surprise found it to be a small isle laying in a north-northeast and south-southwest direction, and in length 7 or 8 miles, and from our calculation afterwards, supposed it to lay in latitude, blank longitude, blank. Distance from the southwest end of Montague Isle, blank. It was not seen by Captain Cook, is quite barren, except a little green moss, rather low and tabling. Its shore on the south point forms a cliff, other parts gradually sloping to the water's edge. It's surrounded by breakers, and off the north and south points extend 1.5 miles or 2 miles had the following appearance. After the trouble and uneasiness mistaking this land had occasioned and too hazy to see any other, it enabled us to account for our escape on the stormy night by supposing ourselves to have been set to the eastward in our course from Cape Greville. But to ascertain this, I steered away to the northward until I reached near the latitude of 60°. At noon, our latitude by observation was 59°45 arcs, but the clouds never broke on the horizon, and such a succession of clouds continually arising that what was taken for land vanished as soon as discovered. In the evening, blowing and squally with snow, with a very unfavourable appearing night. I hauled away to the southward, with an intention of going into the sound round the southwest end of Montague Isle. It continued blowing fresh in squalls with sleet, rain and snow, at times winds to the eastward. At daylight on the 26th, steered in for the land. At 5 o'clock, saw Montague Isle from northwest to west half north, distance 5 or 6 leagues, very squally with sleet and snow at times so thick as not able to see half a mile. By 10, it broke a little, saw land towering to a great height, covered with snow wherever it would lie to the water's edge. For the rock was almost up and down with its summit, every part covered with trees which, in defiance to the winter winds and snow, show their tops in several places, and the water pouring down in torrents down the gullies. At noon on April 26th, blowing very strong, hazy and squally with showers of snow, wore and stood offshore under close reefed topsails and storm staysails. By 2 in the afternoon, it moderated, bore up for the southwest end of Montague Isle, wind at northeast. After getting within the point, smooth water, made sail to work up, keeping the deep sea lead going off a small bight in the land, distance from the shore about 2 miles and 4 or 5 miles from the southwest end of Montague Isle, sounding from 15 to 21 fathom, the latter soundings the best bottom, beat up to the south point of the bay recommended to me by Captain Portlock, and is about 4 or 5 leagues from the southwest point of the isle. Whether he anchored here or not, I cannot tell, but I could find no bottom 3 miles from the shore at 50 fathoms. It being now 8 o'clock in the evening, winds mostly right down but variable every 5 minutes, accompanied with hail and snow. Channel narrow made it prudent for me to seek for an anchoring place before night. Bore up for the place of first soundings, but 1.5 miles from the north point of the bight or notch in the land, having 15 or 19 fathoms over a bottom of mud and sand brought up. During the night, the weather was very unsettled, blowing strong in squalls with snow and sleet. In the morning of the 27th, wind blowing from the northward and nearly right down. Not willing to part with the anchoring ground till another was found, hoisted out the whaleboat, and the chief mate accompanied me to sound the bay. Bore up from the preceding evening from the south point to the north point, soundings regular 3, fathom 1/4 mile from the shore, gradually increasing to the north side to 32 and 40 fathoms. The north side being almost steep to, rode up into the bay, soundings good and regular. It was inclinable to calm when I left the ship, a light air springing up, and the tide making, returned on board, weighed and reached the bay, and anchored in 23 fathoms. Following is a sketch of bay I took in the boat. It rained all night with a light air from the northward. At daylight on April 28th, it inclined to calm. We hoisted out the longboat, and I went with the whaleboat to sound the coast as far northward as I supposed we could reach this next tide. From 1 mile to 1.5 miles offshore, we found the soundings good and regular. At 10 o'clock I returned. We weighed, but with falling calm, the boats were employed ahead towing. By noon, a breeze sprang up from the southward, and we made sail. At 6, we anchored off Green Isles in 20 fathoms muddy bottom, distance from the shore, blank or blank miles. The south point of Montague Isle bore blank, and the north point of the largest Green Isle bore N14W, south point WBN. Throughout the day, the weather had been remarkably fine, and we had an excellent prospect of the shore, most of which was formed by small bays and beaches. From their similarity to those parts I had sounded off, I should suppose there is anchorage all along the coast. Several parts on the shore, had they been robbed of their white, would have looked delightful, and in their present state had great beauties. Opposite the north end of the northernmost Green Isle on Montague Island side were appearances of a deep bay and harbour, formed by many isles covered with trees and clear snow. My anchoring so early this evening was due to not having enough light to run for Port Etches, and Captain Cook being obliged to beat a whole night off the north end of Montague Isle for want of a bottom to anchor on. At daylight on April 29th, the wind was at southeast, a moderate breeze. We weighed by 6. The weather looked very unpleasant, growing thick with showers of snow and squally wind inclining to the eastward, and every appearance of an approaching gale. The wind was too scant for reaching my port, so I needed to seek for an anchoring place, which I flattered myself I should find in the bay I had seen from where we last weighed. We hauled inshore, sounding very irregular from 30 to 40 fathoms, and sometimes no bottom till within 1.5 miles of a high rocky isle covered with trees, and anchored in 22 fathoms over a bottom of mud. The north end of the northernmost Green Isle bore blank, the northernmost land in sight of Montague Isle blank, and the southern ditto blank. By the time our sails were handed, it increased to a fresh gale, blowing very strong in squalls and heavy rain. 2 small canoes like the Eskimo kiaks came off, each with 2 men. Curiosity occasioned this visit as they brought nothing off to sell. They were invited on board, but did not come until they made us understand that one of our people must come into their canoe. Several presents were made to them, in return for which they gave some arrows and points for spears. These little civilities gave them confidence, and they returned to the shore with a promise to bring off some skins. They soon returned, and another canoe came with them. bringing one skin and a garment neatly wrought with wool and trimmed with slips of fur of the sea otter. They were too exorbitant in their price for us to deal with them at present. They gave me half a dozen dried herrings in a dish, neatly made and clean, far surpassing anything I had seen this side of America before. But like the rest of their countrymen, they showed a great propensity to thieving and little to benefit by their company. I soon got rid of them. Whether these people's fixed abode was where we saw them paddle to, I cannot say. I rather think otherwise, or should have seen more of them, and got their furs without disposing of, in another channel which we had no reason to believe, being so early on the coast, they had much iron in their possession. The only pieces I saw were procured from Captain Portlock, and a dagger shaped thus, pencil sketch in text, blade bayonet fashion, and about 3 foot long. By 6 o'clock in the evening, it blew a very heavy gale with snow, hail and rain, wind at blank. We let the small bower go and wore away to bring both anchors ahead. By 8 o'clock, it blew a hurricane with a continual fall of snow. At 3 o'clock in the morning on the 30th, it moderated but still rained very hard. As the morning advanced, it cleared, became fair, and little wind from the southward and eastward. We hove up the best bower. South point of Montague Isle bore south, body of the bay northeast, north part of the land of Montague Isle north by west, an isle in the mouth of the bay east, a mile and a half distant. Soundings 27 fathoms over a bottom of mud. At 9 o'clock, we weighed with a light breeze of wind from southwest, but had not proceeded a league before it hauled to the eastward of south and looked dark and gloomy. I should have endeavoured to regain the anchoring place we left. The little knowledge I had acquired of the winds and weather in the short time I had been on the coast taught me that the winds inclining to that quarter always blew out. But I built on having so recently experienced a heavy gale that the weather would continue moderate for so short a run as 6 or 7 leagues. This I was mistaken in, for on opening out the northeast end of Montague Isle, the wind came to northeast and variable. We tacked and stood inshore to search for anchorage, but the wind soon after wearing round to southeast made another attempt to get across the sound. But being again baffled by the wind, I was determined to come and fetched in with the shore about 4 or 5 miles to the northward of our last anchoring place and opposite a small bight with a sand beach. We anchored in 20 fathoms over a bottom of mud, the north point of the bay left shut on with Green Isle SSW, and the north end of Montague Isle NE by N, offshore 3/4 of a mile. The boat was hoisted out, the supercargo and several of the officers accompanied me ashore. The spring had made very little progress. Not a currant or raspberry bush had the smallest bud on. In the woods, through the snow, was the track of bears. On the waterside, a few small mussels and winkles, with many cockles and clamshells. On the beach, great quantities of fish bone and spawn, which had collected together an amazing number of gulls and other seabirds, but all too shy to suffer us within shot. The Indians paid us a visit, and 2 fox skins and a bear skin were purchased. They had an otter skin, but asked too large a price for it. During the night, a fresh breeze from northeast with snow and rain. Monday, May the 1st, rain and sleet throughout. Towards evening, it cleared, and the wind hauled to the northward. We caught several large cod and halibut, which proved very indifferent eating, being soft and watery. At daylight on May the 2nd, a delightful fine morning, wind south-southwest. We weighed and by 9 o'clock reached Port Etches, anchored in 4 fathoms muddy bottom and moored with both bowers. The Indians soon collected. By sunset, 8 canoes visited us, bringing a few skins. These were of a very inferior kind, demanding a piece of iron 4 foot long, so that none were purchased. Next day, May the 3rd, they fell in their price, and from that to the 9th continued bartering, by which time the whole of their stock was disposed of and did not consist of above 200 skins, and for a day or 2 past, they only brought 1 or 2 green ones. The supercargo proposed going on a cruise with the longboat and endeavour to gain Comptroller's Bay. The weather as yet was very unsettled, seldom 24 hours passing without rain, hail or snow, the air very cold in the night, but through the day when the sun was out as warm as this season of the year in England. The snow had dissolved greatly from the hills since our first anchoring, and vegetation was making quick progress. There was no drink to assist the spirits of the ship's company, but 2 quarter casks of porter, which were given to them. I had reserved a hogshead of port wine for this occasion, which Captain Barclay was so obliging to spare me, but when I came to inquire for it, I found it had been suffered to be drunk out in the hold. On the 12th, the boat returned, having met with little success. The prevailing easterly winds, unsettled weather, and a great sea prevented their reaching Comptroller's Bay. They entered a bar inlet to the southward and eastward of Cape Hinchinbrook and came out to the northward in Prince William Sound, making the Cape an isle. In this navigation, they saw many bears and met with numbers of natives. On the 14th, there was a very heavy gale between the east and northeast, with a continual fall of rain, hail, and snow. This was winter's farewell, for it was succeeded by light wind and showers of rain, and by the 16th, remarkably fine weather which lasted the remainder of the time we stayed. In the bad weather met with off the coast, the mizzen rigging had given way, and it was necessary the mast should be re-rigged, as well as the others overhauled. We were not idle in the necessary repairs, although the weather prevented our finishing and getting wood, water, etc. A few days would now complete it. The carpenter had found the leak, which was caused by a bolt in a butt end being decayed, and wood also bad, and the lower seam of the whale very open. This was soon caulked and paid with turpentine, the only remaining article we had, and could use as a substitute for pitch. While this business was going on, the supercargo set out on another expedition with a view of going to Comptroller's Bay. On the 20th, the boat returned, not being able to reach where they intended, and the natives, having fled from their former habitation, did not purchase a skin. In the afternoon, the longboat returned with only 5 skins. They endeavoured to round the island, which I call Etch's Isle, and to make their passage to the eastward towards Comptroller's Bay. But when they came to the mouth of the inlet to the northeast, there was so much sea on the bar, and the boat being very deep, they did not get out, which obliged them to quit their crews and return to the ship the way they went. From the northwest, the Indians had totally deserted their village and were building their huts for their families on a high rock in the channel. This, they said, was on account of the number of bears which frequented their dwelling and rendered it unsafe for their children, which may be very probable as the boat's crew saw a vast number of bears on their way. The natives were all extremely shy and excessively alarmed at their firearms. They had no skins among them that could be seen. I have reason to believe their fears were in a great measure augmented from the many thefts they committed on board us. Everything being completed, the ship painted, and spars cut down to replace those we had carried away, on the 22nd, we sailed with a light breeze from the northeast and variable. After getting a little offing to the southward of the Cape, the wind fixed at southeast, it being right an end and in a dirty corner. We returned and anchored in Captain Cook's Cove in 13 fathoms, distance 3-4 mile from the shore, Cape Hinchinbrook south, north end of Montague Isles west by half south. The natives had deserted us several days before we sailed, but abreast of our present anchorage were several canoes and many Indians. The second mate, Thomas Hudson, landed to see if they had anything to dispose of and found only a seal skin, which was brought off by an Indian who had taken the name of Portlock and was a constant visitor of ours. He sold his skin and dog. At daybreak, Portlock, the Indian, paid us another visit and remained until noon. At 4 o'clock, a canoe came off and sold a skin. At 6, a light air from the northward and westward weighed, and soon after fell calm. We got the boat ahead to tow. It continued till 2 o'clock in the morning on the 24th of May, when a light air sprang up from the westward but was of no duration, and the flood tide drove us considerably up the sound. At 4, the tide being done, a faint air accompanied us from the westward. We were preparing to set steering sails when it again fell calm, and the tide set the ship fast on the shore in spite of the boat's towing. We did not remain long in this unpleasant situation. A breeze sprang up from east-southeast. We hoisted the boat in and made sail. Port Etches is situated on the east side of the arm and nearly at the head of it. The west side of the port is formed by small isles, one of which, and the largest, is covered with trees. Soundings from 3 to 5 fathoms over a bottom of mud. High water at full, and change 12:30, perpendicular rise from 12 to 14 foot. The arm leading to it may be known by the barren rocks laying in the mouth of it, but coming into the Sound through the eastern channel round Cape Hinchinbrook, there's a high barren rock not taken notice of in any draft. It is about half a mile base surrounded by breakers and bears, south-southwest by compass from the Cape, distance 5 or 6 miles. Also, off the point of the Cape are small rocks and breakers a mile or more distant, and in the bight between Kay's Isle and the Cape, at every part where the long boat was, flats ran a considerable distance from the shore. Refreshments we found very scarce. Crabs, cockles, clams and mussels were in great plenty and the only articles we could procure. We had a chance once of sweeping in the Seine a shoal of herrings, which broke the net, but got more on shore than lasted 4 days. We had tried the net once before, but caught only a salmon trout and a singular kind of flatfish streaked from head to tail and studded on the back with round, prickly knobs. The boat also tried with hook and line in the mouth of the arm and caught nothing. In the woods the berry trees were in blossom, and many hummingbirds were seen, but nothing particular to be met with, but what I had seen on other parts of the coast. The trees are not near so large or so good sticks as on the southern parts of the coast, being mostly full of branches, but spars of every kind might be found for a ship of 200 tons. Bears and foxes are believed to be in great plenty, with tracks of the first seen in the snow on every part of the shore, and several foxes observed from the ship feeding on the beach. Montague Isle, the place where we lay, and all the land in its neighbourhood, is of a moderate height with their summits covered with snow, and from the base upwards full of trees and shrubs gradually decreasing, and growing with great strength on the tops of some of the hills, which are not the highest, nor exposed much to the weather. The natives are much of the same temper and disposition as at other parts of the coast, but in general broader faced than those to the southward, keep themselves cleaner, and their canoes, weapons and garments are made neater and with greater taste. Women were seen but few, and those none of the handsomest, but the supercargo saw at their village some as delicate and fair as any European. The men have a custom of slitting a hole in their underlip, which they look on as a great addition to their persons, and when not dressed for a visit is kept extended by a small piece of wood or bone, which they amuse themselves playing with the tongue with it. They are addicted much to thieving and very artful in their dealing, seldom selling their furs till they had found means to steal something. They also paid us several visits in the night, but always discovered and fired at. They appeared to be lazy inclined or were overstocked with our articles, for we could seldom prevail on them to bring us a fish. And when they did, they asked as great a price for it as a skin, and never visited us, but requested we would give them something to eat. Their canoes are made of seal skins sewed together and of the following construction: some with 2 holes and others with 1, 2 sometimes sitting in a hole back to back, and at other times one will be stowed away in the bottom. Their weapons are bows, arrows, lances of long pieces of iron, but their spears made to strike fish. Their arrows for shooting birds are slung and fitted like their spears for striking fish except the bladder. They are well clothed for the winter from head to foot, with furs and bird skins, and for wet weather, an oilskin jacket made of the intestines of some animal sewn together, which covers the whole of them except their face, and when stopped to the comings of the whole of their canoe, prevents any water from getting down. The greatest inconvenience they labour under is bailing them. Not having room to get their hands down, they suck up the water through a pipe with their mouths and spit it out. This is a laborious task when their vessel proves leaky. They have large canoes built after the same contribution as their small ones, but open, and will carry 25 or 30 people. Neither of them appears to be adapted for war, as a slight stroke would demolish them. The price paid for skins was a piece of bar iron 2 feet long and 2 inches broad, and a fathom of small red beads. Any colour was liked, but must be transparent, round and smooth, and not bigger than a large pea. They had a great quantity of beads not answering this description, which they ornamented their dogs with. Many of their arrows were pointed with copper, which was in no estimation with them. When asked where they got it, they pointed to mountains laying to the northward. Note: there is a port on the west side of the arm leading to Port Etches. It has a narrow entrance with 3 and 4 fathoms at half flood and the same soundings within. On May 24th, there were light airs and calm all forenoon. Portlock, the Indian, came on board and requested to go down the coast with us. The latitude observed at noon was 60°11, with Cape Hinchinbrook, NNE 3 or 4 miles, and the rock or isle SSW 2 miles. A little after noon, a breeze from the southward and westward with fine, pleasant weather. The Indian altered his mind, his canoe was put in the water, and he went on shore. Gentle breezes and pleasant weather all night, winds from SW to W. At daylight on May 25th, Hazy saw but little of the land. Kay's Isle, EN 8 or 9 leagues, hauled up for it. At noon, latitude observed 59°46, Kay's Isle ahead. After dinner, the supercargo proposed going into Comptroller's Bay with the long boat and to join the ship at Foggy Harbour. At 4 in the afternoon, they set out, going in on the west side. I was to stand into the eastern entrance and stay there until the next evening, where they were to endeavour to meet me if tired of their cruise or no appearance of inhabitants. It continued light airs and variable all night. At 8 o'clock in the morning on the 26th, the SW end of Kay's Isle was NNW offshore 2 or 3 leagues. At noon, latitude observed 59°43 G, Kay's Isle SW end NW by W3 or 4 miles. We had now a moderated breeze from SE, dark hazy weather, and from the swell had every reason to suppose it would freshen. The wind being right in became a lee shore, and when the boat set out westerly, so that in all probability they had gone on the west side of the bay to coast in round which now became a lee shore, so that they would have the whole bay to pull across. With these obstacles attending both ship and boat, I had little prospect of joining. However, I stood in until I opened the entrance of the bay. By this time, 2 o'clock, the breeze freshening and no sign of the boat. By 4, it looked dark and gloomy, wind inclining to the eastward with small rain at times. Tacked and stood to the southward, under single reefed topsails and course. Cape Suckling, NWBW4, or 5 miles, north end of Kay's Isle West, SW and SW. All night the weather looked very unfavourable, winds moderate between the E and NE. At 6 o'clock in the morning on the 27th, the ship had set considerably into the bay. At 8, little wind and variable. Finding the ship driving fast to leeward and weather unsettled, tacked and stood in for the opening with an intention to anchor. Could I find shelter by 10 within 3 or 4 miles of Cape Suckling, soundings as we ran in from 34 to 20 fathoms muddy bottom. The 2 points that form the entrance to the bay are both low, but Cape Suckling appeared to be the highest. The land spit out into low points and several breakers of them, besides 1 or 2 in the bay, also some barren rocks above water in mid-channel. The land seemed to overlap in the east corner round Cape Suckling, but I conjecture the low land in the bight joined the north land and tended away to the westward. There appeared 2 or 3 openings, but the distance we were off, it's impossible to say anything of them. From what I saw, the bay is not a place to anchor in without a harbour was found. Had the long boat not gone in, probably I might have anchored off Cape Suckling and searched for a port. But as circumstances were at present, no time on my side was to be lost to prevent the natives of Foggy Harbour disposing of their skins to the Russians, as I was informed they had done the year before. Tacked and stood to the southward light air of wind from ENE, and a heavy ESE swell set the ship down on Kay's Isle. By 2 o'clock was within 3 or 4 miles of the shore, and in 35 fathoms muddy bottom came to with the coasting anchor. SW end of Kay's Isle, 40°W, NE N12°W, barren rocks in the channel N5°W, high land of Cape Suckling N18°E. Kay's Isle is about 5 or 6 leagues long, high, some snow on the summit, and mostly covered with wood. Off the SW end is a remarkable rock standing close to the shore, in several points of view appear like a ruined castle. Off this rock in a SW direction, breakers and small rocks run out for 2 or 3 miles. Between 5 and 6, a light air from the westward, and a sky looking heavy in that quarter, prompted us to heave up the anchor and make sail, setting steering sails. It continued to be light winds all night, and the heavy swell from the ESE allowed us to make but little way. At 6 o'clock in the morning on the 28th of May, Kay's Isle was WSW 4 leagues. I had hauled offshore during the night, but hauled in with the land at noon. Our latitude observed was 59°47 ZW, and the end of Kay's Isle was W20° 8 or 9 leagues. The wind gradually died away, and by 6 in the evening it was calm, which continued all night with dark, cloudy weather, and a swell from the southward. At 4 o'clock in the morning, on the 29th, a breeze sprang up from the southward. We made sail and set steering sails. At noon, our latitude was 59 to 35 I, and by account, K's Isle was W1 to 2S 19 leagues. The easternmost land was NE 1 to 2E, and a small notch in the land was N, distant from the shore 4 or 5 leagues. All afternoon, there were light winds from the westward and pleasant weather. We steered parallel with the shore, and towards evening it clouded over. This continued all night with light winds. At 6 in the morning on the 30th, we hauled more inshore. The weather was still cloudy, with occasional spitting of rain. The notch or gap in the land that bore north yesterday now bore WNW 3 or 4 leagues, and from the east point, some low land covered with trees stretched away to the eastward. The coast from this point presented a different appearance from what we had passed a few miles to the eastward of Cape Suckling. The hills were of a moderate height, up and down with the sea coast, mostly covered with snow and very few trees to be seen. The hills formed one ridge, and no double land could be seen over it in the distance we were from the shore. However, the land now to the eastward formed a girdle of low land, covered with trees, and an entrance to a creek bearing NE by N, running into a deep bay. We also saw land bearing east, which I took for the southern point of the isles forming Foggy Harbour, and also making the southeast point of the bay. At noon, due to a mistaken time, we lost our observation, but by account, I placed us in latitude blank and longitude blank. The clouds had dispersed, and it was pleasant weather with the wind at blank and smooth water between the notch first observed to the westward and the entrance on the west side of the bay, resembling a creek. The shore under high land, which is Mount S. Elias, formed thus, sketch in text, the coast near Mount St. Elias, and appeared as if rising at D was separated by water, or a deep valley from the high land on D, where there were plenty of shrubs, and the low points had trees. The westernmost part of the bay appeared to be the deepest gap, and the easternmost part the greatest bight. The coast from it trended to the southward. The snow on Mount S. Elias and the hills adjoining deceived us in the knowledge of the mount. It was remarkably clear today. The hill we supposed for it, though it had not the least claim to height or distance inland, Captain Cook places it. At 8 o'clock in the evening, off the nearest shore 4 or 5 miles, Mount S. Elias bore N 50° D, the cod of the bay bore N 17° D, and the eastmost land bore E by N. Throughout the afternoon, the wind was baffling light airs, but it now fixed again to the west and cleared. Between 10 and 11, it fell calm. A fire was seen all night on the west side of the bay. At 4 o'clock in the morning on May 31st, a breeze sprang up from the ESE, which brought on heavy rain and thick fog. We tacked and stood to the southward. At 9, the winds were variable between the SE and E. We tacked and stood inshore, but the breeze freshened still with thick and heavy rain. Considering myself not a great distance from the land, I did not think it prudent to stand farther on. We tacked, single-reefed the topsails, and hauled up courses to wait for a change of wind and weather. By 4 in the afternoon, it fell calm and continued until 8, with heavy rain, and no sight of land. It rained in showers all night, and part of the next morning. On June the 1st, with light airs and variable winds, at 6 o'clock, a breeze sprang up from the westward. We set steering sails, and the north land on the west side of the bay was NNE by 10. The wind left us and became light airs and variable between the NE and ESE. It was dark, cloudy weather with rain at times. At noon, the northeast point of the low land and the entrance to a creek on the west side of the bay were N by W, and the north point of broken land covered with trees, making it look like isles on the east side of the bay, was NE by N. The southeast point of the bay was Een, which I took to be one of the heads of the entrance to Foggy Harbour. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, we got a light air from the southward and stood away to the eastward. By 4, the low land on the east side of the bay from NE to SSE was distant 4 or 5 miles. There was little wind from the southward and eastward, thick weather and heavy rain. Tacked soon after, about blowing fresh, and a good deal of sea stood away to southward under double-reefed topsails and courses to avoid a lee shore. By midnight, it moderated wind hauled round to the eastward. At 4 o'clock in the morning, June the 2nd, the ship was driven considerably to the westward, tacked and stood inshore at 7. It fell calm with fair and pleasant weather. At noon, Latimatas observed 59°32, Mount S. Elias N44°, distant from the shore under it, and nearest shore 8 or 10 miles. N point of the low land and entrance to a creek on the W side of the bay, N20°, and the gap to the westward which we have observed some days past, N60°, got the main top gallant mast fiddled and set the sail. Royal and steering sail, a breeze sprang up from the westward, 192, and serene pleasant weather. Moderate winds inclining to calm all night, running in for the land supposed to be Foggy Isles at 4 a.m. June 3rd. Calm and hazy offshore 6 or 7 miles. We had light air and calms alternately all the day between 8 and 9. A canoe with 2 men came off from the SE end of the bay. Some presents were made to them. They informed us they had got skins and called them sauce. Lat. Observed at noon 59°33. In the evening a breeze sprang up between the E and SE, got the tack on board to beat a few miles to the westward, where I suppose the inlet to Foggy Harbour was. 3 canoes stayed on board till 3 o'clock in the morning, June the 4th, at which time the longboat hove in sight to the eastward and southward. By 4 got on board, had been as far as Cape Fairweather, and seen nothing of a port laying in the direction their map gave. This was occasioned by my placing the N point, the only harbour resembling the one on the chart, was situated on the east side Bearings Bay. Bore up for it, at 8, got abreast the SE point soundings from 6 to 9 fathoms stony bottom, but hauling round the point to the eastward, had no bottom with 38 FM, line and the wind coming right out of the arm. 193. My second mate, Thomas Hudson with the long boat, had been at a place that had a wide entrance to the NWD of this, and formed a good harbour, as the wind was being able to fetch it bore up, but the wind soon after became light airs and variable, soundings very irregular from 7 to 10 fathoms, within a ship's length of each other and rocky bottom, with these changeable soundings top of high water spring tides, did not think it prudent to ran farther at 1 o'clock brought up and sent the boat to sound the passage into the harbour. It rained very hard all the afternoon, wind and tide against us. 194 lay fast till morning, 5th June. Boat found a good channel for the ship. SE point of the bay, S12W, an opening in the main, which we had not observed before, and at the head of the bay, NNW. Off the E-shore, 3 to 4 mile at 6 a.m, low water weighed light winds and variable. Boats towing soundings from 4 to 10 fathoms, the tide running out, and no wind came to in 4 fathoms. 195, several Indians came on board, had nothing but old skins. Several signified they had had 2 ships lately among them, and purchased all they had, 196, and that the crews and commanders wore large caps, and were remarkably stout. Some canoes the longboat fell in with to the westward gave them the same information, 197. I got to an anchor within the isles in the evening on the turn of the tide, but had little prospect from what the Indians showed me of collecting any skins, determined me to get under way next morning and go to sea. 198. I was promised great things from my visitors, but I had been off this port and at anchor long enough for them to have brought their skins, if any. Their wishing me to remain might only be a decoy to give them an opportunity to thieve. They did not seem so great adepts at it as our former acquaintance on this coast, but we soon grew familiar to them, and they could not divest themselves of the natural failing of all Indians to take whatever they fancied and opportunity offered. This was the case of an Indian that stole the sailmaker's fishing line, and he too rashly caught up a musket and shot the man, but it was done with a degree of cruelty, for he fired twice. I was not on deck myself, or would have endeavoured to prevent it, and those whose business it was in my absence looked on with the greatest unconcern. A few canoes remained alongside some time afterwards, but next morning only one was to be seen, June 6th, wind northward, and westward could not get out of the port without beating, and that was not safe where soundings were so very irregular. Manned both boats and went to sound the passage to sea within the isles, found it would be attended with great difficulty, and some little hazard, having a bar to pass of 2 and 3 FM at high water, so that I fixed with myself to go out the way I came in the evening, hauled the seine, and caught a few fish, salmon trout, whiting, and 2 kinds of flatfish, one that singular kind caught at Prince William's Sound. June the 7th, little wind from NE and calm at times, weighed and attempted to work out under topsails, staysails, and top-gallant sails. Boats ahead towing, but the wind coming to the north and westward was obliged to bring abreast the isle in the entrance. The anchor was let go in 7-fathom water, but when half a cable was wore out, our stern lay in 25 FM at 2 in the afternoon. Wind came to NE weighed, but no sooner was the anchor to the bows, but the wind came to the southward, steered out of the harbour, when in the bay wind came to the SW, stretched away to the northward and westward, when well over on the W side of the bay, the wind came to the northward, set steering sails and made sail. When nearly out of the bay, 9 o'clock, the wind came right in, kept plying to windward during the night, wind fluctuating and at times calm with a heavy swell from the southward. Before leaving the port, the leading man of the canoe that remained with us had a helmet cap given him. In the morning, June 8th, it clouded in, and rained at times with fresh breezes in squalls, double-reefed the topsails, at noon the eastern extreme of the bay NE 6 leagues. Foggy Harbour, so called by Captain Dixon, of whom I got the information. He places in lat blank long blank, his lat corresponds, but I do not make it so far to the eastward. It's situated among many isles on the E side, a deep bay running in N and S, and as on the W side the bay stands Mount S. Elias, should suppose it is Bering's Bay. The E side is such remarkable land, being low covered with trees, and stretching away to the E ward and southward, none like it on the coast. It's almost impossible to mistake it. But you must be well in before you see the lowland, it being hidden by the highland at the back, which was covered with snow. The large isle that forms the E side, the bay, lays N by E and S, by W, by compass 7 or 8 miles in length. It's narrow with 3 or 4 isthmuses, where the sea nearly meets at high water. The N part of the isle, which we passed round to our anchorage, bore. From Mount S. Elias W 20° N off this point are rocks covered at high water a mile or more from the shore. From the S point on the east side, the bay, at the dist of a mile or little more, is the entrance leading to Captain Dixon's anchoring place, although the water has a free passage from this round to where we lay in the channel. We sounded it's only navigable for boats, but there are numberless isles and many passages running away to the eastward. Whether well inhabited, or where they lead to, is impossible to say. There is also a large inlet in the cod of the bay. If I might judge of the inhabitants from the number I saw, there were not above 200. I think their residence is farther to the southward and eastward, and only here at certain seasons of the year to hunt, fish and trade. We learnt of the natives here, and at Prince William's Sound, that they traded with each other, each remarking and with a degree of contempt. The cut lips of the men to the north, and the large mouthpieces of the women to the south, all the European articles I saw, was a file, with Hunsberg on, and a pair of Russian or Dutch scissors. They showed us very little iron, but from the familiar method of receiving us, should suppose European visitors were common. At this place appears to commence a different nation from those residing to the north besides. The difference of the sex in wearing lip pieces. Their canoes are all wood, and of an opposite built, and 3 or 4 kinds of them. And I believe belong to different tribes, as there was a variation also in their language. Several counting numbers, not with the same name, and when asked where resided, pointed different ways. One kind of their canoes resembled a neat-built skiffed galley fashion, thus sketch in text, canoe and paddles, and may hold 3 or 4 men, the most seen in them 3. Others resembled a half Moses dug out of a log. The 2 larger kind, one Charlotte Isles, built the other like a butcher's tray cut out of a solid piece of timber, carrying from 20 to 30 people. Their baggage, women and children, are transported in those, I suppose, in inland navigation, for they seemed greatly alarmed at the gentlest breeze when any dist from the shore. The women in persons and customs resemble those of the Charlotte Isles, but their language had not the least similarity. Habitations I saw none, but the remains of some huts on several parts of the shore, temporary dwellings and summer residence. On the whole, it's the pleasantest place I had met with on the coast. The shores in every part were full of currants, gooseberries, strawberries, raspberries, apple trees, and wild peas all in bloom. And the natives, till the man was shot, brought salmon and halibut. I saw no fresh water, but have not the least doubt there was plenty on the high land to the north. June 9th. Weather dark and cloudy winds to the eastward and rainy at noon. No observation south point of Foggy Harbour, NBE 4 or 5 leagues. Towards evening, it fell little wind inclining to calm at 10. A light air from the westward. When the officer of the watch informed me a boat was coming off with a flag for a long time, took it for a Russian launch. But on drawing near proved to be a canoe with 3 sticks up, as masts on 2 of them were tails of large birds hanging by a string, and on the middle stick a slip of skin. Some few skins and pieces were bought off them, and another soon joined us. On both there were 38 men, women and children. One of the men had his dress trimmed with Chinese money, and also showed a piece of new striped flannel. At midnight, they left us. At 8 o'clock in the morning, June 10th, the breeze freshened from the westward set steering sails, but a large smoke being observed on a beach shortened sail and hauled in for it. At the same time, a canoe was observed pulling after us with a piece of skin on a staff, hove to. 2 canoes joined, and some skins and pieces were purchased. At noon, lat. Observed 59°22, bore up steering parallel with the shore SE point of Bearings Bay, WNW 5 or 6 leagues, and the body of a bay west side formed by the low land of Foggy Isles, NE, by E 4 or 5 leagues, the land under the high land, from the SE point of Bearings Bay to the eastward. For some dist is very low and sandy, mostly covered with wood in the bight of the bay, that bore at noon NE by E. The land is lowest and barren even with the surface of the water. In the bight appears a large body of ice as at A. When this sketch was taken, B bore NBE 6 or 7 miles. From this to the eastward and southward, the low land seems to rise in different places under the shore in small hummocks of trees, and in many places so low the trees appear in the water and make like separate isles. This land is some dist from the high land and a vacant space within as if separated by water. The hill in the cod of this bay show as if separated and only at present connected by the body of ice, as before mentioned the N and west, most of the highest ending as a bluff, and terminates the ridge from Cape Suckling. The E most a new ridge commences of broken hills. If what I take for ice is really the case, a passage is choked up to a large body of water or level country behind, for I could see no double hill over it. Mount S. Elias has now quite a different appearance to what we observed before, towering to a great height and of a conical form, bearing WBN 12N blank leagues. The shore from the east side icy bay rose in height, but night coming on prevented my making any farther remarks. We stood on the E ward, wind WBN. At 4 o'clock in the morning, June 11th, the shore appeared again to be broken with low land under the high land, but low with the water's edge, here and there hummocks of trees like isles. At 8 o'clock, nearly up with some hummocks, which appeared plainly to be isles, and the main breaking in a small notch, I conjectured that anchorage and shelter might be found. Hauled close in till I plainly descried the entrance full of rocks. Not but there might be a passage between them, but as I saw no smoke, nor signs of inhabitants, made the best use of the fair wind. At noon lat, observed some 58°30, Cape Fairweather 4 or 5 leagues. The entrance observed this morning is on the pitch of the cape as C and when bearing NW had the above appearance. A little time after the sun came to the meridian, a canoe was observed pulling after us with a skin on a pole. Brought to, on their joining, had not the least inclination to trade, requesting us to return back to the westward. At this time, a point to the eastward making like an inlet, and some smoke on it, hoisted a boat out, and the second mate went to examine it. At 8, the boat returned, reporting the place to be a small bay of 3 fathoms of water, but unsafe to stop in, due to much ice coming down from a run of water above it. At this place, there was a house and garden neatly fenced in, with European plants growing. However, we only saw 8 women, a lad, and a boy. A skin and a piece were procured from them. This bay is 6 or 7 leagues from Cape Fairweather. On the boat's return, finding nothing would entice the canoe alongside to trade, after detaining us 8 hours, took from them 2 skins and some slips, and paid them double what we gave in fair barter, and they left us perfectly satisfied. Hoisted the boat in, and stood along shore under topsails and main topgallant sail, Cape Fairweather, at WBN diced 7 or 8 leagues. The evening was dark and gloomy, with land much overclouded, and light airs from SW. At 10, a fire was observed a little to the westward of the bay. The boat landed in foggy calm and light airs alternately till morning. 4 o'clock June the 12th, a canoe came off, brought a skin and 1 or 2 garments. At noon, the fog broke, but still calm. Latitude, by indifferent observation, 58 degrees 2'. The point that forms the east point of the entrance to Cross Sound at D bore NBE 3 leagues, and the southmost land ESE. The coast in the vicinity of Cape Cross shows location D. The coast in the vicinity of Cape Cross has the notations Cross Cape NNW 2 leagues and Cross Mountain from it. To us, it appeared as Captain Cook describes it, making all as isles and at every few miles, as if an inlet to a port. Indeed, the whole of the coast that I have passed, although nearer to it by leagues than he had an opportunity of coming, is as minutely described as if he had been within half a mile. Early in the afternoon, the wind became variable with rain. By 4, it cleared and fixed again at north, hauled in with the shore to give the natives an opportunity of coming off. By the evening, a canoe came off, and 2 or 3 skins were purchased. During the night, the wind was southerly and variable with rain. We tacked occasionally to clear the land. Towards morning June 14th, it cleared at daylight, observing some canoes coming, lay to, or stood off and on occasionally under easy sail to traffic with them. Winds southerly and variable. Latitude by observation, 57th degree 54'. The east point of Cross Sound, NBW, the nearest land to us appearing as an isle, the body of which set bore MBE 4 or 5 miles. The west point of that isle, NNW 7 or 8 miles, and maybe Cross Cape, the southmost land or Cape Edgecombe S56 degree EE, and the northmost land as seen through the haze, NWBW. Through the morning, had 6 canoes alongside, 15 skins, and some pieces were purchased. From a little to the northward of Cross Cape to this day, numbers of dead fish, resembling snappers, had been seen floating on the water, which I cannot account for unless killed by the ice breaking up in the body of water in Cross Sound and brought out by the freshes. At 2 o'clock, a light air sprang up from the westward, made sail, and ran down along shore to the eastward with light breezes and fair, pleasant weather. At 6 o'clock in the morning, June 15th, hove to for a canoe, on her joining bore up. By noon, 2 more joined, and several skins and pieces were purchased. Latitude by observation, 57 degrees 4. Wind shifted to the southward and eastward. The canoes left us, hauled inshore, Cape Edgecombe, Essie by E Dist, highland of Cross Cape NW. Through the afternoon, it was light air inclining to calm, wind varying round to the westward. Some canoes came off, some skins and pieces were bought, and several old pieces refused. 1 canoe stayed on board all night and morning. June 16th, winds variable from NW to N and NNE at daylight, hauled more inshore. About 11, another canoe joined, at which time taken aback with a squall of hail and rain wind southerly. They sold their skins and put off in great haste, and we reefed topsails and hauled to the southward. But before noon, it fell calm. Cape Edgecombe, 4 or 5 leagues S.B. as F. The space between Cross Cape and Cape Edgecombe is very properly called by Captain Cook the Bay of Isles, from its broken appearance. I have no doubt it forms numberless harbours. The Spaniards have anchored in 2, and Captain Portlock in another. The natives were also very friendly. Not a canoe came alongside, but invited us to their dwelling, promising plenty to eat, and that our canoe would be sheltered from wind and sea. Not that we understood a syllable of their language, but we had now so long been conversing by signs and tokens that after gaining a little knowledge of their language, we found we had seldom been mistaken. In the afternoon, it fell calm, and by 6 in the evening, the wind blew from the northward and westward. By 10, we got within 2 miles of the Cape, with soundings of 24 fathoms of hard bottom. We kept beating in the bay to the eastward of the Cape all night and morning until 8 o'clock June 17th. It then falling calm, we anchored in 24 fathoms of hard, blank bottom. Cape Edgecombe was WSW, and the other extreme of the bay SSE 3 Tantra 4E, which was the southmost land to be seen. We hoisted the boat out, and the chief mate went to sound the channel. Through the morning, there were light airs and calm alternately, with winds variable round the compass. In the afternoon, it was squally and unsettled. At 4, we weighed anchor with the wind northerly, but after making a board or two, the wind came from the southward. We ran up and anchored with the coasting anchor in 127 fathoms of soft bottom. Many canoes accompanied us, and several skins were bought. The evening became dark and gloomy with rain, wind east and south, looking like a bad night. We let the bower anchor go underfoot. In the morning of June the 18th, it was more moderate. We hove it up. Rain persisted throughout the day, but there was a brisk trade for skins and pieces. Towards evening, it cleared, and the wind got round to the eastward and southward. We moored at the centre of a reef of rocks, SSE 1 ton 2E. The extremes of the bay from SE by S to S, offshore 3 ton 4 of a mile. All night and the best part of the day on June 19th, there was rain throughout, with wind from the southeast. Towards evening, it cleared, and the wind went round to the westward. On the 20th, winds and weather were variable with some rain. This day, the Indians signified we had purchased all their stock and, not buying their old pieces, inquired why we stayed. I was much disappointed in my expectations from these people, not collecting from them above 100 skins. During our time here, some hands were employed in wooding, and the carpenter was cutting some spare spars. Neither party was ever molested. In our dealings with the natives, they showed the honesty and best disposition of any we had before met with, nor did we miss a single article during our stay among them. They were also easy to trade with, some liking one thing, some another of every article we had to exchange. Kettles and frying pans were most coveted. They requested if we returned that the frying pans might have longer handles to enable them to stand farther from the fire to cook their fish, as their method is boiling them. There were not more than a family or two residing here, but we were visited by many, and some that traded with us 10 or 12 leagues to the northward. Their manners, customs, dress, etc., resembled those of the Charlotte's Isles. A kind of cap was a favourite ornament. The 2 uprights, a skin of black seal, hair out, and studded with copper buttons to the outer edges and tops, are fixed with human hair. The band for the forehead is a piece of white leather checkered with red stripes, with 2 large pieces of round copper in front. I have seen this worn by natives at other parts of the coast when dressed for a visit. The tails of large birds, when overheated in singing or dancing, are used as a fan. They also had a long piece of wood hollowed out. From its resemblance and frequent applying it to the eye when anything called their attention at a distance, I conjectured it was to answer the purpose of a spyglass. Taylor was among the shore party of 20 and 21 June. He recorded these observations. On 19th June, in the afternoon, I was on shore. The natives have one temporary summer house with little cover near the beach. They behaved with great civility and friendliness, offering water for us to drink. However, they were very apprehensive regarding their women and friendly admonished us to offer no violence towards them. They suspected, as they were almost constantly entreated when alongside to come on board, that we might take other means on shore. They are particularly tenacious of their women, as we had found them all the way from Prince William Sound. I do not think the women themselves are so very particular. On the contrary, I believe many of them to possess the same idea of liberality as those of Charlotte's Isle, but are restricted by the watchful and tenacious eye of the men. I observed many to have an inclination to come on board when offered presents. The women of Edgecombe Harbour and its vicinity are all cut when young in the underlip and expanded as they advance in years by applying a larger piece in the hole for the purpose of beautifying themselves with a mouth ornament. No deformity can possibly appear more disgusting to a European. Many of the women are far from plain, provided they were content to let their faces retain their natural form. But in the younger girls particularly, nothing can be pictured more horrid than to see the whole of a pretty face distorted by the unnatural practice of expanding the lower lip to introduce by degrees a larger ornament, as it naturally affects the whole countenance and is most conspicuous on a young girl small-featured. They have besides a hole through the nostrils for the purpose of hanging a small ornament. The generality of women here are not so profuse in the use of red paint. On the contrary, I have seen a canoe with 7, 8, and 10 women, all clean faces with long black hair when free from paint. Some of them wear their hair queued, others looped, which has the most pleasing effect. The men are all smeared as usual, and are by far the most inoffensive tribe I saw, very civil, nor were they desirous of thieving. Trade was much briefer here than at any harbour we had been into. I saw but one man who was acknowledged a chief. Every man appears to be a chief of his own family, and has their houses scattered along the coast inland between Cross Cape and Cape Edgecombe, without any villages that we were acquainted with. Their canoes are some of them capable of containing 30. Most of them are very old and slight, cut from a whole tree and finished with prow and stern pieces agreeable to their fancy. Many of them are clad in a sort of blanket of their own manufacturing, lined comfortably with fur, fringed and ornamented as usual, while others are made with various skins. Their spears were many of them iron-pointed, but the generality of bone. They did not seem very desirous of iron, rather preferring utensils for cooking for barter. The chief and his attendant wore long leather garments ornamented all over with fringes and porcupine quills. Many of them wore leggings of the Canadian kind but inferior, small chief hats, and most of them were provided with a large sharp iron dagger. They were always very musical alongside and played rattles and jingling cymbals of circular twigs and birds' bills, divers which they are very partial to. Their songs were accompanied by 2 or 3 men performing an antic dance with wild hoops, etc. Their babes are clad in warm skins and kept in a sort of leather basket or cradle, constantly reared in the open air and ornamented at the nostrils while very young. The women do not appear to lack affection for their young. All kinds of vegetation were in great forwardness on shore, with small gardens with seeds enclosed, left no doubt by the Queen Charlotte, about half a mile up the woods. We found a spot of marshy ground very pleasant with plenty of Labrador tea growing. We saw no kind of vegetable to eat here, though the natives seemed to live entirely on the wild shrubbery growing round them, together with fish. Berries were not yet come to perfection, but the woods enclosed great abundance. We found fresh rainwater in several spots and small springs, but no watering place for a ship in the neighbourhood. The natives supplied us with some little salmon, and at anchor we caught a few snappers. This afternoon, June 20th, I walked about 1.5 miles to the southward along the beach to some huts the natives had erected since our arrival in order to be near us. I saw 8 or 9. The materials of their buildings were simply a few short spars lashed together and sheltered with bark of trees, not sufficient to keep out the rain, but where each family was happily seated around a fire in the middle, boiling fish and passing their time variously. The women were many of them employed making small chip baskets for containing their trifling articles, at which they appeared moody and quiet. The men were lounging about in the sun around their habitations until roused by curiosity to accompany us. They suffered us to come in and be seated with great civility, and on making signs that we were dry, they made great dispatch in procuring us some good water, which they offered us in a clean small basket with great cheerfulness and friendship. The larger part of each family, very numerous, those 5 and 6 years of age, appeared to have the sole care of the babes and were employed in rocking and quieting them. One party of men, about a dozen, prevailed on one to sit down in the centre of a circle which they formed about me. They themselves examined my jackets, trousers, etc., and at their request, I pulled off some of my clothes. They examined my skin with admiration. This indeed was general among all the Indians I met with. My shoes took their attention mightily, and in consequence of which they gave me to understand that when we came again, they would sell us skins for shoes, jackets, etc. They offered me a piece of their leather slippers in exchange for my shoes, but shoes happened to be too scarce an article for me to comply with their request. Great abundance of halibut and other fish, fresh caught, was hanging to dry around their huts, which, together with oil, paint, and their own natural filth, made a very disagreeable effluvia and shortened our visit. I saw no utensils among them but small baskets and sundry wooden vessels of their own make, exclusive of the articles they had secured from the ship in barter. The stouter boys were learning to throw the spear with small branches of trees. I believe they are kept frequently at this exercise in order to make them useful to themselves and family. Once attained, they are then furnished with all the education they require to gain their subsistence, or at least it is the principle, for with the spear they kill seals, otters, and many fish. They heave the spears with a short piece of wood with a hole in its end, which receives the inner end of the spear, while supported with the left hand, thrusting their spear from them with this short machine with great ease and dexterity with the right hand, and sends it with greater force than if it were grasped and thrown by the hands only. We observed them kill one otter in a canoe early in the morning among some weeds. They kept themselves snug in the canoe. The man who was going to strike barely showed his head over the gunwale of the canoe, and when the otter was near enough, he struck him with ease and sold us the skin. Nothing could exceed their civility, considering they were savages. I made them some trifling presents, which were scarcely worth their acceptance, but which they received with gratitude. The shore on the east side of the bay was covered by driftwood, and in the woods, very good spars were found. The tops of the hills to the northward of Cape Edgecombe, and also the mount, were mostly covered with snow, but to the southward, very little, and appeared as entering a new climate. In several parts of the bay, a great quantity of pumice stone was found. The natives use it for cleaning the skins. We saw no fresh water. A few snappers were caught, and the natives brought us some halibut and salmon. Otters, I believe, are in great plenty. Once or twice, a canoe went away for a few hours and returned with one or two. The only advantage of this port, if bound to the southward, you sail out with a fair wind. In other respects, I do not think the place of our anchorage at all safe, having only a reef off the SW point of the harbour to shelter you from the southerly winds, the bottom bad and interspersed with rocks. Although when we came to the soundings, the lead was soft sand, our cable was much rubbed, and the anchor hooking a rock, it was with great difficulty we weighed it after having tried and broke the buoy rope. Where the cable ripped in the hawser was rendered unserviceable and obliged to be cut off. The easterly wind, which blew constantly while we lay here, having some little fetch, caused so great a surf on the shore our boat could never beach. On June 21st, at 4 o'clock in the morning, we unmoored and hove, short light airs round the compass. At noon, a breeze sprang up from the northward and westward. We weighed, first part of the afternoon calm and light airs alternately. A strange canoe joined us and sold several skins. At 3 o'clock, a fresh breeze sprang up from the blank, made sail. Many of the natives, particularly the women, followed us out some few miles from the shore, disposing of trifling articles, and those who had any skins remaining came and offered them for sale and parted with us in great friendship, giving the friendly shout, leaving the ship. Among the various tribes we had visited, none gave us less trouble. Not a single instance of thieving was known. On the contrary, they were quiet, orderly people, very friendly disposed, and trading with great good humour. We had a fresh wind all night. June blank, wind blank, steered along shore at the distance of 4 or 5 miles. At 8 o'clock in the morning, June 22nd, we opened an inlet, running in a NNW direction, and no land to be seen at the back of it, but appeared as a very large body of water. I would have searched this place for natives, but as Captain Dixon had been in a port a few leagues to the northward and also traversed this coast down, I thought it no ways advisable to look for what I was informed did not exist, when I had other places to go where he had met the greatest success, such as Hippa on the W side of Charlotte's Isles, also the land to the southward, where the natives seemed to be in greater plenty. At 10 o'clock, we passed between some high barren rocks and the main. These rocks lay NNE and SSW of the NW point or cape, leading to the sound or inlet and distance 4 or 5 leagues to the N and westward. They had the following appearance. These rocks were covered with birds and seals. The coast, having a very favourable appearance for natives, caused me to keep a very sharp lookout on the shore, and I was not half an hour in the day off the deck at one time, and the telescope constantly at my eye. I neither saw smoke nor the smallest trace of inhabitants. At noon, latitude observed 55°51, the north point of the bay to the large inlet, and was also the northmost land to be seen, was N47°W, and the head of the bay, N35°W, and the point abreast of US, N5°, distance 5 miles, and the barren rock S85°W, 4 or 5 miles, and southern extremes of land S65°E. At 8 o'clock in the evening, close in with a point forming the north point of a bay, soundings 47 FM Shingley Bottom, hoisted out the boat and sent to look if there was any port. By 9, the boat returned, there being no place the ship could anchor in, and the shores abounding with seals and not at all disturbed with the visit. These animals, being both food and clothing for the natives, would not have been so easily hunted, if ever hunted. This circumstance, and also the birds seen on the barren rock, and the numbers seen on this part of the coast gave me every reason to believe it is thinly inhabited, if at all. It is most probable that had there been a single family, and we passed too quickly or at too great a distance from the shore, they would have taken the method of the natives on other parts of the coast and made a fire to call our attention. After the boat was hoisted in, we made sail, steering southeast by south for the southernmost land. All night it was hazy and at times foggy, which continued all the forepart of the morning of June 23rd. At 8 o'clock in the morning, abreast of the land set the preceding evening, we observed a latitude of 54°40'E. The isle appeared as under, making 2 or 3 isles, and maybe from the main blank or blank leagues. A point of land which I take for the north point of Charlotte's Straits bore north 66 degrees east, and the north end of Charlotte Isles east 35 degrees south, with the rest of the land obscured in the haze. Just as the sun came to the meridian, 2 canoes were seen pulling after us. We hove to, and purchased 5 skins from them. They had been on the isles abreast of us for birds and eggs, and had procured a great quantity. I took a good deal of pains by signs, for their language differed from any I had heard before, to learn where their chief or tribe lived. They either had none, or all I could understand was that they lived themselves on the isle, or on the main in a line with it bearing north by west. After dismissing these people, who were in high spirits and perfectly pleased, I guessed that upon their reaching the shore and reporting the favourable reception they had met with, more of their countrymen would be induced to visit us. I hauled within the isle for that purpose, to give them a better opportunity to come off, or if any number of them, to seek for a port. During the night and morning, it was foggy with light airs from the north and west and calms alternately, so that by noon on the 24th we had made little progress, observing a latitude of 54°42. The body of the large isle, which I call Etche's Isle, in honour of my employer, bore north 46 degrees west, 2 leagues, the northwest entrance of Charlotte Straits north 64 degrees east, and the north end of Charlotte Isles east 25 degrees south, with the northmost land covered in the haze. In the first part of the night, a canoe came off, and 10 skins and a good cloak were purchased. At daylight on the 25th, it was calm. The second mate followed the canoe to look for a harbour or more Indians, observing a latitude of 54°54'. The extreme of Etche's Isle from south 20 degrees west to west 25 degrees south, the northmost land north 47 degrees west, and the entrance the boat went to east 10 degrees north, a distance of 3 leagues. The south point of land east 10 degrees south, and between that and the north point, many breaks in the coast. The north end of Charlotte Isles south 40 degrees east. Early in the afternoon the boat returned, having found a harbour, but the entrance was not a cable wide. There was plenty of water, but only one family of Indians. They told them their chief lived a little to the southward of a headland pointed out. At 3 o'clock, we saw a canoe coming from the northward, but on drawing near the ship, they ceased paddling. 2 people got in the boat to pull them, which, as soon as they observed, paddled off in great haste for the shore, and the boat came back. They again lay on their paddles, and for several hours seemed undetermined how to act, sometimes paddling from us, other times toward us, and then laying to, as if to debate. It was light airs and calm alternately during the night, with winds varying between southeast and southwest. At 4 o'clock in the morning on the 26th, it became thick foggy with the wind from the south by easterly. We tacked occasionally to keep the land on board. The fog continued until between 3 and 4 in the afternoon when it cleared up. We found ourselves within 3 miles of the shore, with the northwest end of Etche's Isle bearing west 10 degrees south, the southwest end west 18 degrees south, the northmost land of the main south 55 degrees west, and another point north 40 degrees west. The hills being much overspread with fog made it difficult to know the coast and appearances of 1 or 2 inlets. I sent the boat away with the second mate to look for any Indians or port. The first road to prove to be the south entrance to the harbour the boat was in yesterday, it being formed by an isle in the entrance. 2 canoes came off, and the boat returned after entering a creek a little farther to the southward, but the channel was very narrow and no natives. There was little wind and it was variable all night and morning on the 27th. At 8 o'clock 2 canoes were observed coming off. We lay to for them, and a skin and some old pieces were purchased. Around 11 o'clock, 2 others joined, bringing 2 or 3 pieces. The northmost land was north 45 degrees west, and a barren rock a little above water about the size of the ship with breakers around it lay about halfway between the main and the north end of Etches Isle. 2 of the canoes went away a little before dinner and returned early in the afternoon with fish. The spot they fished on was between the barren rock and the main, indicating there must be soundings there. Every other part tried within 3 miles of the shore showed no bottom with 145-fathom line. It continued dark and hazy all afternoon with the wind in the southeast quarter. My stay here was long enough, had there been any number of natives or if those we found had any skins, to have seen and purchased them. By 8 o'clock in the evening, we had made the circuit of Etches Isles, with the north end bearing south 60 degrees east, 4 or 5 leagues. There are several of them all close together, appearing as one high and covered with wood. The largest is about blank miles in length and laying in the direction of blank latitude, blank longitude, blank. I now determined to make the best of the way to Hippa. All night and morning on June 28th, there were light winds from the southeast and dark, hazy weather, at times foggy with small rain. The latitude at noon was 54°59', with the north point of land blank entrance of Charlotte's Straits. On the 29th and 30th, there was little wind, and it was variable between the south and southwest, until noon on June 30th, when the latitude was 54°29', and the body of Etches Isle bore north 44 degrees west, the north point of land north 19 degrees west, and the north land of Charlotte's Straits north 40 degrees east. I steered into the bight yesterday evening to get a fair sight of the land and opening, and hauled more to the southward. The north end of Charlotte's Isles is low and covered with wood. The northland, which forms the other point of the entrance, is barren and shows as at F on the other side. I have looked on the large space between these 2 lands as an entrance and straight passing out between Cape S. James's and the land to the southward, as from my present situation I could see no land in mid-channel. But as the land on both sides is low, and as isles, although apparently a considerable distance between them, may be joined by a reef or very low land. In the afternoon, the wind blew between the east and southeast with fresh breezes and rainy weather, with double-reefed topsails and courses. We stretched away to the southward. Between midnight and July the 1st, it fell calm, and a breeze soon after sprung up from the westward. We made sail, and by noon the breeze had considerably freshened, with the latitude observed at 54°16', the north point of Charlotte's Isles from north 70 degrees to north 60 degrees east, and the southland south 55 degrees east, with a point of land on the north side of the entrance to the Charlotte Straits north 35 degrees east. Early in the afternoon, the wind inclined to the southward and westward. At 1:30 we hauled down steering sails and hauled up southeast. The wind was variable and inclining to south, and not able to weather a point to the southward, which stretched to the westward. We hauled on a wind at 6 o'clock, being within a few miles of the shore. We tacked, with the land of Charlotte's Isles from north 10 degrees east to south 47 degrees east. Winds throughout the night were variable from the westward and latterly inclining to calm, with rain at times. At 4 a.m. on July the 2nd, a breeze from the northward and eastward with thick, rainy weather. We hauled in for the land. By 9:30, we were within 2 miles of the shore and bore up and steered southeast by east. At 10, we steered southeast when we opened a small bight, formed by an isle laying on the west side, which is the land we could not weather the preceding evening. This isle I call Foul Weather Isle, from the bad weather met off it. It rained so hard all the morning that nothing was to be seen but the wash of the beach. At noon, being off the north point of a small bight and the weather clearing a little, 4 canoes paddled off. We hove to for them, and a couple of skins were purchased. By 5:30, we made sail on a wind under double-reefed topsails and courses, with as much sail as we could carry to keep the land on board until more moderate weather, for the natives to come off to trade. The wind had now shifted to the westward, and squally weather with rain at times and a heavy swell. The same wind and weather continued for the night. On the morning of July 3rd at 6 o'clock, we stood in for the land. At 10, it became cloudy, and we hauled up courses and wore, but soon after clearing, we put our head inshore. At noon, the latitude by indifferent observation was 53°36'. The north point of the bay bore N4°W. The canoes that came off yesterday bore NNE, and the northmost land bore N18°W. The isle taken for the Hipper was E10°, and the southernmost extreme of land as seen through the haze was E27°. At 2 o'clock, we were within 3 or 4 miles of the land. We brought to the main tops to the mast, but I believe the wind and sea prevented the canoes from coming off. At 3, we made sail offshore. The weather was very squally and unsettled, with the wind in the southeast quarter. At 8 in the evening, it moderated, and we stood away to the northward. By midnight, the wind increased, and we brought the ship under close reefed topsails. At 8 o'clock in the morning on July 4th, it moderated, and we made sail for the land, with squally weather at times. At noon, the latitude was 53°47. The northmost land bore N4°E, and we were 3 or 4 leagues offshore. At 3:30, we were within 3 or 4 miles offshore. We tacked and lay to, off and on until 8 o'clock. There was much sea and a good deal of wind, but it did not prevent 4 canoes from visiting us. They proved to be the same people that came on board on July the 2nd. They had nothing to dispose of but a few bits of old garments. The wind continued in the southeast quarter, and it was thick, dirty weather all day on July 5th, so I could not come near the land. Winds that blew with any head since leaving Prince William's Sound had been almost constantly from the south and eastward. Had I made the southern coast instead of the northern, I should have been able to run it in 1/3 of the time. When the wind came against me, I would have endeavoured to make a port, had I known one, in a situation where I could have gone to sea with a fair wind. Captain Dixon got most of his skins by beating off the coast. By following his method, I had every reason to think I would also be successful. At noon, the latitude by indifferent observation was 53°53 Kern. The land was obscured in the haze, and the weather was a little more moderate with rain at times. Night and morning on July 6th, there were light winds and variable weather. At noon, the latitude by an indifferent observation was 53°55'. The northmost land bore NE/E, and the weather was calm. At 3 o'clock in the morning on July 7th, a breeze from the northeast sprang up and we made sail. At noon, the latitude was 53°48'. The northmost land bore N15°. Foul Weather Isle bore N30°, and the southern extreme of land bore E23°. By 5 o'clock, we were within 2 or 3 miles of the shore. We bore up, and 3 canoes joined us. One of them came on board, another had 3 indifferent skins, and the third came too late to trade, as it was dark. We got off the Hipper Point by sunset, and within a mile of the shore, there were no canoes or town to be seen. All night, the weather and wind were very variable and fluctuating, with squally calm, slight airs, alternately tacking occasionally to keep the shore on board. We were now off the place recommended by Captain Dixon, but it did not answer his description, for inhabitants and the coast in every part showed as isles and harbours. I had thoughts of anchoring in an arm under the north point of a bay. At daylight on July 8th, the chief mate went with the boat to sound the channel. At 5 in the morning, a light air sprang up from the eastward, and we stood off and on for the boat. 6 canoes came alongside, and on inquiry, they said that Captain Duncan had got their skins. This was perfectly understood by the supercargo and all on board. At 10, the boat returned. They had found a harbour with 40 fathoms of muddy bottom but no fresh water. At noon, there was no observation. The extreme of the land was NW by W and SE by E. The weather was cloudy, and the wind was at SE. At 6 o'clock in the evening, although a considerable distance from the land, a canoe came off with an old garment. In the forenoon on July the 8th, we had 5 or 6 canoes with about 50 natives, but not a single skin was to be seen among them. All the information we could gather was that they had none. We did not see any quantity of iron or other articles among them, which might incline us to believe that some vessel was before us. Some few of their spears only were iron-barbed, and an ad or two, which we concluded they must have gotten from Captain Dixon last year. However, as they had no skins, and as we saw so few natives, doubts were entertained about a vessel being on the other side of the isles, and in this, we flattered ourselves it was the sloop. I may venture to notice this as one of the greatest disappointments during the voyage to the captain and supercargo. Their expectations had been very sanguine from the mart at the Hipper. Captain Dixon purchased 500 skins in 4 hours last year and mentioned the natives were very numerous. However, we neither saw skins nor natives, nor any prospect of obtaining a single skin. The natives had scarcely enough skins to cover themselves and were far in every respect inferior to our friends on the side of the isle. We did not even get a supply of fish and saw no man like a chief among Yaka, Kuya, etc., who were well known to them, and their names were often repeated. They brought off a few raspberries, but sold them at very high prices. I could have wished they would have brought plenty of fish as well, for comparatively speaking, we were starving in the midst of plenty, having had no more than 4 or 5 days of fish this year on a coast that abounds with it. We were constantly at sea on salt provisions, and the proprietors had reaped little advantage from our cruising for the last fortnight or 3 weeks. The natives were free, and quite naturalized to a ship coming on board and playing about the decks with great unconcern. Their canoes were very indifferent, and the women were ornamented with bracelets of copper and some of iron, but purchased nothing from them. We tacked occasionally during the night, and the wind was variable and moderate. Early in the morning of the 9th, a canoe came off, and the Indian, in a piteous tone, told us he had no skins, having sold them to Smoke at Duncan. As the natives had nothing to sell, this could easily account for not seeing more of them. Latitude at noon was 53°29. The extreme of land as seen through the haze from N15° to E25°. I had no business longer off this port, and determined to make the best of my way to join Captain Duncan as proposed at the Hipper on the east side of Charlotte's Isles, and search the coast down to the southward together. There being a long track of coast, for all we knew, unexplored, and from what we had learned, well inhabited. The winds prevailing almost constantly against me and dirty weather did not reach Cape S. James till the 17th of July. Early in the morning, we hauled around the Cape and soon after brought 2 for some canoes. We passed within a mile of the outer rock laying off the Cape. There are 3 large ones covered with wood and several smaller ones barren. They lay in the direction of Blank. As soon as the Indians came near and knew us, they expressed every mark of joy. They informed us Captain Duncan had very lately left them, and that their chief had a letter for me, and also many skins. This induced me to bear up and come to anchor in S. James Bay, which is south 8 leagues distant from the Cape. In this run from Cape Edgecombe, I cannot make Cape S. James so far to the eastward by a degree, and some odd miles of where Captain Dixon places it, his latitude nearly corresponds. For the bay and harbour, see page blank. By dark, numbers of canoes joined us with 2 of our friendly chiefs and Captain Duncan's letter, by which I learned he left this July blank, and had gone to search the coast down to the southward and look into Nootka, which was our last place of rendezvous. He also informs me of a snow being off Nootka on the 10th of May, and he, not being able to trade with the natives due to lacking copper, quitted the port to search the east side of Charlotte's Isles and the opposite coast of this sea, which he had performed. My further plans for this year were entirely upset by a vessel being on the southern part of the coast, Captain Duncan gone to search between this and Nootka. Following his route would serve no end. It was too early to quit the coast, and there was little to be done here. The supercargo and I thought it most advisable to return northward to latitude blank, and there complete our little matters before leaving the coast. The winds had prevailed so constantly to the southwest that we thought it no difficult matter. By noon on the 18th, we had purchased 30 skins, and learned another chief of our acquaintance was to the northward, who would soon be here with more skins, and also a letter. The time we lay, the boat was employed filling up our water. In the evening, seeing nothing of the chief, I determined not to wait any longer than the next morning. Not seeing him then, as his residence was but a few leagues to the northward, I intended to go off with the ship. Taylor provides important additional information on the events of 17 and 18th of July. 17th July. We were soon visited by 5 canoes with many of the natives whom we knew from last year. We learned that Captain Duncan had been here and sailed 10 days ago. The chiefs Silky Nance and Kuya came on board dressed for the visit in cloth and blanket garments, which they had received from Captain Duncan. Few skins appeared. We had reason to suppose the sloop had purchased all. We heard a confused account of a dust with some strangers who came to trade, and that Captain Duncan had taken a part in favour of Silky Nance, who was wounded in the fray with a stab in his thigh. Captain D killed the chief, who gave him the wound and took Silky Nance under his care on board the sloop. The old chief appeared very sickly in consequence of his wound. He and Kuya were taken notice of and received a cap each as a present, along with other articles. Friday 18th, 17 p.m. The canoes gathered fast about us, and a few skins were purchased. In the evening, a canoe came from inland with a letter to Captain Colnett from Captain Duncan and left in the care of Silky Nance. From this, some particulars of the aforementioned fray were culled. It seems some strangers came as described, whom Silky Nance and Kuya had fought, and Captain Duncan took the old chief's part and gave him an exceeding good character. Captain D had been 10 days in this harbour, and from here he said his route was to the north and over to Syax's village, but he did not see Syax or any of his family and got very few skins in that quarter. He arrived at Nootka on the 19th of April, and when he left Nootka, he saw Captain Hannah, who wintered on the coast. Captain H was going into Nootka. It blew a gale of wind, therefore they did not speak to each other. Captain mentioned he had not been very successful in skins, employed watering, wind to the southwest. In the morning of the 19th, light airs from the south and westward, but calm without. Did not weigh, but dispatched the boat for another turn of water. By their return, a breeze sprang up. We weighed. Several canoes came from different parts of the isle, and every distant one was said to have our friend in. We hove to, but as soon as convinced it was not him, we ran out of the bay and lay to off and on all night and morning. The 20th, wind at southeast, dirty weather. Conjecturing the weather prevented his coming off and might be in his way along shore, we did not make sail until a little after noon. When observing a large smoke in a small bay to the northward, we bore up and brought to off it. A canoe came off and informed us Uka, which was the chief's name, would not be on board until morning. They sold a skin and said he had plenty. It was blowing fresh and dirty weather, so there was little probability of being able to keep this situation until daylight. There were appearances of anchorage in a large bay or sound to the northward, the south point low, running out in a long tongue covered with wood. We bore up as we drew near, sounding 9, 10, and 11 fathoms rocky, much seaweed, and a great rippling. A long way off the point, we gave it a good berth, sounding very irregular. After hauling around this point, which I named Shoal Point, and standing up the south side of the bay about a mile from the shore, soundings from 10 to 17 fathoms, mostly rocky, and the best was hard bottom. We anchored in 21 fathoms, but soon after, bringing up the ship, tripped the anchor and got into 35 fathoms muddy bottom, the extreme of the bay from NWBN to ESE, distance from the shore 112 miles. The second mate went with the boat to the Indians in the bay the canoe came from, but returned without purchasing a skin, as they had none. Wind for the night at ESE, squally, and frequent showers towards morning of the 21st. Hauled more to the southwest at 5. Uka came, but no skins. The letter was to the same purport as the one I got before. Boat employed throughout the day watering. Carpenter cutting a spar for a topmast. Many canoes from the northward, but only 8 or 10 skins purchased. Uka and the northern chiefs did not seem on the most friendly footing, the former frequently getting up the fore-rigging and looking to the southeast. I had not an idea he was expecting a strong party, but on some canoes heaving in sight around the south point of the bay, the northern Indians fled to their canoes, put on their armour and prepared for battle. I had now an opportunity of learning the use of their masks. A good-tempered, humorous fellow, a bow and arrow man, put on one resembling a bear's and showed what antics he could perform and in what manner he turned off stones, etc. Each chief solicited our assistance against his enemy. Uka informed us the canoes coming were our old and first acquaintance, Skilkonants, who had received great injuries from the northern Indians and also a recent wound through the thigh, which I had seen. I should have been happy to have understood enough of their language to have made friends between them, but as that was not the case and also ignorant of each other's injury, I suffered them to act as they thought proper. On the canoes being prepared, we fell astern the ship, Skilkonants advancing, a small canoe passing from each, and another dispatched to the shore with our northern friends' women. The chiefs got close together and very vociferous. The northern Indians showed most fear, keeping their spears in an erect posture, but no hostility was committed. Growing dark, each party paddled different ways for their home. Thick fog and calm all night and morning of the 22nd. At 8 a.m. it cleared a little. I sent for a turn of water. It continued with light winds from the southeast and east-southeast and thick at times all forenoon. I saw several canoes coming from the northward, but on their observing the southern Indians alongside, they returned. The weather since noon has been thick with rain and heavy squalls. I gave the ship a whole cable. I missed the handle of the grindstone, some cooper's tools, and a silver spoon. As the Indians had carried them ashore, I detained the chief until they were returned. Through the night and morning of the 23rd, it blew very strong with heavy rain. At noon it moderated, and the wind changed to the westward of south. It ceased raining. On overhauling the log, the winds and weather at the time of Captain Duncan's leaving here were dirty, thick, and wind southerly, which made it doubtful whether he was able to fall in with the eastern shore in this latitude. Supercargo and self-thought, as the wind was, we should be over early next day, and it would be a great satisfaction to see if anything was to be got and make little difficulty in sailing from there for the northward. By 4, we weighed and made sail, but the tide was so strong the ship would not steer with all the sail we could crowd. There was little wind, inclining to calm all night. At 7 o'clock in the morning of the 24th, the wind hauled to ESE and SE with fog at times, and by noon, appearances of very dirty weather. Latitude observation, blank. In the corner, the wind was such that I had no prospect of falling in with the land anywhere to the southward of where Captain Duncan had been, and not choosing to beat, I stood back for the place left. A little after noon, we passed great numbers of young birds of a dark brown colour and the size of a pigeon, and many whales. Land was scarcely discernible through the fog. At 2:30, we brought up under Shoal Point in 33 fathoms of water, south point of the bay, blank, offshore 2 miles, north point of the bay. Soon after coming to, we had reason to be pleased with our situation, for before 6 o'clock it blew a hurricane and rained exceedingly hard. We were out a cable and a half. By evening it moderated but squally and dirty throughout the night. July 25th. Light airs inclining to calm. Sent for a turn of water. Weather as yet unsettled. The second mate went with the boat to the habitation of the northern Indians to see if they had any more skins. At midnight, he returned without any success, and with the wind being to the westward at 3:30 a.m. on the 26th, we weighed anchor. The bad weather and winds, along with the time lost here, made me give up for the present my idea of going to the eastern shore and determined me to endeavour to get around Cape S. James's and proceed to the north. Soon after getting clear of Shoal Point, it fell calm and continued all forenoon. Shoal Point bore NNW and Bald Rock SE by E, with little wind and variable all afternoon. The tide set us considerably to the northward. In the evening, a breeze from the southward and westward. At noon on July 27th, Cape S. James's bore S50° W, distance 8 or 9 leagues, latitude observed 52°03 N+. Taylor describes the events that occurred between the incidents of July 21st and the departure from the Juan Perez Sound area. On July 24th, our old friend and warrior Silky Nance, agreeable to the maxims of Cincinnatus of old, had sheathed his dagger and taken upon himself the employment of a fisherman. He brought us some fish for sale without any arms or implements of war in his canoes. From him, I clearly understood that Yucca, Koya, and himself were still friends, and were all combined against their general enemy, the chief of the rock. Some other natives that were of his party came alongside in their usual manner. The gale abated towards the evening, and as the morning approached, we had light winds all around the compass. Moderate fair weather. I went in pursuit of a watering place nearer hand and found a good run abreast of the ship, taking its run from the mountains and discharging itself along a pleasant rivulet situated in a delightful valley. The spot was the most pleasant and wore the most vernal appearance of any I saw on this coast, abounding with raspberry bushes. There were long footpaths through the woods. The little lads and a young girl came down to us. The latter had some berries for sale, but having nothing about me to barter for them, they took themselves to the woods and appeared much intimidated. Those were the only natives I saw on the shore, but various spots where fires had been showed that they frequently stopped in this neighbourhood when away from home. The natives in several canoes came from the north and south villages, came alongside with fish, etc., without molesting each other. There are trees on shore large enough to mast a first-rate vessel. At noon, the boat manned and armed went to the northwest village or the rock to see if any skins were in that quarter. Saturday, July 26th at 3 p.m, a fresh breeze sprung up from the southwest. During the afternoon, the natives were disposing of fish, berries, etc. alongside. Towards the evening, the chief from the northwest village, whose name is Iyag, came alongside with 10 stout fellows well armed. He brought a single indifferent skin for sale, mentioned having seen our boat pulling to the northward, and gave us to understand they would collect no skins. Captain D collected all. One of his attendants was a chief named Yuha, a stout, well-made man with the most pleasant open countenance I saw on the whole coast of America, and if I may be allowed the expression, in this part of the world, he was the handsomest man, Yuka excepted, whose features must be allowed to surpass all we had seen, and even in England, if decently clad, would be considered, both of them, on an equality with those the ladies are pleased to call fine, likely fellows. The chiefs received some trifling presents, and Yuha, from his affability and countenance, fared the best. Some of his party committed some little acts of thievery, but were detected and chastised. While they were on board, Yuka came alongside to dispose of a single green skin. I noticed a great coolness between Iyug and him, looks of contempt, etc. But the rest of Iyug's party and Yuka were very familiar, it seems. Silkinance and Iyug are more inveterate against each other, and though Yuka may be said to be of Silki's party, yet he continues to act rather neutral in this difference, entertaining a friendly intercourse with Iyug's party, though he appears to have no great veneration for their principal chief. As the boat was absent, we were not enabled to take advantage of a fair, fresh breeze to go to the eastwards, and as she did not return until very late, we lost 12 hours of fair wind, which appeared rather singular, having had frequent opportunities of sending the boats to search to the northward if such was the plan when no time would have been lost. But it was not even thought of till the period when a fair wind was expected any moment. I only observe it appears somewhat extraordinary to me, as we were very anxious to get to the eastward. The boat returned too late for moving. It was therefore postponed until day when the wind had declined to a very light air from the westward, with which we got under way. It soon became calm. Towards noon, we had a light air from the eastward, observed in latitude 56°25 Iberen, the east point of the sound where we anchored bore WNW by compass 7 miles, which places the point at 56°13. The small island contiguous to our first and eastern harbour bore SE 3 leagues, which lays in 56°16 N. The boat went to the rock about 5 leagues to the NW of our anchoring place, where they found the natives last year, but found the village deserted. It is a proof of the uncertainty of finding them a second time in the same place as they shift occasionally for their convenience. A tree was measured 30 feet in circumference. There is only one small track of mountains which I observed, covered with snow, away to the SW of us when at anchor last. Yuka and Kuya wash themselves before they fresh paint and paint themselves with great taste. People of those isles are much civilized by our visits, and we also began to understand their language, which I thought easier spoken than any I had heard on the coast. They also pronounced our names perfectly. Their large horn spoons, from the description of the animal they said it belonged to, should suppose it to be the mountain sheep. Captain King, in his volume, mentioning its horn weighing 20 pounds. None of them live on their isles, but are purchased from a chief named Seax, living on the eastern shore through the same channel. They also get the copper, but where Seax gets this metal, we are yet to be informed. The price commonly paid for skins was a piece of iron 3 feet long and 3 inches broad with beads and other trifling articles, but till they have found out some new want, I think few skins will be collected, which we had a convincing proof of this year, for not an Indian that had got his long knife and spear of iron was at pains to have killed a single otter. Captain Dixon last year procured 600 or 800, and Captain Duncan and self did not get 100. The bay we last lay in is convenient for trading with the natives, making the boundary of the northern and southern tribe, but the place of our anchorage not at all to be recommended to stop at, in southerly winds and dirty weather, being exposed to the northerly winds. There are parts in the bay sheltered against all winds, where the Indians informed us Captain Duncan lay. There is an incredible number of whales here, and most days saw large shoals of herrings. From July 27th to August 3rd, I used every effort to beat around Cape St. James and get to the northward, but adverse winds, unfavourable weather, etc. prevented my making any progress. At noon, Cape S. James bore N 53° love, distance 6 or 7 leagues. 2 or 3 of the crew complaining of scurvy and a general murmur throughout the ship for fear of its spreading among them. With no probability of advancing to the northward, as the winds were blowing as constantly from that quarter as it had done from the south when coming that way, I once more determined that if it did not change by midnight, we should bear up and seek a port on the eastern shore in the latitude of the Cape St. James. The wind continued to the northwest. We bore up, and all the morning of the 4th was dark and hazy. We saw nothing of the land until a little after noon, some small rocks and isles, NNE 8 or 9 leagues, and a high round Mount NE by N. As we drew in with the land, steering NE by E as I had done since first bearing up, the shores through the haze appeared very much broken and formed by isles covered with wood and many barren rocks. A remarkable one ahead, like a dome on the top, and some distance down forming a circle covered with trees, and from thence to the water's edge, which may make 1/3 of the rock white. The rocks on the other shores also had a white appearance, and through the haze, without a glass, appeared as breakers. By 6 o'clock, abreast Dome Rock, soundings 35 fathoms sandy bottom. On getting the bottom, I had no doubt we would find good anchorage, kept standing in, hauling to the northward round the isles in the direction the inlet trended. By 7 o'clock, a wide space opened, running in north and south, soundings very irregular, sometimes 12 fathoms good bottom, and then no ground at 60. The distance from the shore was from 1 mile to 1.5 miles. However, night was drawing on fast, flood setting strong to the northward, little wind, and no prospect of getting out if I wished it. I had no alternative left but to come to anchor. At 7:30, getting bottom at 20 fathoms, I ordered the anchor to be let go. Before it found bottom, we were in about 42 fathoms and about a mile from the nearest shore. The lesser soundings, I believe, were on a bar from a small isle covered with wood to the eastward of us, running to the western shore, and the distance across might be 1.5 miles. This situation, though open to the southerly wind, was to be preferred to any other choice left to me. At midnight, we had a light air of wind from the southward with rain. The surf at the back of the isle we lay under made a prodigious noise, as well as in other parts of the bay, but at high water, which happened at 3 o'clock in the morning, it ceased. At daylight on the 5th, I sent the boat to search for a safe port. By 8 o'clock, it returned, having found a little to the northward and seen a canoe, but the natives fled to the bush. By noon, we got up to the bay with a light air from the southward and boats towing, anchored with the bower and moored with coasting anchor. The Indians, not having recovered from their fright, their canoe remaining on the beach, went with the boat and put some few articles in her. On putting off, they gained confidence, got into their canoes, and pulled off. In the evening they returned, and with a deal of enticing and persuasion, ventured on board. From their surprise, they must have never seen Europeans before. On learning what we wanted, they promised in the morning to return with some skins. All hands were daily employed overhauling rigging, in the hold, getting provisions to hand, repacking trade, wooding, and watering. Carpenters cutting spars. By the 10th, the business being well forward, and the Indians bringing no more of their neighbours, the second mate went with the longboat to search for them. Those that we first saw daily visited us, bringing a few other skins and some berries. It was somewhat singular that we had seen no more. They were either jealous of their neighbours possessing any of our articles, and did not acquaint them of our arrival, or else lived at too great a distance. Around where we lay were remains of numerous dwellings and many corpses lying in boxes. The decay of both habitations and coffins was nearly equal, and the time of quitting this place must have been when the mortality happened. This desertion might be accounted for several ways. First, after a battle and defeat, or a severe winter and perished by famine, by the fish quitting the ground. I think the latter probable. On the tops of the hills were 2 large lagoons of water, and the run or outlet to them seemed to have been much greater than at present. At that time, likely fish were in great plenty, of the salmon and whale perch kind. As at places some little distance to the northward, the seine was set in a small arm, but only caught half a bucket of fish. From Prince William's Sound to here, many of the natives on most parts of the coast this year looked sickly. and several of our Charlotte Isles acquaintance so altered, we could hardly recollect them. Most likely, a bad winter was the cause. August the 13th, 2 strange canoes came from the westward among the isles and brought 20 skins and 17 salmon. They were acquainted with our old friend Seax, with whom we had traded last year, and used much of their dialect. But our first visitors, we could not understand a word, except the name for iron, which nearly corresponded with Nootka. Both parties were on board at the same time. There was a great coolness between them, and our first acquaintance stole off as if apprehensive of their safety. On the 14th, the longboat returned without success. They had seen a canoe and several deserted villages, but no inhabitants. The rambling disposition of the natives and the smallness of their number in a place, to all appearance, well calculated and pleasantly situated for a residence, is difficult to account for, except being the frontier of the northern and southern Indians, and none to be found here but desperadoes warring with each other. There are many reasons for supposing this a boundary, not only the language differing, but their canoes and custom of the women, the first being made as if part copied from the Foggy Harbour skiff and Nootka large canoe. I think neater than the latter and not equal to the first. The women have not their lips slit. On Monday, the 15th, in the afternoon, the longboat returned. They had been up the Sound to the northeast, but saw no more natives than the one family who visited us occasionally. They passed one large deserted village. From its size, they judged it must have contained a number of inhabitants, whom, by searching, they expected to meet with. But the weather was much against them, almost constant rain. They described various harbours and much broken land, various arms. Their excursion was short. They collected 6 skins from the aforementioned family, saw a vast number of otters in the waters, and met with great plenty of berries. I had great hopes from the sample our new visitors brought us. I should have collected many skins here, but their finding means to steal the blacksmith's hammer, I fancy, deterred them from returning to search for them in an endless inland navigation, and many channels promised little success. As the time for leaving the coast was expired on the 18th of August, we weighed with the wind-set royals and steering sails, which were never hauled down, but when too much wind to carry them, and made Ojai in 23 days. Winds while we lay here were variable between the southeast and northwest. When to the southward, heavy rain, thick weather, and never blew with any heart. But the northwest winds were fresh breezes and fine weather. Had I continued at sea, it's a doubt to me if I would have been able to have got where intended, and the place now appeared as likely as any seen on the coast to be well inhabited. This port is situated in latitude blank and longitude blank, distant from Cape St. James, blank, bearing blank. It's formed of numberless isles. The sketch on the foregoing page will convey a better idea than I am able to write. Without a search to investigate the inland navigation, which might not improperly be conjectured to run to Hudson's Bay from the depth of water, width of channel, and tending to the northeast as far as the eye could reach, it will not answer. From the inhabitants we found, for merchant ships to seek for trade here without coming to catch otters themselves, which this place abounds with. Besides these openings running to the northward and eastward, and those seen last year in 53 degrees, the coast from Cross Cape to here is one body of isles. And from what we observed from 50 degrees 11 minutes off the port anchored in the preceding season, the coast to the north had a similarity of appearance and may have wide inlets besides the one in 56, blank north end of Charlotte's Isles, and the Gulf or Straits Cape St. James making the west end. It's a doubt with me if ever I have seen the coast of America at all. NB buttons are much coveted by the Indians, but it will take a great number to buy a skin. Why they wish to have them is to copy us wearing them on our clothes. When importuned to give them in exchange for trifling articles, on signifying we had none, pointed to my clothes. On making them understand they were necessary to keep the cold out, judiciously answered that was not the case with those fixed behind. They fixed them in a circular manner on their garment, and some had medals and Chinese money as a substitute. End of A Voyage to the Northwest Side of America. The Journals of James Colnett, 1786-1789. Thank you for listening.